Chapter 18 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 18. What art thou then? I cannot guess, but though I seem in star and flower to feel thee some diffusive power, I do not therefore love thee less. Love and Death, Tennyson. In the act of waking up on the morning of the Star Cave experience, Henry Rogers caught the face of a vivid dream close against his own, but in rapid motion, already passing. He tried to seize it. There was a happy, delightful atmosphere about it. Examination, however, was impossible. The effort to recover the haunting dream dispersed it. He saw the tip, like an express train, flying round a corner. It flashed and disappeared, fading into dimness. Only the delightful atmosphere remained, and the sense that he had been somewhere far away in very happy conditions. People he knew quite well had been there with him, Jimbo and Monkey, Daddy too, as he had known him in his boyhood. More than this was mere vague surmise. He could not recover details. Others had been also of the merry company, familiar yet unrecognizable. Who in the world were they? It all seemed oddly real. How I do dream in this place, to be sure, he thought. I, who normally dream so little. It was like a scene of my childhood, Crayfield or somewhere. And he reflected how easily one might be persuaded that the spirit escaped in sleep and knew another order of experience. The sense of actuality was so vivid. He lay half dozing for a little longer, hoping to recover the adventures. The flying train showed itself once or twice again, but smaller and much, much farther away. It curved off into the distance. A deep cutting quickly swallowed it. It emerged for the last time, tiny as a snake upon a chessboard of far-off fields. Then it dipped into mist. The snake shot into its hole. It was gone. He sighed. It had been so lovely. Why must it vanish so entirely? Once or twice during the day it returned, touched him swiftly on the heart, and was gone again. But the waking impression of a dream is never the dream itself. Sunshine destroys the sense of enormous wonder. I believe I've been dreaming all night long and going through all kinds of wild adventures. He dressed leisurely, still hunting subconsciously for fragments of that happy dreamland. Its aroma still clung about him. The sunshine poured into the room. He went out onto the balcony and looked at the Alps through his Zeiss field glasses. The brilliant snow upon the Diablerie danced and sang into his blood. Across the broken teeth of the Dent du Midi trailed thin strips of early cloud. Behind him rose great Baudry's massive shoulders, a pyramid of incredible deep blue, and the limestone precipices of La Tourne stood dazzlingly white, catching the morning sunlight full in their face. The air had the freshness of the sea. Men were singing at their work among the vineyards. The tinkle of cowbells floated to him from the upper pastures upon Montresine. Little sails like seagulls dipped across the lake. Goodness, how happy the world was at Bourcelles. Singing, radiant, careless of pain and death. And goodness, how he longed to make it happier still. Every day now this morning mood had been the same. Desire to do something for others, ran races with little practical schemes for carrying it out. Selfish considerations seemed to have taken flight, all washed away while he slept. Moreover, the thought of his scheme had begun to oppress him. A touch of shame came with it, almost as though an unworthy personal motive were somewhere in it. Perhaps, after all, he wondered more and more now, there had been an admixture of personal ambition in the plan. The idea that it would bring him honour in the eyes of the world had possibly lain there hidden all along. If so, he had not realized it. The depravity had been unconscious. Before the Bourcelles standard of simplicity, artificial elements dropped off automatically, ashamed. And a profound truth, fished somehow out of that vanished dreamland, spun its trail of glory through his heart. Kindness that is thanked for surely brings degradation, a degradation almost as mean as the subscription acknowledged in a newspaper, or the anonymous contribution kept secret temporarily in order that its later advertisement may excite the more applause. Out flashed this blazing truth. Kind acts must be instinctive, natural, thoughtless. One hand must be in absolute ignorance of the other's high adventures. And when the carpenter's wife brought up his breakfast tray with a bunch of forest flowers standing in a tumbler of water, she caught him pondering over another boyhood's memory, that friend of his father's who had given away $1 million anonymously. In his heart, plans shaped themselves with soft, shy eyes and hidden faces. He longed to get La Famille Anglaise straight, for one thing. It was an hour later, while he still sat dreaming in the sunshine by the open window, that a gentle tap came at the door, and Daddy entered. The visit was a surprise. Usually, until time for déjeuner, he kept his room, busily unwombling stories. This was unusual, and something had happened to him. He looked different. What was it that had changed? Some veil had cleared away. His eyes were shining. They greeted one another, and Rogers fell shyly to commonplaces while wondering what the change exactly was. But the other was not to be put off. He was bursting with something. Rogers had never seen him like this before. "You've stopped work earlier than usual," he said, providing the opening. He understood his diffidence, his shyness in speaking of himself. Long disappointments lay so thinly screened behind his unfulfilled enthusiasm. But this time the enthusiasm swept diffidence to the winds. It had been vitally stirred. "Early indeed," he cried. "I've been working 4 hours without a break, man. Why, what do you think? I woke at sunrise, a thing I never do, with a brilliant idea in my head. Brilliant, I tell you. By Jove, if only I can carry it out as I see it." "You've begun it already?" "Been at it since 6 o'clock, I tell you. It was in me when I woke. Idea, treatment, everything complete. All in a perfect pattern of beauty." There was a glow upon his face. His hair was untidy. A white muffler with blue spots was around his neck instead of collar. One end stuck up against his chin. The safety pin was open. "By Jove, I am delighted." Rogers had seen him excited before over a brilliant idea, but the telling of it always left him cold. It touched the intellect, yet not the heart. It was merely clever. This time, however, there was a new thing in his manner. "How did you get it?" he repeated. Methods of literary production beyond his own doggerels were a mystery to him. "Sort of inspiration, eh?" "Woke with it, I tell you," continued his cousin, twisting the muffler so that it tickled his ear now instead of his chin. "It must have come to me in sleep." "In sleep?" exclaimed the other. "You dreamt it then?" "Kind of inspiration business. I've heard of that sort of thing, but never experienced it." The author paused for breath. "What is it? Tell me." He remembered how ingenious details of his patents had sometimes found themselves cleared up in the morning after refreshing slumber. This might be something similar. "Let's hear it," he added. "I'm interested." His cousin's recitals usually ended in sad confusion, so that all he could answer by way of praise was, "You ought to make something good out of that. I shall like to read it when you've finished it." But this time he felt there was distinctly a difference. There were new conditions. The older man leaned closer, his face alight, his manner shyly, eagerly confidential. The morning sunshine blazed upon his untidy hair. A breadcrumb from breakfast still balanced in his beard. "It's difficult to tell in a few words, you see," he began, the enthusiasm of a boy in his manner. "But I woke with the odd idea that this little village might be an epitome of the world. All the emotions of London, you see, are here in essence. The courage and cowardice, the fear and hope, the greed and sacrifice, the love and hate and passion, everything. It's the big world in miniature, only with one difference." "That's good," said Rogers, trying to remember when it was he had told his cousin this very thing. Or had he only thought it? "And what is the difference?" "The difference," continued the other, eyes sparkling, face alight, that here in the woods the mountains and the stars are close. They pour themselves in upon the village life from every side, above, below, all round. Flowers surround it. It dances to the mountain winds. At night it lies entangled in the starlight. Along 1,000 imperceptible channels, an ideal simplicity from nature pours down into it, modifying the human passions, chastening, purifying, uplifting. Don't you see? And these sweet viewless channels, who keeps them clean and open? Why, God bless you, the children, my children. By jingo, yes, your children. Rogers said it with emphasis, but there was a sudden catch at his heart. He was conscious of a queer sensation he could not name. This was exactly what he had felt himself, with the difference that his own thought had been perhaps emotion rather than a reasoned-out idea. His cousin put it into words and gave it form. A picture, had he seen it in a book perhaps, flashed across his mind. A child, suspiciously like Monkey, held a pen and dipped it into something bright and flowing. A little boy with big blue eyes gathered this shining stuff in both hands and poured it in a golden cataract upon the eyelids of a sleeping figure. And the figure had a beard. It was a man, familiar. A touch of odd excitement trembled through his undermined, thrilled, vanished. All dived out of sight again with the swiftness of a darting swallow. His cousin was talking at high speed. Rogers had lost a great deal of what he had been saying. It may, of course, have come from something you said the other night as we walked up the hill to supper. You remember? Something about the brilliance of our stars here, and how they formed a shining network that hung from Baudry and Latourne. It's impossible to say. The germ of a true inspiration is never discoverable. Only I remember it struck me as an odd thing for you to say. I was telling you about my idea of the scientist who married... No, it wasn't that. It was my story of the materialist doctor whom circumstances compelled to accept a position in the community of Shakers, and how the contrast produced an effect upon his mind of, you remember perhaps? It was one or the other. I forget exactly. Then suddenly, no, I've got it. It was the analysis of the father's mind when he found... Yes, interrupted Rogers. We were just passing the Citadel fountain. I saw the big star upon the top of Baudry and made a remark about it. His cousin was getting sadly wumbled. He tried to put severity and concentration into his voice. That's it, the other cried, head on one side and holding up a finger, because I remember that my own thought wandered for a moment. Thought will, you know, in spite of one's best efforts sometimes, and you said a thing that sent a little shiver of pleasure through me for an instant. Something about a starlight train, and made me wonder where you got the idea. That's it. I do believe you've hit the nail on the head. Isn't it curious sometimes how a practical mind may suggest valuable material to the artist? I remember several years ago, Starlight Express, wasn't it? Said his friend with decision in his voice. He thumped the table vigorously with one fist. Keep to the point, old man. Follow it out. Your idea is splendid. Yes, I do believe it is. Something in his voice trembled. One sentence in particular Rogers heard, for it seemed plucked out of the talk he had with the children in the forest that day 2 weeks ago. You see, all light meets somewhere. It's all one, I mean, and so with minds. They all have a common meeting place. Sympathy is the name for that place, that state they feel with each other. See flash-like from the same point of view for a moment. And children are the conduits. They do not think things out. They feel them, hey? He paused an instant. For you see, along these little channels that the children, my children as I think I mentioned, keep sweet and open, there might troop back into the village, Fairyland. Not merely a foolish fairyland of make-believe and dragons and princesses imprisoned in animals, but a fairyland the whole world needs. The sympathy of sweet endeavour, love, gentleness, and sacrifice for others. The stars would bring it. Starlight, don't you see? One might weave starlight in and out everywhere, use it as the symbol of sympathy, and, so on. Rogers again lost the clue. Another strangely familiar picture, and then another, flashed gorgeously before his inner vision. His mind raced after them, yet never caught them up. They were most curiously familiar. Then suddenly he came back and heard his cousin still talking. It was like a subtle plagiarism. Too subtle altogether indeed it was for him. He could only stare and listen in amazement. But the recital grew more and more involved. Perhaps alone in his workroom, Daddy could unwumble it consistently. He certainly could not tell it. The thread went lost among a dozen other things. The interfering sun had melted it all down in dew and spider gossamer and fairy cotton. "I must go down and work," he said at length, rising and fumbling with the door handle. He seemed disappointed a little. He'd given out his ideas so freely, perhaps too freely. Rogers divined he had not sympathized enough. His manner had been shamefully absent-minded. The absent-mindedness was really the highest possible praise, but the author did not seem to realize it. "It's glorious, my dear fellow, glorious," Rogers added emphatically. "You've got a big idea and you can write it too. You will." He said it with conviction. "You touch my heart as you tell it. I congratulate you. Really I do." There was no mistaking the sincerity of his words and tone. The other came back a step into the room again. He stroked his beard and felt the crisp hard crumb. He picked it out, examining it without surprise. It was no unfamiliar thing, perhaps. At any rate, it was an excuse to lower his eyes. Shyness returned upon him. "Thank you," he said gently. "I'm glad you think so. You see, I sometimes feel, perhaps, my work has rather suffered from being a little deficient in the human touch. One must reach people's hearts if one wants big sales. So few have brains. Not that I care for money, or could ever write for money, for that brings its own punishment in loss of inspiration. But of course, with a family to support. I have a family, you see." He raised his eyes and looked out into the sunshine. "Well, anyhow, I've begun this thing. I shall send it in short form to the X Review. It may attract attention there. And later I can expand it into a volume." He hesitated, examined the crumb closely again, tossed it away, and looked up at his cousin suddenly full in the face. The high enthusiasm flamed back into his eyes again. "Bring the world back to Fairyland, you see?" he concluded with vehemence. "Eh? Glorious!" Surely thought ran about the world like coloured flame if this was true. The author turned towards the door. He opened it, then stopped on the threshold and looked round like a person who has lost his way. "I forgot," he added. "I forgot another thing, one of the chief almost. It's this. There must be a leader who shall bring it back. Without the guide, interpreter, pioneer, how shall the world listen or understand, even the little world of Bourcelle?" "Of course, yes. Some big figure, like a priest or prophet, you mean? A sort of chairman, president, huh?" "Yes," was the reply, while the eyes flashed fires that almost recaptured forgotten dreams. "But hardly in the way you mean, perhaps. A very simple figure, I mean, unconscious of its mighty role. Someone with endless stores of love and sympathy and compassion that have never found an outlet yet, but gone on accumulating and accumulating, unexpressed." "I see, yes," though he really did not see a bit. "But who is there like that here? You'll have to invent him." He remembered his own thought that some principal role was vacant in his children's fairy play. How queer it all was. He stared. "Who is there?" he repeated. "No one, now. I shall bring her, though." "Her?" exclaimed Rogers with surprise. "You mean a woman?" "A childless woman," came the soft reply. "A woman with 1,000,000 children, all unborn." But Rogers did not see the expression of the face. His cousin was on the landing. The door closed softly on the words. The steps went fumbling down the stairs, and presently he heard the door below close too. The key was turned in it. A childless woman! The phrase rang on long after he had gone. What an extraordinary idea! Bring her here indeed. Could his cousin mean that some such woman might read his story and come to claim the position, play the vacant role? No, nothing so literal, surely. The idea was preposterous. He had heard it said that imaginative folks, writers, painters, musicians, all had a touch of lunacy in them somewhere. He shrugged his shoulders. And what a job it must be, too, the writing of a book. He had never realized it before. A real book, then, meant putting one's heart into sentences, telling one's inmost secrets, confessing one's own ideals with fire and lust and passion. That was the difference, perhaps, between literature and mere facile invention. His cousin had never dared do this before. Shyness prevented. His intellect wove pretty patterns that had no heat of life in them. But now he had discovered a big idea, true as the sun, and able, like the sun, to warm thousands of readers, all ready for it without knowing it. Rottger sat on thinking in the bright spring sunshine, smoking one cigarette after another. For the idea his cousin had wumbled over so effusively had touched his heart, and for a long time he was puzzled to find the reason. But at length he found it. In that startling phrase, a childless woman, lay the clue. A childless woman was like a vessel with a cargo of exquisite flowers that could never make a port. Sweetening every wind, she yet never comes to land. No harbour welcomes her. She sails endless seas, charged with her freight of undelivered beauty. The waves devour her glory, her pain, her lovely secret, all unconfessed. To bring such a woman into port, even imaginatively in a story, or subconsciously in an inner life, was fulfillment of a big, fine, wholesome yearning, sacred in a way too. "By George!" he said aloud. He felt strange, great life pour through him. He had made a discovery, in his heart, deep, deep down. Something in himself, so long buried it was scarcely recognizable, stirred out of sight and tried to rise. Some flower of his youth that time had hardened, dried, yet never killed, moved gently towards blossoming. It shone. It was still hard a little, like a crystal, glistening down there among shadows that had gathered with the years. And then it suddenly melted, running in a tiny thread of gold among his thoughts into that quiet sea which so rarely in a man may dare the relief of tears. It was a tiny yellow flower, like a daisy that had forgotten to close at night, so that some stray starbeam changed its whiteness into gold. Forgotten passion and yearning long denied stirred in him with that phrase. His cousin's children doubtless had prepared the way. A faded dream peered softly into his eyes across the barriers of the years. For every woman in the world was a mother, and a childless woman was the grandest, biggest mother of them all. And he had longed for children of his own. He too had remained a childless father. A vanished face gazed up into his own. Two vessels, making the same fair harbour, had lost their way, yet still sailed, perhaps the empty seas. Yet the face he did not quite recognize. The eyes, instead of blue, were amber. And did this explain a little the spell that caught him in this Jura village, perhaps? Were these children weaving a network so cunningly about his feet, merely scouts and pilots? Was his love for the world of suffering folk after all, but his love for a wife and children of his own transmuted into wider channels? Denied the little garden he once had planned for it, did it seek to turn the whole big world into a garden? Suppression was impossible. Like murder, it must out. A bit of it had even flamed a passage into work and patents and city life. For love is life, and life is ever and everywhere one. He thought and thought and thought. A man begins by loving himself. Then, losing himself, he loves a woman. Next, that love spreads itself over a still bigger field, and he loves his family, his wife and children, and their families again in turn. But, that expression denied, his love inevitably, irrepressibly seeking an outlet, finds it in a cause, a race, a nation, perhaps in the entire world. The world becomes his neighbour. It was a great fairy story. Again his thoughts returned to that one singular sentence, and he realized what his cousin meant. Only a childless mother, some woman charged to the brim with this power of loving to which ordinary expression had been denied, could fill the vacant role in his great children's play. No man could do it. He and his cousin were mere supers on this stage. His cousin would invent her for his story. He would make her come. His passion would create her. That was what he meant. Roger smiled to himself, moving away from the window where the sunshine grew too fierce for comfort. What a funny business it all was, to be sure, and how curiously everyone's thinking had intermingled. The children had somehow divined his own imaginings in that Crayfield garden. Their father had stolen the lot for his story. It was most extraordinary. And then he remembered Minx and all his lunatic theories about thought and thought pictures. The garden scene at Crayfield came back vividly. The one at Charing Cross, in the orchard too, with the old vicar when they had talked beneath the stars. Who among them all was the original sponsor, and which of them had set the ball a-rolling? It was stranger than the story of creation. It was the story of creation. Yet he did not puzzle very long. Actors in a play are never puzzled. It is the bewildered audience who asks questions, and Henry Rogers was on the stage. The gauzy curtain hung between him and the outside point of view. He was already deeply involved in Fairyland. His feet were in the net of stars. He was a prisoner. And that woman he had once dreamed might mother his own children. Where was she? Until a few years ago, he had still expected, hoped to meet her. One day they would come together. She waited somewhere. It was only recently he had let the dream slip finally from him, abandoned with many other personal ambition. Idly, he picked up a pencil, and before he was aware of it, the words ran into lines. It seemed as though his cousin's mood, thought, inspiration worked through him. Upon what flowering shore, 'neath what blue skies, she stands and waits. It is not mine to know, only I know that shore is fair, those skies are blue. Her voice I may not hear, nor see her eyes, yet there are times when in the wind she speaks, when stars and flowers tell me of her eyes, when rivers chant her name. If ever signs were sure, I know she waits. If not, what means this sweetness in the wind, the singing in the rain, the love in flowers? What mean these whispers in the air, this calling from the hills and from the sea, these tendernesses of the day and night, unless she waits? What in the world was this absurd sweetness running in his veins? He laughed a little. A slight flush, too, came and went its way. The tip of the pencil snapped as he pressed too heavily on it. He had drawn it through the doggerel with impatience, for he suddenly realized that he had told a deep, deep secret to the paper. It had stammered its way out before he was aware of it. This was youth and boyhood strong upon him, the moods of Crayfield that he had set long ago on one side, deliberately. The mood that wrote the song of the blue eyes had returned, waking after a sleep of 1/4 of a century. "What rubbish!" he exclaimed. "I shall be an author next." He tore it up and, rolling the pieces into a ball, played catch with it. What waste of energy! 6 months ago that energy would have gone into something useful, a patent, perhaps an improvement in the mechanism of... He hesitated, then finished the sentence with a sigh of yearning and another passing flush. A perambulator! He tossed it out of the window and, laughing, leaned out to watch it fall. It bounced upon a head of tousled hair beneath, then flew off sideways in the wind and rattled away faintly among the vines. The head was his cousin's. "What are you up to?" cried the author, looking up. "I'm not a waste-paper basket." There was a cigarette ash in his beard. "Sending you ideas," he answered. "I'm coming myself now. Look out!" He was in high spirits again. He believed in that fairy princess. "All right, I've put you in already. Everybody will wonder who Cousin Henry is." The untidy head of hair popped in again. "Hark!" cried Rogers, trying to look round the corner of the house. He edged himself out at a dangerous angle. His ears had caught another sound. There was music in the air. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19. of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aleacia Messiah. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 19. The sweet spring winds came laughing down the street, bearing a voice that mingled with their music. "Daddy! Daddy! Vite! Il y a un paquet!" sounded in a child's excited cry. "It arrives this afternoon. It's got the Edinburgh postmark. Here is the notice. C'est énorme." The figure of Jimbo shot round the corner, dancing into view. He waved a bit of yellow paper in his hand. A curious pang tore its way into the big man's heart as he saw him. A curious, deep, searching pain that yet left joy all along its trail. Positively moisture dimmed his eyes a second. But Jimbo belonged to someone else. Daddy's wumbled head projected instantly against from the window beneath. "A box?" he asked, equally excited. "A box from Scotland? Why, we had one only last month. Bless their hearts. How little they know what help and happiness." The rest of the sentence disappeared with the head, and a moment later, Jimbo was heard scampering up the stairs. Both men went out to meet him. The little boy was breathless with excitement, yet the spirit of the man of affairs worked strongly in him. He deliberately suppressed hysterics. He spoke calmly as might be, both hands in his trouser pockets beneath the blouse of blue cotton that stuck out like a ballet skirt all around. The belt had slipped down. His eyes were never still. He pulled one hand out, holding the crumpled paper up for inspection. "It's a paquet," he said, "comme ça." He used French and English mixed, putting the latter in for his cousin's benefit. He had little considerate ways like that. "It's coming from Scotland. Et puis ça pèse 75 kilos. Oh, it's big. It's enormous. The last one weighed." He hesitated, forgetful. "Much, much less," he finished. He paused, looking like a man who has solved the problem by stating it. 150 pounds, exclaimed his father, just as eager as the boy. "Let me look," and he held his hand out for the advice from the railway. "What can be in it?" "Something for everybody," said Jimbo decidedly. "All the village knows it. It will come by the 2 o'clock train from Bale, you know." He gave up the paper unwillingly. It was his badge of office. "That's the paper about it," he added again. Daddy read out slowly the advice of consignment, with dates and weights and address of sender and recipient, while Jimbo corrected the least mistake. He knew it absolutely by heart. "There'll be dresses and boots for the girls this time," he announced. "And something big enough for Mother to wear, too. You can tell." "How can you tell?" asked Daddy, laughing slyly, immensely pleased about it all. "Oh, by the weight of the paquet comme ça," was the reply. "It weighs 75 kilos. That means there must be something for Mummy in it." The author turned towards his cousin, hiding his smile. "It's a box of clothes," he explained. "For my cousins in Scotland, Lady X, you know, and her family. Things they give away, usually to their maids and whatnot. Awfully good of them, isn't it? They pay the carriage, too," he added. It was an immense relief to him. "Things they can't wear," put in Jimbo, "but very good things. Suits, blouses, shirts, collars, boots, gloves, and, oh, toutes sortes de choses comme ça." "Isn't it nice of him?" repeated Daddy. It made life easier for him, ever so much easier. A family like that has such heaps of things, and they always pay the freight. It saves me a pretty penny, I can tell you. Why, I haven't bought the girls a dress for 2 years or more. And Edward's dressed like a lord, I tell you, referring to his eldest boy now at an expensive tutor's. You can understand the excitement when a box arrives. We call it the magic box." Rogers understood. It had puzzled him before why the children's clothes, daddies and mummies as well for that matter, were such an incongruous assortment of village or peasant wear, and smart, well-cut garments that bore so obviously the London mark. "They're very rich indeed," said Jimbo. "They have a motor car. These are the only things that don't fit them. There's not much for me usually. I'm too little yet. But there's lots for the girls and the others." And the others, it appeared, included the widow Jequier, the postmaster and his wife, the carpenter's family, and more than one household in the village who knew the use and value of every centimeter of ribbon. Even the retired governesses got their share. No shred or patch was ever thrown away as useless. The assortment of cast-off clothing furnished Sunday best to half the village for weeks to come. A consignment of bullion could not have given half the pleasure and delight that the arrival of a box produced. But midi was ringing, and déjeuner had to be eaten first. Like a meal upon the stage, no one ate sincerely. They made a brave pretense, but the excitement was too great for hunger. Everyone was in the secret. The postmaster, he might get another hat out of it for himself, had let it out with a characteristic phrase, "Il y a un paquet pour la famille anglaise." Yet all feigned ignorance. The children exchanged mysterious glances, and afterwards the governesses hung about the post office, simulating the purchase of stamps at 2:00. But everyone watched Daddy's movements, for he it was who would say the significant words. And at length he said them. "Now, we had better go down to the station," he observed casually, "and see if there is anything for us." His tone conveyed the impression that things often arrived in this way. It was an everyday affair. If there was nothing, it didn't matter much. His position demanded calmness. "Very well," said Jimbo. "I'll come with you." He strutted off, leading the way. And I," cried Monkey and Jane Ann, for it was half-holiday and all were free. Jimbo would not have appeared to hurry for a kingdom. "I think I'll join you too," remarked Mother, biting her lips. "Only please go slowly." There were hills to negotiate. They went off together in a party, and the governesses watched them go. The widow Jequier put her head out of the window, pretending she was feeding the birds. Her sister popped out opportunely to post a letter. The postmaster opened his guichet window and threw a bit of string into the gutter. And old Miss Waghorn, just then appearing for her daily 15 minutes constitutional, saw the procession and asked him who in the world all those people were. She had completely forgotten them. "Le baromètre allemand," he replied, knowing no word of English, and thinking it was her usual question about the weather. He reported daily the state of the barometer. "Vous n'aurez pas besoin d'un parapluie." "Merci," she said, meaning merci. The train arrived, and with it came the box. They brought it up themselves upon the little handcart, Le Chat. It might have weighed the ton and contained priceless jewels, the way they tugged and pushed, and the care they lavished on it. Mother puffed behind, hoping there would be something to fit Jimbo this time. "Shall we rest a moment?" came at intervals on the hill, till at last Monkey said, "Sit on the top, Mommy, and we'll pull you too." And during the rest they examined the exterior, smelt it, tapped it, tried to see between the cracks, and ventured endless and confused conjectures as to its probable contents. They dragged the handcart over the cobbles of the courtyard, and heaved the box up the long stone staircase. It was planted at length on the floor beside the bed of Mademoiselle Le Maire, that she might witness the scene from her prison windows. Daddy had the greatest difficulty in keeping order, for tempers grow short when excitement is too long protracted. The furniture was moved about to make room. Orders flew about like grape shot. Everybody got in everybody else's way. But finally, the unwieldy packing case was in position, and a silence fell upon the company. "My gum, we put it upside down," said Daddy, red in the face with his exertions. It was the merest chance that there was no wisp of straw yet in his beard. "Then the clothes will all be inside out," cried Monkey, "and we shall have to stand on our heads." "You silly," Jane Ann rebuked her, yet half believing it was true, while Jimbo, holding hammer and chisel ready, looked unutterable contempt. "Can't you be serious for a moment?" said his staring blue eyes. The giant chest was laboriously turned over, the two men straining every muscle in the attempt. Then, after a moment's close inspection again to make quite sure, Daddy spoke gravely. Goodness, how calm he was. "Jimbo, boy, pass me the hammer and the chisel, will you?" In breathless silence, the lid was slowly forced open, and the splintered pieces gingerly removed. Sheets of dirty brown paper and bundles of odorous sacking came into view. "Perhaps that's all there is," suggested Jinny. "Ugh, what a whiff," said Monkey. "Fold them up carefully and put them in a corner," ordered Mother. Jane Ann religiously obeyed. Oh dear, how slow she was about it. Then everybody came up very close. Heads bent over. Hands began to stretch and poke. You heard breathing. Nothing more. "Now, wait your turn," commanded Mother in a dreadful voice, "and let your father try on everything first." And a roar of laughter made the room echo while Daddy extracted wonder after wonder that were packed in endless layers one upon another. Perhaps what would have struck an observer most of all would have been the strange seriousness against which the comedy was set. The laughter was incessant, but it was a weighty matter for all that. The bedridden woman, who was sole audience, understood that. The parents understood it too. Every article of clothing that could be worn meant a saving, and the economy of a franc was of real importance. The struggles of la famille anglaise to clothe and feed and educate themselves were no light affair. The eldest boy, now studying for the consular service, absorbed a third of their entire income. The sacrifices involved for his sake affected each one in countless ways. And for 2 years now, these magic boxes had supplied all his suits and shirts and boots. The Scotch cousins luckily included a boy of his own size who had extravagant tastes in clothes. A box sometimes held as many as 4 excellent suits. Daddy contented himself with one a year, ordered ready-made from the place they called Chas Baker in High Holborn. Mother's clothes were wrought in mystery ever. No one ever discovered where they came from or how she made them. She did. It seemed always the same black dress and velvet blouse. Gravity and laughter, therefore, mingled in Daddy's face as he drew out one paper parcel after another, opened it, tried the article on himself, and handed it next to be tried on similarly by everyone in turn. And the first extraction from the magic box was a curious-looking thing that no one recognized. Daddy unfolded it and placed it solemnly on his head. He longed for things for himself, but rarely found them. He tried on everything, hoping it might just do, but in the end yielded with pleasure to the others. He rarely got more than a pair of gloves or a couple of neckties for himself. The coveted suits just missed his size. Grave as a judge, he balanced the erection on his head. It made a towering heap. Everyone was puzzled. "It's a motor cap," ventured someone at length, in a moment of intuition. "It's several," cried Monkey. She snatched the bundle and handed it to Mother. "There are 4 motor caps, neatly packed together." Mother put on each in turn. They were in shades of gray. They became her well. "You look like a duchess," said Daddy proudly. "You better keep them all." "I think perhaps they'll do," she said, moving to the glass, "if no one else can wear them." She flushed a little and looked self-conscious. "They want long pins," suggested Jinny. "They'll keep the rain off, too, like an umbrella." She laughed and clapped her hands. Mother pinned one on and left it there for the remainder of the afternoon. The unpacking of the case continued. The next discovery was gloves. The lid of the box looked like a counter in a glove shop. There were gloves of leather and chamois, gauntlets, driving gloves, and gloves of suede, yellow, brown, and gray. All had been used a little, but all were good. "They'll wash," said Jane and Anne. They were set aside in a little heap apart. No one coveted them. It was not worthwhile. In the forest of Bruxelles, gloves were at a discount, and driving a pleasure yet unknown. Jinny, however, a little later put on a pair of ladies' suede that caught her fancy, and wore them faithfully to the end of the performance, just to keep her mother's motor cap in countenance. The main contents of the box were as yet unbroached, however, and when next an overcoat appeared, with velvet collar and smart turned-up cuffs, Daddy beamed like a boy and was into it before anyone could prevent. He went behind the screen. The coat obviously did not fit him, but he tugged and pulled and wriggled his shoulders with an air of things that won't fit must be made to fit. "You'll bust the seams! You'll split the buttons! See what's in the pockets!" cried several voices, while he shifted to and fro like a man about to fight. "It may stretch," he said hopefully. "I think I can use it. It's just what I want." He glanced up at his wife, whose face, however, was relentless. "Maybe," replied the practical mother, "but it's more Edward's build, perhaps." He looked fearfully disappointed, but kept it on. Edward got the best of every box. He went on with the unpacking, giving the coat sly twitches from time to time as he pulled out blouses, skirts, belt, queer female garments, boots, soft felt hats. The green Homburg he put on at once, as who should dare to take it from him? Black and brown trilbies, shooting caps, gaiters, flannel shirts, pajamas, and heaven knows what else besides. The excitement was prodigious, and the floor looked like a bargain sale. Everybody talked at once. There was no more pretense of keeping order. Mademoiselle Le Maire lay propped against her pillows, watching the scene with feelings between tears and laughter. Each member of the family tried on everything in turn, but yielded the treasures instantly at a word from Mother. "That will do for so-and-so. This will fit Monkey. Jimbo, you take this," and so on. The door into the adjoining bedroom was forever opening and shutting. As the children disappeared with armfuls and reappeared 5 minutes later, marvelously apparelled. There was no attempt at sorting yet. Blouses and flannel trousers lay upon the floor with boots and motor veils. Everyone had something, and the pile set aside for Edward grew apace. Only Jimbo was disconsolate. He was too small for everything. Even the ladies' boots were too narrow and too pointed for his little feet. From time to time he rummaged with the hammer and chisel, still held very tightly, among the mass of paper at the bottom. But, as usual, there was nothing but gaudy neckties that he could use. And these he did not care about. He said no word, but stood there watching the others and trying to laugh, only keeping the tears back with the greatest difficulty. From his position in the background, Rogers took it all in. He moved up and slipped a 10-franc piece into the boy's hand. "Secretaries don't wear clothes like this," he whispered. "We'll go into town tomorrow and get the sort of thing you want." Jimbo looked up and stared. He stood on tiptoe to kiss him. "Oh, thank you so much," he said, fearful lest the others should see, and tucked the coin away into a pocket underneath his cotton blouse. A moment later he came back from the corner where he had hid himself to examine it. "But, Cousin Henry," he whispered, utterly astonished, "it's gold." He had thought the coin was a 10-centime piece, such as Daddy sometimes gave him. He could not believe it. He had never seen gold before. He ran up and told his parents. His sisters were too excited to be told just then. After that, he vanished into the passage without being noticed, and when he returned 5 minutes later, his eyes were suspiciously red. But no one heard him say a word about getting nothing out of the box. He stood aside, with a superior manner, and looked quietly on. "It's very nice for the girls," his expression said. His interest in the box had grown decidedly less. He could buy an entire shop for himself now. "Mother! Daddy! Everybody!" cried an excited voice. "Will you look at me a minute, please? It all fits me perfectly." And Jinny emerged from the bedroom door. She had been trying on. A rough brown dress of Harris tweed became her well. She wore a mortar veil about her head, and another was tied round her neck. A white silk blouse, at least one size too large for her, bulged voluminously from beneath the neat tweed jacket. She wore her suede gloves still. "And there's an outside pocket in the skirt, you see." She pulled it up and showed a very pointed pair of brown boots. They were much too long. They looked ridiculous after her square village boots. "I can waggle my toes in them," she explained, strutting to and fro to be admired. "I'm a fashionable monster now." But she only held the center of the stage a minute, for Monkey entered at her heels, bursting with delight in a long green mackintosh thrown over another tweed skirt that hid her feet and even trailed behind. A pair of yellow spats were visible sometimes, that spread fan-shaped over her boots and climbed halfway up the fat legs. "It all fits me exactly," was her opinion. The sisters went arm in arm about the room, dancing and laughing. "We're busy blackmailers," cried Jinny, using her latest acquisition, which she practiced on all possible occasions. "We're in Piccadilly, going to see the Queen for tea." They tripped over Monkey's train, and one of the spats came off in a struggle for recovery. Daddy, in his Homburg hat, looked round and told them sternly to make less noise. Behind the screen, he was getting surreptitiously into a suit that Mother had put aside for Edward. He tried on several in this way, hopeful to the last. "I think this will fit me all right," he said presently, emerging with a grave expression on his puckered face. He seemed uncertain about it. He was solemn as a judge. "You could alter the buttons here and there, you know," and he looked anxiously at his wife. The coat ran up behind, the waistcoat creased badly owing to the strain, and the trousers were as tight as those of a cavalry officer. Anywhere, and any moment, he might burst out into unexpected revelation. "A little alteration," he suggested hopefully, "and it would be all right, don't you think?" And then he added, "Perhaps." He turned and showed himself. Even the roar of laughter that greeted his appearance did not quite convince him. He looked like a fat, impoverished bookmaker. "I think it will fit Edward better," said Mother again without pity, for she did not like to see her husband look foolish before the children. He disappeared behind the screen, but repeated the performance with 2 other suits. "This striped one seems a little looser," he said, "or, if you let out the trousers at the bottom, I think they would do." But in the end, all he got from the box was 2 pairs of pink silk pajamas, the Homburg hat, several pairs of gloves, spats, and gaiters, and half a dozen neckties that no one else would wear. He made his heap carefully in the corner of the room, and later, when the mess was all cleared up and everybody went off with their respective treasures, he entirely forgot them in his pleasure and admiration of the others. He left them lying in the corner. Riquet slept on them that night, and next morning Jimbo brought them over for him to the carpenter's house. And Edward later magnanimously yielded up 2 flannel shirts because he had so many left over from the previous box. Also a pair of pumps. "I've not done so badly after all," was his final matured opinion. "Poor Mother. She got nothing but motor caps. Jimbo, however, had made a final discovery of value for himself, of some value at least. When the empty case was overturned as a last hope, he rummaged among the paper with his hammer and chisel and found 4 pairs of golf stockings. The legs fitted him admirably, but the feet were much too big. There was some discussion as to whether they had belonged to a very thin-legged boy with big feet or to a girl who had no calves. Luckily, the former was decided upon, for otherwise they would give no pleasure to Jimbo. Even as it was, he adopted them chiefly because it pleased his parents. Mother cut off the feet and knitted new ones a little smaller. But there was no mystery about those stockings. No special joy went with them. He had watched Mother knitting too often for that. She could make stockings half asleep. 2 hours later, while Jan Ann and Mother prepared the tea in the den, Daddy, Jimbo, and Cousin Henry went in a procession to the carpenter's house, carrying the piles of clothing in their arms, to the astonishment of half the village. They were to be resorted there in privacy by the men, where the children could not interfere. The things they could not use were distributed later among the governesses. The pension in the village also got their share. And the postmaster got his hat, a black trilby. He loved its hue. And for days afterwards, the children hoarded their treasures with unholy joy. What delighted them as much as anything, perhaps, were the coronets upon the pyjamas and the shirts. They thought it was a London or Edinburgh laundry mark. But Jimbo told them otherwise. It means that Daddy's cousin is a lord-in-waiting and goes to see the king. This explanation was generally accepted. The relief to the parents, however, as they sat up in the den that night and discussed how much this opportune magic box had saved them, may be better imagined than described. The sum ran into many, many francs. Edward had suits now for at least 2 years. "He's stopped growing," said his mother. "Thank goodness," said his father. And to the long list he prayed for twice a day, Jimbo added of his accord, "Ce qui en envoie la grossesse." End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 20. Break up the heavens, O Lord, and far throw all yon starlight keen. Draw me, thy bride, a glittering star, in raiment white and clean. He lifts me to the golden doors, the flashes come and go. All heaven bursts her starry floors, and strews her lights below. St. Agnes Eve, Tennyson. Miss Waghorn of late had been unusually trying, and especially full of complaints. Her poor old memory seemed broken beyond repair. She offered Madame Jacquire her weekly payment twice within 10 minutes, and was quite snappy about it when the widow declined the second tender. "But you had the receipt in your hand within 10 minutes ago, Miss Waghorn. You took it upstairs. The ink can hardly be now already yet dry." But nothing would satisfy her that she had paid until they went up to her room together and found it after much searching between her Bible and her eternal novel on the writing table. "Forgive me, madam, but you do forget sometimes, don't you?" she declared with amusing audacity. "I like to make quite sure, especially where money is concerned." On entering the room, she had entirely forgotten why they came there. She began complaining instead about the bed, which had not yet been made. A standing source of grumbling, this, for the old lady would come down to breakfast many a morning and then go up again before she had it, thinking it was already late in the day. She worried the pensionnaires to death, too. It was their duty to keep the salon tidy, and Miss Waghorn would flutter into the room as early as 8 o'clock, find the furniture still unarranged, and at once start out again to scold the girls. These interviews were amusing before they became monotonous, for the old lady's French was little more than non pas, attached to an infinitive verb, and the girls' Swiss German explanations of the alleged neglect of duty only confused her. Non pas faire la chambre, she would say, stamping her foot with vexation. You haven't done the room, though it's nearly déjeuner time, or else 10 minutes ago it was tidy, look at it now, while she dragged them in and forced them to put things straight until someone in authority came and explained gently her mistake. Oh, excuse me, madam, she would say then, but they do forget so often. Everyone was very patient with her as a rule. And of late she had been peculiarly meddlesome, putting chairs straight, moving vases, altering the lie of tablecloths and the angle of sofas, opening windows because it was so stuffy, and closing them a minute later with complaints about the draught, forcing occupants of armchairs to get up because the carpet was caught, fiddling with pictures because they were crooked either with floor or ceiling, and never realizing that in the old house these latter were nowhere parallel. But her chief occupation was to prevent the children crossing their legs when they sat down, or pulling their dresses lower with a whispered, "You must not cross your legs like that. It isn't ladylike, dear." She had been very exasperating and interfering. Tempers had grown short. Twice running she had complained about the dreadful noise the pensionnaires made at 7 o'clock in the morning. "Non pas cuire comme ça," she called, running down the passage in her dressing gown and bursting angrily into their rooms without knocking, to find them empty. The girls had left the day before. But today, the morning after the Star Cave adventure, the old lady was calmer, almost soothed, and at supper she was composed and gentle. Sleep, for some reason, had marvelously refreshed her. Attacks that opened as usual about Cornish cream or a man with a long beard she repelled easily and quietly. I've told you that story before, my dear. I know I have. It seemed her mind and memory were more orderly somehow. And the widow Jacquire explained how sweet and good-natured she had been all day, better than for years. When I took her drops upstairs at 11 o'clock, I found her tidying her room. She was sorting her bills and papers. She read me a letter she had written to her nephew to come out and take her home, well written and quite coherent. I've not known her mind so clear for months. Her memory, too. She said she had slept so well. If only it would last. Hélas! There are days like that, she added presently, days when everything goes right and easily. One wakes up happy in the morning and sees only the bright side of things. Hope is active, and one has new courage somehow. She spoke with feeling. Her face was brighter, clearer, her mind less anxious. She had planned a visit to the bank manager about the mortgages. It had come as an inspiration. It might be fruitless, but she was hopeful, and so knew a little peace. I wonder why it is, she added, and what brings these changes into the heart so suddenly. Good sleep and sound digestion, Mrs. Camden thought. She expressed her views deliberately like this in order to counteract any growth of fantasy in the children. But it is strange, her husband said, remembering his new story. It may be much deeper than that. While the body sleeps, the spirit may get into touch with helpful forces. His French failed him. He wumbled painfully. Thought forces possibly from braver minds, put in Rogers. Who knows? Sleep and dreaming have never really been explained. He recalled a theory of minks. I dream a great deal, Miss Waghorn observed, eager to take part. It's delightful, dreaming. If only one could remember. She looked round the table with challenge in her eager old eyes, but no one took her up. It involved such endless repetition of well-known stories. The postmaster might have said a word. He looked prepared, but not understanding English, he went on with his salad instead. Life is a dream, observed Monkey, while Jinny seemed uncertain whether she should laugh or take it seriously. The widow Jacquire overheard her. There was little she did not overhear. Coquine, she said, then quoted with a sentimental sigh. La vie est brève, un peu d'amour, un peu de rêve, et puis bonjour. She hung her head sideways a moment for effect. There was a pause all down the long table. I'm sure dreams have significance, she went on. There's more in dreaming than one thinks. They come as warnings or encouragement. All the saints had dreams. I always pay attention to mine. Madame, I dream a great deal, repeated Miss Waghorn, anxious not to be left out of a conversation in which she understood at least a key word, rêve, a very great deal, I may say. Several looked up, ready to tell nightmares of their own at the least sign of encouragement. The postmaster faced the table, laying down his knife and fork. He took a deep breath. This time he meant to have his say, but his deliberation always lost him openings. I don't, exclaimed Jinny, bluntly, 5 minutes behind the others. When I'm in bed, I sleep. The statement brought laughter that confused her a little. She loved to define her position. She had defined it, and the postmaster had lost his chance. Mademoiselle Sandoz, a governess who was invited to supper as payment for a music lesson given to his boy, seized the opening. Last night I dreamed that a bull chased me. Now, what did that mean, I wonder? That there was no danger since it was only a dream, said the postmaster sharply, vexed that he had not told his own. But no one applauded, for it was the fashion to ignore his observations unless they had to do with stamps and weights of letters, parcels, and the like. A clatter of voices rose as others, taking courage, decided to tell experiences of their own, but it was the postmaster's wife in the hall who won. She had her meals outside with the kitchen maid and her niece, who helped in the post office, and she always tried to take part in the conversation from a distance thus. She plunged into a wordy description of a lengthy dream that had to do with clouds, 3 ravens, and a mysterious face. All listened, most of them in mere politeness, for as cook she was a very important personage who could furnish special dishes on occasion. But her sister listened as to an oracle. She nodded her head and made approving gestures and said, "Aha, you see," or "Ah, voila," as though that helped to prove the importance of the dream, if not its actual truth. And the sister came to the doorway so that no one could escape. She stood there in her apron, her face hot and flushed, still from the kitchen. At length it came to an end, and she looked round her, hoping for a little sympathetic admiration, or at least for expressions of wonder and interest. All waited for someone else to speak. Into the pause came her husband's voice. "Je n'ai pas de sel." There was no resentment. It was an everyday experience. The spell was broken instantly. The cook retired to her table and told the dream all over again with emphatic additions to her young companions. The postmaster got his salt and continued eating busily as though dreams were only fit for women and children to talk about. And the English group began whispering excitedly of their magic box and all it had contained. They were tired of dreams and dreaming. Tante Jean made a brave effort to bring the conversation back to the key of sentiment and mystery she loved, but it was not a success. At any rate, I'm certain one's mood on going to bed decides the kind of dream that comes, she said into the air. The last thought before going to sleep is very important. It influences the adventures of the soul when it leaves the body every night. For this was a tenet of her faith, although she always forgot to act upon it. Only Miss Waghorn continued the train of ideas this started with a coherence that surprised even herself. Somehow the jabber about dreams, though in a language that only enabled her to catch its general drift, had interested her uncommonly. She seemed on the verge of remembering something. She had listened with patience, a look of peace upon her anxious old face that was noticed even by Jane Ann. It smoothed her out, was her verdict afterwards, given only to herself, though. Everything is a sort of long, unfinished dream to her, I suppose, at that age. While the famille anglaise renewed noisily their excitement of the magic box, and while the talk in the hall went on and on, rehashing the details of the cook's marvelous experience and assuming entirely new proportions, Miss Waghorn glanced about her, seeking whom she might devour, and her eye caught Henry Rogers, listening, as usual, in silence. "Ah," she said to him, "but I look forward to sleep. I might say I long for it." She sighed very audibly. It was both a sigh for release and a faint remembrance that last night her sleep had been somehow deep and happy, strangely comforting. "It is welcome sometimes, isn't it?" he answered, always polite and rather gentle with her. "Sleep unravels, yes," she said, vaguely as to context, yet with a querulous intensity. It was as if she caught at the enthusiasm of a connected thought somewhere. "I might even say it unties," she added, encouraged by his nod. "Unties knots, if you follow me." "It does, Miss Waghorn. Indeed it does." Was this a precursor of the brother with the beard, he wondered? Untied knots would inevitably start her off. He made up his mind to listen to the tale with interest for the 20th time if it came, but it didn't come. "I am very old and lonely, and I need the best," she went on happily, half saying it to herself. Instantly he took her up, without surprise too. It was like a dream. "Quite so. The rest, the common stuff, is good enough," she chimed in quickly. "For Fräulein, or for baby, or for mother," he laughed. "Or any other," chuckled Miss Waghorn, "who needs a bit of sleep, but yet can do without it." She carried it on. Then both together, after a second's pause, "If they must," and burst out laughing. Goodness, how did she know the rhyme? Was it everywhere? Was thought running loose like wireless messages to be picked up by all who were in tune for acceptance? "Well, I never," he heard her exclaim. "If that's not a nursery rhyme of my childhood, then I've not heard for 60 years and more. I declare," she added with innocent effrontery, "I've not heard it since I was 10 years old, and I was born in 37, the year—" "Just fancy." He tried to stop her. "Queen Victoria came to the throne." Strange, he said more to himself than to anyone else. She did not contradict him. "You or me?" asked Monkey, who overheard. "All of us," he answered. "We all think the same things. It's a dream, I believe. The whole thing is a dream." "It's a fact, though," said Miss Waghorn with decision. "And now I must go and write my letters, and then finish a bit of lace I'm doing. You will excuse me." She rose, made a little bow, and left the table. Mother watched her go. "What has come over the old lady?" she thought. "She seems to be getting back her mind and memory, too. How very odd." In the afternoon, Henry Rogers had been into Neuchâtel. It seemed he had some business there of a rather private nature. He was very mysterious about it, evading several offers to accompany him, and after supper he retired early to his own room in the carpenter's house. And, since he now was the principal attraction, a sort of magnet that drew the train of younger folk into his neighborhood. The pension emptied, and the English family, deprived of their leader, went over to the den. Partir à l'anglaise, laughed the widow Jacquire, as she saw them file away downstairs, and then she sighed. Some day, when the children were older and needed a different education, they would all go finally. Down these very stairs they would go into the street. She loved them for themselves, but also the English family was a permanent source of income to her and the chief. They stayed on in the winter, when boarders were few and yet living expenses doubled. She sighed and fluttered into her tiny room to take her finery off, finery that had once been worn in Scotland and had reached her by way of Cook and La Petite Vitesse in the magic box. And presently she fluttered out again and summoned her sister. The postmaster had gone to bed. The kitchen girl was washing up the last dishes. Miss Waghorn would hardly come down again. The salon was deserted. "Come, Anita," she cried, yet with a hush of excitement in her voice. "We will have an evening of it. Bring the soucoupe with you while I prepare the little table." In her greasy kitchen apron, Anita came. Zizi, her boy, came with her. Madame Jacquire, with her flowing garment that was tea gown, garden dress, and dressing gown all in one, looked really like a witch, her dark hair all askew and her eyes shining with mysterious anticipation. "We'll ask the spirits for help and guidance," she said to herself, lest the boy should overhear. For Zizi often helped them with their amateur planchette, only they told him it was electricity. La magnétisme, le fluide, was the term they generally made use of. Its vagueness covered all possible explanations with just the needed touch of confusion and suggestion in it. They settled down in a corner of the room where the ivy from the ceiling nearly touched their heads. The small round table was produced. The saucer, with an arrow penciled on its edge, was carefully placed upon the big sheet of paper which bore the letters of the alphabet and the words oui and non in the corners. The light behind them was half veiled by ivy. The rest of the old room lay in comparative darkness. Through the half-open door a lamp shone upon the oilcloth in the hall, showing the stains and the worn, streaked patches where the boards peeped through. The house was very still. They began with a little prayer, to "Ce qui écoute," and then each of them placed a finger on the rim of the upturned saucer, waiting in silence. They were a study in darkness, those three pointing fingers. "Zizi, tu as beaucoup de fluide ce soir, oui?" whispered the widow after a considerable interval. "Oh, comme d'habitude." He shrugged his shoulders. He loved these mysterious experiments, but he never claimed much fluid until the saucer moved, jealous of losing his reputation as a storehouse of this strange human electricity. Yet behind this solemn ritual that opened with prayer and invariably concluded with hope renewed and courage strengthened ran the tragic element that no degree of comedy could kill. In the hearts of the two old women, ever fighting their uphill battle with adversity, burned the essence of big faith, the faith that plays with mountains. Hidden behind the curtain, an indulgent onlooker might have smiled, but tears would have wet his eyes before the smile could have broadened into laughter. Tante Jean, indeed, had heard that the subconscious mind was held to account for the apparent intelligence that occasionally betrayed itself in the laboriously spelled replies. She even made use of the word from time to baffle Zizi's too importunate inquiries. But after le subconscient, she always tacked on fluide, magnétisme, or électricité, lest he should be frightened, or she should lose her way. And of course she held to her belief that spirits produced the phenomena. A subconscious mind was a cold and comfortless idea. And as usual, the saucer told them exactly what they had desired to know, suggested ways and means that hid already in the mind of one or other, yet in stammered sentences that included just enough surprise or turn of phrase to confirm their faith and save their self-respect. It was their form of prayer, and with whole hearts they prayed. Moreover, they acted on what was told them. Had they discovered that it was merely the content of their subconscious mind revealing thus its little hopes and fears, they would have lost their chief support in life. God and religion would have suffered a damaging eclipse. Big scaffolding in their lives would have collapsed. Doubtless, Tante Jean did not knowingly push the saucer, neither did the weighty index finger of the concentrated cook deliberately exert muscular pressure, nor similarly was Zizi aware that the weight of his entire hand helped to urge the dirty saucer across the slippery surface of the paper in whatever direction his elders thus indicated. But one and all knew subconsciously the exact situation of consonants and vowels, that we lay in the right-hand corner and no in the left. And neither Zizi nor his mother dared hint to their leader not to push, because she herself monopolized that phrase, saying repeatedly to them both, Mais il ne faut pas pousser. Légèrement avec les doigts, toujours très légèrement, sans qu'il n'y a pas de velours to compel. Zizi inserted an occasional electrical question. It was discreetly ignored always. They asked about the bank payments, the mortgages, the future of their much-loved old house, and of themselves. And the answers, so vague concerning any detailed things to come, were very positive indeed about the bank. They were to go and interview the manager 3 days from now. They had already meant to go, only the date was undecided. The corroboration of the spirits was required to confirm it. This settled it. 3 days from tonight. Tu vois, whispered Tante Jean, glancing mysteriously across the table at her sister. 3 days from now. That explains your dream about the 3 birds. Aha, tu vois. She leaned back, supremely satisfied, and the sister gravely bowed her head, while Zizi looked up and listened intently without comprehension. He felt a little alarm, perhaps tonight. For this night there was indeed something new in the worn old ritual. There was a strange, uncalculated element in it all, unexpected and fearfully thrilling to all 3. Zizi, for the first time, had his doubts about its being merely electricity. C'est d'une puissance extraordinaire, was the widow's whispered, eager verdict. C'est que j'ai énorme de fluide ce soir, declared Zizi with pride and confidence, yet mystified. The other 2 exchanged frequent glances of surprise, of wonder, of keen expectancy and anticipation. There was certainly a new influence at work tonight. They even felt a touch of faint dread. The widow, her ruling passion strong even before the altar, looked down anxiously once or twice at her disreputable attire. It was vivid as that, this acute sense of another presence that pervaded the room, not merely hung about the little table. She could be invisible to the pension by the magic of old established habit, but she could not be so to the true invisibles, and they saw her in this unbecoming costume. She forgot, too, the need of keeping Zizi in the dark. He must know some day. What did it matter when? She tidied back her wandering hair with her free hand and drew the faded garment more closely round her neck. "Are you cold?" asked her sister with a hush in her voice. "You feel the cold air, all of a sudden?" "I do, maman," Zizi answered. "It's blowing like a wind across my hand. What is it?" He was shivering. He looked over his shoulder nervously. There was a heavy step in the hall, and a figure darkened the doorway. All 3 gave a start. "J'ai sommeil," announced the deep voice of the postmaster. This meant that the boy must come to bed. It was the sepulchral tone that made them jump, perhaps. Zizi got up without a murmur. He was glad to go, really. He slept in the room with his parents. His father, an overcoat thrown over his night things, led him away without another word, and the two women resumed their séance. The saucer moved more easily and swiftly now that Zizi had gone. C'est toi qui as le fluide, each said to the other. But in the excitement caused by this queer new element in the proceedings, the familiar old routine was forgotten. Napoleon and Marie Antoinette were brushed aside to make room for this important personage who suddenly descended upon the saucer from an unknown star with the statement it took half an hour to spell. Je viens d'une étoile très éloignée qui n'a pas encore de nom. There is a starry light in the room. It was above your head just now, whispered the widow, enormously excited. I saw it plainly. She was trembling. That explains the clouds in my dream, was the tense reply, as they both peered round them into the shadows with a touch of awe. Now, give all your attention. This has an importance, but you know, an importance. She could not get the degree of importance into any words. She looked it instead, leaving the sentence eloquently incomplete. For certainly into the quaint ritual of these two honest, troubled old women there crept then a hint of something that was uncommon and uplifting. That it came through themselves is as sure as that it spelt out detailed phrases of encouragement and guidance with regard to their coming visit to the bank. That they both were carried away by it into joy and the happiness of sincere relief of mind is equally a fact. That their receptive mood attuned them to overhear subconsciously messages of thought that flashed across the night from another mind in sympathy with their troubles. A mind hard at work that very moment in the carpenter's house was not known to them, nor would it have brought the least explanatory comfort even if they had been told of it. They picked up these starry telegrams of unselfish thinking that flamed towards them through the midnight sky from an eager mind elsewhere busily making plans for their benefit. And reaching them subconsciously, their deep subconsciousness urged the dirty saucer to the spelling of them, word by word and letter by letter. The flavor of their own interpretation, of course, crept in to mar and sometimes to obliterate. The instruments were gravely imperfect, but the messages came through, and with them came the great feeling that the Christian calls answered prayer. They had such absolute faith. They had belief. Go to the bank. Help awaits you there, and I shall go with you to direct and guide. This was the gist of that message from Un étoile très éloignée. They copied it out in violet ink with a pen that scratched like the point of a pin. And when they stole upstairs to bed long after midnight, there was great joy and certainty in their fighting old hearts. There was a perfume of flowers, of lilacs and wisteria in the air, as if the whole garden had slipped in by the back door and was unable to find its way out again. They dreamed of stars and starlight. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 21. La vie est au combat chauchant fête. Les ilus y verharien. The excitement a few days later spread through the village like a flame. People came out of their way to steal a glance at the pension that now, for the first time in their memory, was free of debt. Giggy, tolling the bell at midi, forgot to stop as he peered through the narrow window in the church tower and watched the widow Hiquier planting and digging recklessly in her garden. Several came running down the street thinking it was a warning of fire. But the secret was well kept. No one discovered who had worked the miracle. Pride sealed the lips of the beneficiaries themselves, while the inhabitants of the citadel, who alone shared the knowledge, kept the facts secret, as in honor bound. Everyone wondered, however, for everyone knew that the sum ran into several thousand francs, and 1,000 francs was a fortune. The rich man in the corner house, who owned so many vineyards and was reputed to enjoy an income of 10,000 francs a year, was always referred to as le millionnaire. And so the story spread that Madame Hecker had inherited a fortune, none knew whence. The tradespeople treated her thereafter with a degree of respect that sweetened her days till the end of life. She had come back from the bank in a fainting condition, the sudden joy too much for her altogether. A remote and inaccessible air pervaded her, for all the red of her inflamed eyes and tears. She was aloof from the world, freed at last from the ceaseless, gnawing anxiety that for years had eaten her life out. The spirits had justified themselves, and faith and worship had their just reward. But this was only the first immediate effect. It left her greater than it found her, this unexpected, huge relief, brimming with new sympathy for others. She doubled her gifts. She planned a wonderful new garden. That night she ordered such a quantity of bulbs and seedlings that to this day they never have been planted. Her interview with Henry Rogers, when she called at the carpenter's house in all her finery, cannot properly be told, for it lay beyond his powers of description. Her sister accompanied her, the postmaster too, snatched 15 minutes from his duties to attend. The ancient tall hat, worn only at funerals as a rule, was replaced by the black trilby that had been his portion from the magic box, as he followed the excited ladies at a reasonable distance. "You had better show yourself," his wife suggested. "Monsieur Rogeris would like to see you with us, to know that you are there," which meant that he was not to interfere with the actual Thanksgiving, but to countenance the occasion with his solemn presence. And, indeed, he did not go upstairs. He paced the road beneath the windows during the interview, looking exactly like a professional mourner waiting for the arrival of the hearse. "My dear old friends, I mean," said Rogers in his fluent and very dreadful French. "If you only knew what a pleasure it is to me, it is I who should thank you for giving me the opportunity, not you who should thank me." The sentence broke loose utterly, wandering among intricacies of grammar and subjunctive moods that took his breath away as he poured it out. "I was only afraid you would think it unwarrantable interference. I am delighted that you would let me do it. It's such a little thing to do." Both ladies instantly wept. The widow came closer with a little rush. Whether Rogers actually embraced or no, it is not stated officially. "It is a loan, of course it is a loan," cried the widow. "It is a present," he said firmly, loathing the scene. "It's a part repayment for all the kindness you showed me here as a boy, years and years ago." Then, remembering that the sister was not known to him in those faraway days, he added clumsily, "And since I came back, and now let's say no more, but just keep the little secret to ourselves. It's nobody's business but our own." "A present!" gasped both ladies to one another, utterly overcome. And finding nothing else to embrace, they flung their arms about each other's necks, and praised the Lord, and wept more copiously than ever. Grand Ciel was heard so frequently and so loudly that Madame Micod, the carpenter's wife, listening on the stairs, made up her mind it was a quarrel, and wondered if she ought to knock at the door and interfere. "I see your husband in the road," said Rogers, tapping at the window. "I think he seems waiting for you. Or perhaps he has a telegram for me, do you think?" He bowed and waved his hand, smiling as the postmaster looked up in answer to the tapping and gravely raised his trilby hat. "There now. He's calling for you. Do not keep him waiting, I'm sure." He didn't know what to say or how else to get them out. He opened the door. The farewells took some time, though they would meet an hour later at Dijonny as usual. "At least you shall pay us no more pension," was the final sentence as they flounced downstairs, so happy and excited that they nearly tumbled over each other, and sharing one handkerchief to dry their tears. "Then I shall buy my own food and cook it here," he laughed, and somehow managed to close his door upon the retreating storm. Out of the window he saw the procession go back, the somber figure of the postmaster 20 yards behind the other two. And then, with joy in his heart, though a sigh of relief upon his lips, there may have been traces of a lump somewhere in his throat as well, but if so, He did not acknowledge it. He turned to his letters and found among them a communication from Herbert Montmorency Minks, announcing that he had found an ideal site and that it cost so and so much per acre. Also, that the city council had made no difficulties. There was a hint, moreover, a general flavor of resentment and neglect at his master's prolonged absence, that it would not be a bad thing for the great scheme if Mr. Rogers could see his way to return to London before very long. Bother the fellow, thought he. What a nuisance he is, to be sure. And he answered him at once. Do not trouble about the site just yet, he wrote. There is no hurry for the moment. He made a rapid calculation in his head. He had paid those mortgages out of the capital, and the sum represented just about the cost of the site Minks mentioned, but results were immediate. There was no loss, no waste in fees and permits and taxes. Each penny did its work. There's a site gone anyhow, he laughed to himself. The foundation will go next, then the walls. But at any rate, they needed it. The commune charity would have had him at the end of the month. They're my neighbors, after all. And I must find out from them who else in the village needs a leg up. For these people are worth helping, and I can see exactly where every penny goes. Bit by bit, as it would seem, the great scheme for disabled thingamagigs was being undermined. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 22. And those who are good shall be happy. They shall sit in a golden chair. They shall splash at a 10-league canvas with brushes of comet's hair. They shall have real saints to paint from, Magdalene, Peter, and Paul. They shall work for an age at a sitting, and never get tired at all. And only the master shall praise them, and only the master shall blame, and no one shall work for money, and no one shall work for fame, but each for the joy of the working, and each in his separate star, shall draw the thing as he sees it, for the God of things as they are. R. Kipling. And meanwhile, as May ran laughing to meet June, an air of colored wonder spread itself about the entire village. Rogers had brought it with him from that old Kentish garden somehow. His journey there had opened doors into a region of imagination and belief, whence Fairyland poured back upon his inner world, transfiguring common things. And this transfiguration he unwittingly put into others, too. Through this very ordinary man swept powers that usually are left behind with childhood. The childhood aspect of the world invaded all who came in contact with him, enormous, radiant, sparkling, charged with questions of wonder and enchantment. And everyone felt it according to their ability of reconstruction. Yet he himself had not the least idea that he did it all. It was a reformation, very tender, soft, and true. For wonder, of course, is the basis of all inquiry. Interpretation varies, facts remain the same, and to interpret is to recreate. Wonder leads to worship. It insists upon recreation, prerogative of all young life. The Starlight Express ran regularly every night, Jimbo having constructed a perfect timetable that answered all requirements, and was sufficiently elastic to fit instantly any scale that time and space demanded. Rogers and the children talked of little else, and their adventures in the daytime seemed curiously fed by details of information gleaned elsewhere. But where? The details welled up in one and all, though whence they came remained a mystery. I believe we dream a lot of it, said Jimbo. It's a lot of dreams we have at night, Comfa. He had made a complete map of railway lines with stations everywhere, in forest, sky, and mountains. He carried stations in his pocket, and just dropped one out of the carriage window whenever a passenger shouted, "Let's stop here." But Monkey, more intellectual, declared it was all Cousin Henry's invention and make-up, although she asked more questions than all the others put together. Jinny, her sister, stared and listened with her puzzled, moth-like expression, while Mother watched and marveled cautiously from a distance. In one and all, however, the famished sense of wonder interpreted life anew. It named the world afresh, the world of common things. It subdued the earth unto itself. What a mind creates, it understands. Through the familiar, these adventurers traced lines of discovery into the unfamiliar. They understood. They were up to their waists in wonder. There was still disorder, of course, in their great reconstruction, but that was where the exciting fun came in, for disorder involves surprise. Any moment, out might pop the unexpected, event or person. Cousin Henry was easily leader now. While Daddy remained absorbed with his marvelous new story, enthusiastic and invisible, they ran about the world at the heels of this busy engineer, as Jane Ann entitled him. He had long ago told them with infinite and exact detail of his journey to the garden and his rediscovery of the sprites forgotten during his 20 years of business life. And these sprites were as familiar to them now as those of their own childhood. They little knew that at night they met and talked with them. Daddy had put them all into the Wumble book, achieving mediocre success with the rhymes, but amply atoning with the illustrations. The woman of the haystack was evidently a monster, pure and simple, till Jinny announced that she merely had elephantitis, and thus explained her satisfactorily. The lamplighter, with shining feet, taking enormous strides from Neuchâtel to a London slum, putting fire into eyes and hearts en route, thrilled them by his radiant speed and ubiquitous activity, while his doggerel left them coldly questioning. For the rhymes did not commend themselves to their sense of what was proper in the use of words. His natural history left them unconvinced, though the anatomy of the drawing fascinated them. He walked upon his toes as softly as a saying does, for so the saying goes. That he walked upon his toes was all right, but that he walked softly as a saying meant nothing, even when explained that thus the saying goes. Poor old Daddy, was Jinny's judgment. He's got to write something, you see, he is an author. Some day he'll get his testimonial. It was Cousin Henry who led them with a surer, truer touch. He always had an adventure up his sleeve, something their imaginations could accept and recreate. Each in their own way, they supplied interpretations as they were able. Every walk they took together furnished the germ of an adventure. "But I'm not exciting today," he would object, thirsting for a convincing compliment that should persuade him to take them out. Only the compliment never came quite as he hoped. "Everybody's exciting somewhere," said Monkey, leading the way and knowing he would follow. "We'll go to the Windwood." Jimbo took his hand then, and they went. Corners of the forest had names now, born of stories and adventures he had placed there. The Windwood, the Cuckoo Wood, where Daddy could not sleep because the beastly cuckoo made such a noise, the wood where Mother fell, and so on. No walk was wholly unproductive. And so, one evening after supper, they escaped by the garden, crossed the field where the standing hay came to their waists, and climbed by forest paths towards the Windwood. It was a spot where giant pines stood thinly, allowing a view across the lake towards the Alps. The moss was thick and deep. Great boulders covered with lichen lay about, and there were fallen trees to rest the back against. Here he had told them once his vision of seeing the wind, and the name had stuck, for the story had been very vivid, and every time they felt the wind or heard it stirring in the treetops, they expected to see it too. There were blue winds, black winds, and winds, violent these, of purple and flaming scarlet. They lay down, and Cousin Henry made a fire. The smoke went up in thin, straight lines of blue, melting into the sky. The sun had set half an hour before, and the flush of gold and pink was fading into twilight. The glamour of Bruxelles dropped down upon all three. They ought to have been in bed, hence the particular enjoyment. "Are you getting excited now?" asked Monkey, nestling in against him. "Hush," he said. "Can't you hear it coming?" "The excitement?" she inquired under her breath. "No, the night. Keep soft and silent, if you can." "Tell us, please, at once," both children begged him instantly, for the beauty of the place and hour demanded explanation, and explanation, of course, must be in story or adventure form. The fire crackled faintly, the smell crept out like incense, the lines of smoke coiled upwards and seemed to draw the tree stems with them. Indeed, they formed a pattern together, big, thick trunks marking the uprights at the corners, and wavy smoke lines weaving a delicate structure in between them. It was a kind of growing, moving scaffolding. Saying nothing, Cousin Henry pointed to it with his finger. He traced its general pattern for them in the air. "That's the scaffolding of the night beginning," he whispered presently, feeling adventure press upon him. "Oh, I say," said Jimbo, sitting up, and pretending as usual more comprehension than he actually possessed. But his sister instantly asked, "What is it, the scaffolding of the night? A sort of cathedral, you mean?" How she divined his thought and snatched it from his mind always, this nimble-witted child. His germ developed with a bound at once. "More a palace than a cathedral," he whispered. "Night is a palace and has to be built afresh each time. Twilight rears the scaffolding first, then hangs the night upon it. Otherwise the darkness would simply fall in lumps and lie about in pools and blocks unfinished, a ruin instead of a building. Everything must have a scaffolding first. Look how beautifully it's coming now," he added, pointing. "Each shadow in its place, and all the lines of gray and black fitting exactly together like a skeleton. Have you never noticed it before?" Jimbo, of course, had noticed it, his manner gave them to understand, but had not thought it worth while mentioning until his leader drew attention to it. "Just as trains must have rails to run on," he explained across Cousin Henry's intervening body to Monkey, "or else there'd be accidents and things all the time. And night would be a horrid darkness like a plague in Egypt," she supposed, adroitly defending herself and helping her cousin at the same time. "Wouldn't it?" she added, as the shadows drew magically nearer from the forest and made the fire gradually grow brighter. The children snuggled closer to their cousin's comforting bulk, shivering a little. The woods went whispering together. Night shook her velvet skirts out. "Yes, everything has its pattern," he answered, "from the skeleton of a child or a universe to the outline of a thought. Even a dream must have its scaffolding," he added, feeling their shudder and leading it towards fun and beauty. "Insects, birds, and animals all make little scaffoldings with their wee emotions, especially kittens and butterflies. Engine drivers, too." For he felt Jimbo's hand steal into his own and go to sleep there. "But particularly little beasties that live in holes under stones and in fields. When a little mouse in wonder flicks its whiskers at the thunder, it makes a tiny scaffolding behind which it hides in safety, shuddering. Same with Daddy's stories. Thinking and feeling does the trick. Then imagination comes and builds it up solidly with bricks and wallpapers." He told them a great deal more, but it cannot be certain that they heard it all, for there were other excitements about, besides their cousin. The fire, the time, the place, and above all, this marvelous coming of the darkness. They caught words here and there, but thought went its own independent way with each little eager mind. He had started the machinery going, that was all. Interpretation varied, facts remained the same, and meanwhile twilight brought the scaffolding of night before their eyes. "You can see the lines already," he murmured sleepily, "like veins against the sunset. Look!" All saw the shadowy, slim rafters slip across the paling sky, mapping its emptiness with intricate design. Like an enormous spider's web of fine dark silk, it bulged before the wind. The trellis work, slung from the sky, hung loose. It moved slowly, steadily, from east to west, trailing gray sheets of dusk that hung from every filament. The maze of lines bewildered sight. In all directions shot the threads of coming darkness, spun from the huge body of night that still hid invisible below the horizon. "They're fastening onto everything. Look," whispered Cousin Henry, kicking up a shower of sparks with his foot. "The pattern's being made before your eyes. Don't you see the guy ropes?" And they saw it actually happen. From the summits of the distant Alps ran filmy lines of ebony that knotted themselves onto the crests of the pines beside them. There were so many, no eye could follow them. They flew and darted everywhere, dropping like needles from the sky itself, sewing the tent of darkness onto the main supports, and threading the starlight as they came. Night slowly brought her beauty and her mystery upon the world. The filmy pattern opened. There was a tautness in the lines that made one feel they would twang with delicate music if the wind swept its hand more rapidly across them. And now and again all vibrated, each line making an ellipse between its fastened ends, then gradually settling back to its thin, almost invisible bed. Cables of thick, elastic darkness steadied them. How much of it all the children realized themselves, or how much flashed into them from their cousin's mind, is, of course, a thing not even a bat can tell. "Is that why bats fly in such a muddle, like a puzzle?" "Of course," he said. The bats were at last explained. They built their little pictures for themselves. No living being can lie on the edge of a big pine forest when twilight brings the darkness without the feeling that everything becomes too wonderful for words. The children, as ever, fed his fantasy while he thought he did it all himself. Dusk wore a shroud to entangle the too eager stars and make them stay. "I never noticed it before," murmured Monkey against his coat sleeve. "Does it happen every night like this?" "You only see it if you look very closely," was the low reply. "You must think hard, very hard. The more you think, the more you'll see." "But really," asked Jimbo, "it's only crépuscule comme ça, isn't it?" And his fingers tightened on his leader's hand. "Dusk, yes," answered Cousin Henry softly. "Only dusk. But people everywhere are watching it like ourselves and thinking feather thoughts. You can see the froth of stars flung up over the crest of night. People are watching it from windows and fields and country roads everywhere, wondering what makes it so beautiful. It brings yearnings and long, long desires. Only a few like ourselves can see the lines of scaffolding, but everybody who thinks about it and loves it makes it more real for others to see, too. Daddy's probably watching it, too, from his window." "I wonder if Jinny ever sees it," Monkey asked herself. But Jimbo knew. "She's in it," he decided. "She's always in places like that. That's where she lives." The children went on talking to each other under their breath, and while they did so, Cousin Henry entered their little wondering minds. Or perhaps they entered his. It is difficult to say. Not even an owl, who is awfully wise about everything to do with night and darkness, could have told for certain. But anyhow, they all three saw more or less the same thing. The way they talked about it afterwards proves that. Their minds apparently merged, or else there was one big mirror and two minor side reflections of it. It was their cousin's interpretation, at any rate, that they remembered later. They brought the material for his fashioning. "Look!" cried Monkey, sitting up. "There are millions and millions now, lines everywhere, pillars and squares and towers. It's like a city. I can see lamps in every street." "That's stars," interrupted Jimbo. The stars indeed were peeping here and there already. I feel up there, he added. My inside, I mean. Up among the stars and lines and sky things. That's the mind wandering, explained the eldest child of the three. Always follow a wandering mind. It's quite safe. Mine's going presently, too. We'll all go off together. Several little winds, released by darkness, passed them just then on their way out of the forest. They gathered 6 sparks from the fire to light them on their way, and brought cool odors with them from the deepest recesses of the trees, perfumes no sunlight ever finds. And just behind them came a big white moth, booming and whirring softly. It darted to and fro to find the trail, then vanished so swiftly that no one saw it go. He's pushing it along, said Jimbo. Or fastening the lines, his sister thought. You see he hovers in one place, then darts over to another. That's fastening the knots, added Jimbo. No, he's either an inspector or a pathfinder, whispered Cousin Henry. I don't know exactly which. They show the way the scaffolding goes. Moths, bats, and owls divide the work between them somehow. He sat up suddenly to listen, and the children sat up with him. Hark, he added, do you hear that? Sighings and flutterings rose everywhere about them, and overhead the fluffy spires of the treetops all bent one way as the winds went foraging across the night. Majestically, the scaffolding reared up and towered through the air, while sheets of darkness hung from every line and trailed across the earth like gigantic sails from some invisible vessel. Loose and enormous, they gradually unfolded, then suddenly swung free and dropped with a silent dip and rush. Night swooped down upon the leagues of Jura forest. She spread her tent across the entire range. The threads were fastened everywhere now, and the uprights all in place. Moths were busy in all directions, showing the way, while bats by the dozen darted like black lightning from corner to corner, making sure that every spar and beam was fixed and steady. So exquisitely woven was the structure that it moved past them overhead without the faintest sound, yet so frail and so elastic that the whirring of the moths sent ripples of quivering movement through the entire framework. Hush, murmured Rogers. We're properly inside it now. Don't think of anything in particular. Just follow your wandering minds and wait. The children lay very close against him. He felt their warmth and the breathing of their little bosoms. All three moved sympathetically with the rhythm of the dusk. The inside of each went floating up into the darkening sky. The general plan of the scaffolding they clearly made out as they passed among its myriad mile-long rafters, but the completed temple, of course, they never saw. Black darkness hides that ever. Night's secret mystery lies veiled finally in its innermost chamber, whence it steals forth to enchant the mind of men with its strange bewilderment. But the twilight scaffolding they saw clearly enough to make a map of it, for Daddy afterwards drew it from their description and gave it an entire page in the Wumble book, Monkey ladling on the color with her camel's hair brush as well as she could remember. It was a page to take the breath away, the big conception blundering clumsily behind the crude reconstruction. Great winds formed the base, winds of brown and blue and purple, piled mountainously upon each other in motionless coils, and so soft that the upright columns of the structure plunged easily and deeply into them. Thus the framework could bend and curve and sway, moving with steady glide across the landscape, yet never collapsing nor losing its exquisite proportions. The forests shored it up. Its stays and bastions were the Jura precipices. It rested on the shoulders of the hills. From vineyard, field, and lake, vast droves of thick gray shadows trooped in to curtain the lower halls of the colossal edifice, as chamber after chamber disappeared from view, and night clothed the structure from the ground floors upwards. and far overhead a million tiny scarves, half sunset and half dusk, wove into little ropes that lashed the topmost spars together, dovetailing them neatly and fastening them at last with whole clusters of bright thin stars. "Oh," breathed Jimbo with a delicious shudder of giddiness, "let's climb to the very tip and see all the trains and railway stations in the world." "Wait till the moon comes up and puts the silver rivets in," the leader whispered. "It'll be safer then. My weight, you know." "There she is," interrupted Monkey with a start, "and there's no such thing as a weight." For the moon that instant came up, it seemed with a rush, and the line of distant Alps moved forward, blocked vividly against the silvery curtain that she brought. Her sight ran instantly about the world. Between the trees shot balls of yellowish white, unfolding like ribbon as they rolled. They splashed the rocks and put shining pools in the hollows among the moss. Spangles shone on Monkey's hair and eyes, skins and faces all turned faintly radiant. The lake, like a huge reflector, flashed its light up into the heavens. The moon laid a coating of her ancient and transfiguring paint upon the enormous structure, festooning the entire sky. "She's put the silver rivets in," said Jimbo. "Now we can go," whispered Rogers. "Only remember, it's a giddy business, rather." All three went fluttering after it, floating, rising, falling, like fish that explore a sunken vessel in their own transparent medium. The elastic structure bore them easily as it swung along. Its enormous rhythm lulled their senses with a deep and drowsy peace, and as they climbed from story to story, it is doubtful if the children caught their leader's words at all. There were no echoes, the spaces were too vast for that, and they swung away from spar to spar, and from rafter to rafter, as easily as acrobats on huge trapezes. Jimbo and Monkey shot upwards into space. "I shall explore the lower stories first," he called after them, his words fluttering in feathers of sound far up the vault. "Keep the fire in sight to guide you home again." And he moved slowly towards the vast ground-floor chambers of the night. Each went his independent way along the paths of reverie and dream. He found himself alone. For he could not soar and float as they did. He kept closer to the earth, wandering through the underchambers of the traveling building that swung its way over vineyards, woods, and village roofs. He kept more in touch with earth than they did. The upper sections where the children climbed went faster than those lower halls and galleries, so that the entire framework bent over, breaking ever into a crest of foaming stars. But in these underhalls where he stood and watched, there was far less movement. From century to century, these remained the same. Between the bases of the mighty columns, he watched the wave of darkness drown the world, leading it with a rush of silence towards sleep. For the children, night meant play and mischief. For himself, it meant graver reverie. These were the chambers, clearly, of ancestral sleep and dream. They seemed so familiar and well known. Behind him blinked the little friendly fire in the forest, link with the outer world he must not lose. He would find the children there when he went back, lively from their scamper among the stars, and meanwhile he was quite content to wander down these corridors in the floor of night and taste their deep repose. For years he had not visited or known them. The children had led him back, although he did not realize it. He believed, on the contrary, that it was he who led and they who followed. For true leadership is ever inspired, making each follower feel that he goes first and of his own free will. "Jimbo, you flickery sprite, where are you now?" he called, suddenly noticing how faint the little fire had grown with distance. A lonely wind flew down upon him with a tiny shout. "Up here, at the very top, with Daddy. He's making notes in a tower room all by himself." Rogers could not believe his ears. Daddy, indeed! "Is Monkey with you, and is she safe?" "She's helping Daddy balance. The walls aren't finished, and he's on a fearful ledge. He's after something or other for his story, he says." It seemed impossible, Daddy skylarking on the roof of night and making notes. Yet with a moment's reflection the impossibility vanished, surprise went after it. It became natural, right, and true. Daddy, of course, sitting by his window in the carpenter's house, had seen the twilight scaffolding sweep past and had climbed into it. Its beauty had wrapped him out and away. In the darkness his mind wandered, too, gathering notes subconsciously for his wonderful new story. "Come down here to me," he cried, as a man cries in his sleep, making no audible sound. "There's less risk among the foundations." And down came Daddy with an immediate rush. He arrived in a bundle, then straightened up. The two men stood side by side in these subterraneans of the night. "You," whispered Rogers, trying to seize his hand, while the other evaded him, hiding behind a shadow. "Don't touch me," he murmured breathlessly. "You'll scatter my train of thought. Think of something else at once, please." He moved into thicker shadows, half disappearing. "I'm after something that suddenly occurred to me for my story." "What is it? I'll think it with you," his cousin called after him. "You'll see it better if I do. Tell me." "A train that carries thought as this darkness carries stars. A starlight express," was the quick reply. "And a cavern where lost starlight gathers, till its wanted sort of terminus of the railway. They belong to the story somewhere, if only I can find them and fit them in. Starlight binds all together as thought and sympathy bind minds." Rogers thought hard about them. Instantly his cousin vanished. "Thank you," ran a faint whisper among the pillars. "I'm on their trail again now. I must go up again. I can see better from the top." And the voice grew fainter and higher and further off with each word till it died away completely into silence. Daddy went chasing his inspiration through the scaffolding of reverie and dream. "We did something for him the other night, after all, then," thought Rogers with delight. "Of course," dropped down a wee, faint answer from above, as the author heard him thinking. "You did a lot. I'm partly out at last. This is where all the patterns hide. Awake, I only get their dim reflections, broken and distorted. This is reality, not that. Ha ha! If only I can get it through, my lovely, beautiful pattern." You will," cried the other as the voice went fluttering through space. "Ask the children. Jimbo and Monkey are up there somewhere. They're the safest guides." Rogers gave a gulp and found that he was coughing. His feet were cold. A shudder ran across the feathery structure, making it tremble from the foundations to the forest of spires overhead. Jimbo came sliding down a pole of gleaming ebony. In a hammock of beams and rafters, swinging like a network of trapezes, Monkey swooped down after him, head first as usual. For the moon that moment passed behind a cloud, and the silver rivets started from their shadowy sockets. Clusters of star nails followed suit. The palace bent and tottered like a falling wave. Its pillars turned into trunks of pine trees. Its corridors were spaces through the clouds. Its chambers were great deeps between the mountain summits. "It's going too fast for sight," thought Rogers. "I can't keep up with it. Even the children have toppled off." But he still heard Daddy's laughter echoing down the lanes of darkness as he chased his pattern with yearning and enthusiasm. The huge structure with its towers and walls and platforms slid softly out of sight. The moonlight sponged its outlines from the sky. The scaffolding melted into darkness, moving further westwards as night advanced. Already it was over France and Italy, sweeping grandly across the sea, bewildering the vessels in its net of glamour, and filling with wonder the eyes of the lookout men at the mastheads. "The fire's going out," a voice was saying. Rogers heard it through a moment's wild confusion as he fell swiftly among a forest of rafters, beams, and shifting uprights. "I'll get more wood." The words seemed underground. A mountain wind rose up and brought the solid world about him. He felt chilly, shivered, and opened his eyes. There stood the solemn pine trees, thick and close. Moonlight flooded the spaces between them and lit their crests with silver. "This is the windwood," he remarked aloud, to reassure himself. Jimbo was bending over the fire, heaping on wood. Flame leaped up with a shower of sparks. He saw Monkey rubbing her eyes beside him. "I've had a dream of falling," she was saying, as she snuggled down closer into his side. "I didn't," Jimbo said. "I dreamed of a railway accident, and everybody was killed, except one passenger, who was Daddy. It fell off a high bridge. We found Daddy in the fourgon with the baggages, writing a story and laughing, making an awful row." "What did you dream, Cousin Henry?" asked Monkey, peering into his eyes in the firelight. "That my feet were cold because the fire had gone out," he answered, trying in vain to remember whether he had dreamed anything at all. "And that it's time to go home. I hear the curfew ringing." Someone whistled softly. They ought to have been in bed an hour ago. It was 10 o'clock, and Gigi was sounding the couvre-feu from the old church tower. They put the fire out and walked home arm in arm, separating with hushed good nights in the courtyard of the citadel. But Rogers did not hear the scolding Mother gave them when they appeared at the den door, for he went on at once to his own room in the carpenter's house, with the feeling that he had lived always in Bruxelles and would never leave it again. His scheme had moved bodily from London to the forest. And on the way upstairs he peeped a moment into his cousin's room, seeing a light beneath the door. The author was sitting beside the open window, with the lamp behind him and a notebook on his knees. Moonlight fell upon his face. He was sound asleep. "I won't wake him," thought his cousin, going out softly again. "He's dreaming of his wonderful new story, probably." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 23. Even as a luminous haze links star to star, I would supply all chasms with music, breathing mysterious motions of the soul, no way to be defined save in strange melodies. Paracelsus, R. Browning. Daddy's story, meanwhile, continued to develop itself with wonder and enthusiasm. It was unlike anything he had ever written. His other studies had the brilliance of dead precious stones, perhaps, but this thing moved along with a rushing life of its own. It grew, fed by sources he was not aware of. It developed of itself, changed and lived and flashed. Some creative fairy hand had touched him while he slept, perhaps. The starry sympathy poured through him, and he thought with his feelings as well as with his mind. At first he was half ashamed of it. The process was so new and strange. He even attempted to conceal his method because he could not explain or understand it. "This is emotional, not intellectual," he sighed to himself. "It must be second childhood. I'm old. They'll call it decadent." Presently, however, he resigned himself to the delicious flow of inspiration and let it pour out till it flowed over into his daily life as well. Through his heart it welled up and bubbled forth, a thing of children, starlight, woods, and fairies. Yet he was shy about it. He would talk about the story, but would not read it out. It's a new genre for me, he explained shyly. An attempt merely. We'll see what comes of it. My original idea, you see, has grown out of hand rather. I wake every morning with something fresh, as though— He hesitated a moment, glancing towards his wife. As if it came to me in sleep, he concluded. He felt her common sense might rather despise him for it. Perhaps it does, said Rogers. Why not? Said Mother, knitting on the sofa that was her bed at night. She had put her needles down and was staring at her husband. He stared at Rogers. All three stared at each other. Something each wished to conceal moved towards utterance and revelation, yet no one of them wished to be the first to mention it. A great change had come of late upon Bolsel. It no longer seemed isolated from the big world outside as before. Something had linked it up with the whole surrounding universe, and bigger, deeper currents of life flowed through it. And with the individual life of each it was the same. All dreamed the same enormous, splendid dream, yet dared not tell it, yet. Both parents realized vaguely that it was something their visitor had brought, but what could it be exactly? It was in his atmosphere, he himself least of all aware of it. It was in his thought, his attitude to life, yet he himself so utterly unconscious of it. It brought out all the best in everybody, made them feel hopeful, brighter, more courageous. Yes, certainly, he brought it. He believed in them, in the best of them. They lived up to it, or tried to. Was that it? Was it belief and vision that he brought into their lives, though unconsciously because these qualities lay so strongly in himself? Belief is constructive. It is what people are rather than what they preach that affects others. Two strangers meet and bow and separate without a word, yet each has changed. Neither leaves the other quite as he was before. In the society of children, moreover, one believes everything in the world for the moment. Belief is constructive and creative. It is doubt and cynicism that destroy. In the presence of a child, these latter are impossible. Was this the explanation of the effect he produced upon their little circle, the belief and wonder and joy of Fairyland? For a moment, something of this flashed through Daddy's mind. Mother, in her way, was aware of something similar, but neither of them spoke it. The triangular staring was its only evidence. Mother resumed her knitting. She was not given to impulsive utterance. Her husband once described her as a solid piece of furniture. She was. You see, said Daddy bravely, as the moment's tension passed, my original idea was simply to treat Bolsel as an epitome, a miniature, so to speak, of the big world, while showing how nature sweetened and kept it pure, as by a kind of alchemy. But that idea has grown. I have the feeling now that the Bolsel we know is a mere shadowy projection cast by a more real Bolsel behind. It is only the dream village we know in our waking life. The real one, we only know in sleep. There, it was partly out. Mother turned with a little start. You mean when we sleep? She asked. She knitted vigorously again at once, as though ashamed of this sudden betrayal into fantasy. Why not? She added, falling back upon her customary non-committal phrase. Yet this was not the superior attitude he had dreaded. She was interested. There was something she wanted to confess, if she only dared. Mother, too, had grown softer in some corner of her being. Something shone through her with a tiny golden radiance. But this idea is not my own, continued Daddy, dangerously near to mumbling. It comes through me only. It develops, apparently, when I'm asleep, he repeated. He sat up and leaned forward. "And I believe," he added, as on sudden reckless impulse, "it comes from you, Henry. Your mind, I feel, has brought this cargo of new suggestion and discharged it into me, into everyone, into the whole blessed village. Man, I think you've bewitched us all." Mother dropped a stitch, so keenly was she listening. A moment later she dropped a needle too, and the two men picked it up and handed it back together as though it weighed several pounds. "Well," said Roger slowly, "I suppose all minds pour into one another somewhere, in and out of one another, rather, and that there's a common stock or pool all draw upon according to their needs and power to assimilate. But I'm not conscious, old man, of driving anything deliberately into you. Only you think and feel these things vividly enough for me to get them too," said Daddy. Luckily, thought transference was not actually mentioned, or Mother might have left the room, or at least have betrayed an uneasiness that must have chilled them. "As a boy, I imagined pretty strongly," in a tone of apology, "but never since. I was in the city, remember, 20 years. "It's the childhood things, then," Daddy interrupted eagerly. "You've brought the great childhood imagination with you, the sort of gorgeous, huge, and endless power that goes on fashioning of its own accord, just as dreams do." "I did indulge in that sort of thing as a boy, yes," was the half-guilty reply. "But that was years and years ago, wasn't it?" "They have survived, then," said Daddy with decision. "The sweetness of this place has stimulated them afresh. The children," he glanced suspiciously at his wife for a moment, "have appropriated them too. It's a powerful combination." After a pause, he added, "I might develop that idea in my story, that you've brought back the sweet creations of childhood with you and captured us all, a sort of starry army." "Why not?" interpolated Mother, as who should say there was no harm in that. "They certainly have been full of mischief lately." "Creation is mischievous," murmured her husband. "But since you have come," he continued aloud, "how can I express it exactly? The days have seemed larger, fuller, deeper, the forest richer and more mysterious, the sky much closer, and the stars more soft and intimate. I dream of them, and they all bring me messages that help my story. Do you know what I mean? There were days formerly when life seemed empty, thin, peaked, impoverished, its scale of values horribly reduced, whereas now, since you've been up to your nonsense with the children, some tide stands at the full, and things are always happening." "Well, really, Daddy," said the expression on Mother's face and hands and knitting needles, "you are splendid today." But aloud she only repeated her little hold-all phrase, "Why not?" Yet somehow he recognized that she understood him better than usual. Her language had not changed. Things in Mother worked slowly, from within outwards as became her solid personality, but it held new meaning. He felt for the first time that he could make her understand, and more, that she was ready to understand. That is, he felt new sympathy with her. It was very delightful, stimulating. He instantly loved her more, and felt himself increased at the same time. "I believe a story like that might even sell," he observed, with a hint of reckless optimism. "People might recognize a touch of their own childhood in it, eh?" He longed for her to encourage him and pat him on the back. "True," said Mother, smiling at him. "For everyone likes to keep in touch with their childhood, if they can. It makes one feel young and hopeful, jolly, doesn't it? Why not?" Their eyes met. Something long put aside and buried under a burden of exaggerated care flashed deliciously between them. Rogers caught it flying and felt happy. Bridges were being repaired, if not newly built. Nature, you see, is always young, really, he said. It's full of children. The very meaning of the word, eh, John? Turning to his cousin, as who should say, we knew our grammar once. Natura, yes. Something about to produce. They laughed in their superior knowledge of a Latin word, but Mother, stirred deeply though she hardly knew why, was not to be left out. Would the bridge bear her, was perhaps her thought. And of the feminine gender, she added slyly, with a touch of pride. The bridge creaked, but did not give way. She said it very quickly. She had suddenly an air of bouncing on her sofa. Bravo, Mother, said her husband, looking at her, and there was a fondness in his voice that warmed and blessed and melted down into her. She had missed it so long that it almost startled her. There's the eternal old magic, Mother. You're right. And if I had more of you in me, more of the creative feminine, I should do better work, I'm sure. You must give it to me. She kept her eyes upon her needles. The others, being unobservant mere men, did not notice that the stitches she made must have produced queer kind of stockings if it continued. We'll be collaborators, Daddy added, in the tone of a boy building on the sands at Margate. I will, she said in a low voice, if only I knew how. Well, he answered enthusiastically, looking from one to the other, delighted to find an audience to whom he could talk of his new dream. You see, this is really a great jolly fairy tale I'm trying to write. I'm blessed if I know where the ideas come from, or how they pour into me like this, but anyhow, it's a new experience, and I want to make the most of it. I've never done imaginative work before, and, though it is a bit fantastical, mean to keep in touch with reality and show great truths that emerge from the commonest facts of life. The critics, of course, will blame me for not giving them the banal thing they expect from me, but what of that? He was dreadfully reckless. I see, said Mother, gazing open-mindedly into his face. But where does my help come in, please? She leaned back, half sighing, half smiling. Here's my life, she held up her needles, and that's the soul of prosaic dullness, isn't it? On the contrary, he answered eagerly, it's reality, it's courage, patience, heroism. You're a springboard for my fairy tale, though I'd never realized it before. I shall put you in, just as you are. You'll be one of the earlier chapters. Everyone'll skip me then, I'm afraid. Not a bit, he laughed gaily. They'll feel you all through the book. Their minds will rest on you. You'll be a foundation. Mother's there, they'll say, so it's all right. This isn't nonsense. We'll read on. And they will read on. I'm all through it, then. Like the binding that mothers the whole book, you see, put in Rogers, delighted to see them getting on so well, yet amazed to hear his cousin talk so openly with her of his idea. Daddy continued, unabashed and radiant. Hitherto, he knew, his wife's attitude, though never spoken, had been very different. She almost resented his intense preoccupation with stories that brought in so little cash. It would have been better if he taught English or gave lessons in literature for a small but regular income. He gave too much attention to these unremunerative studies of types she never met in actual life. She was proud of the reviews and pasted them neatly in a big book, but his help and advice on the practical details of the children's clothing and education were so scanty. Hers seemed ever the main burden. Now, for the first time, though she distrusted fantasy and deemed it destructive of action, She felt something real. She listened with a kind of believing sympathy. She noticed, moreover, with keen pleasure, that her attitude fed him. He talked so freely, happily about it all. Already her sympathy, crudely enough expressed, brought fuel to his fires. Someone had put starlight into her. He's been hungry for this all along, she reflected. I never realized it. I've thought only of myself without knowing it. Yes, I'll put you in, old mother, he went on. And Rogers and the children, too. In fact, you're in it already, he chuckled, if you want to know. Each of you plays his part all day long without knowing it. He changed his seat, going over to the windowsill and staring down upon them as he talked on eagerly. Do you feel, he said, enthusiasm growing and streaming from him, how all this village life is a kind of dream we act out against the background of the sunshine, while our truer, deeper life is hidden somewhere far below in half unconsciousness? Our daily doings are but the little bits that emerge, tips of acts and speech that poke up and out, masquerading as complete. In that vaster sea of life we lead below the surface lies my big story, my fairy tale, when we sleep. He paused and looked down questioningly upon them. When we sleep, he repeated impressively, struggling with his own thought. You, mother, while you knit and sew, slip down into that enormous undersea and get a glimpse of the colored pictures that pass eternally behind the veil. I do the same when I watch the twilight from my window in reverie. Sunshine obliterates them, but they go just the same. You call it daydreaming. Our waking hours are the clothes we dress the spirit in after its nightly journeys and activities. Imagination does not create so much as remember. Then, by transforming, it reveals. Mother sat staring blankly before her, utterly lost, while her husband flung these lumps of the raw material of his story at her, of its atmosphere, rather. Even Rogers felt puzzled, and hardly followed what he heard. The intricacies of an artistic mind were indeed bewildering. How in the world would these wild fragments weave together into any intelligible pattern? You mean that we travel when we sleep, he ventured, remembering a phrase that Minx had somewhere used, and that our real life is out of the body? His cousin was taking his thought, or was it originally Minx's, wholesale? Mother looked up gratefully. I often dream I'm flying, she put in solemnly. Lately, in particular, I've dreamed of stars and funny things like that a lot. Daddy beamed his pleasure. In my fairy tale, we shall all see stars, he laughed, and we shall all get out. For our thoughts will determine the kind of experience and adventure we have when the spirit is free and unhampered. And contrariwise, the kind of things we do at night, in sleep, in dream, will determine our behavior during the day. There's the importance of thinking rightly, you see. Out of the body is eternal, and thinking is more than doing. It's more complete. The waking days are brief intervals of test that betray the character of our hidden deeper life. We are judged in sleep. We last forever and ever. In the day, awake, we stand before the easel on which our adventures of the night have painted those patterns which are the very structure of our outer life's behavior. When we sleep, again we re-enter the main stream of our spirit's activity. In the day we forget, of course, as a rule, and most of us, but we follow the pattern just the same, unwittingly, because we can't help it. It's the mold we've made. Then your story, Rogers interrupted, will show the effect in the daytime of what we do at night. Is that it? It amazed him to hear his cousin borrowing thus the entire content of his own mind, sucking it out whole like a ripe plum from its skin.
"Of course," he answered. "And won't it be a lark?"
We'll all get out and sleep and go about the village together in a bunch, helping, soothing, cleaning up, and putting everybody straight, so that when they wake up they'll wonder why in the world they feel so hopeful, strong, and happy all of a sudden. We'll put thoughts of beauty into them. Beauty, you remember, which is a promise of happiness. "Ah," said Mother, seizing at his comprehensible scrap with energy, "that is a story." "If I don't get it wumbled in the writing down," her husband continued, fairly bubbling over. "You must keep me straight, remember, with your needles. Your practical aspirations, that is. I'll read it out to you bit by bit, and you'll tell me where I've dropped a stitch or used the wrong wool, eh?" "Mood?" she asked. "No, wool," he said, louder. There was a pause. "But you see my main idea, don't you? That the sources of our life lie hid with beauty very, very far away, and that our real, big, continuous life is spiritual, out of the body, as I shall call it. The waking day life uses what it can bring over from this enormous underrunning sea of universal consciousness where we're all together, splendid, free, untamed, and where thinking is creation, and we feel and know each other face to face. See? Sympathy, the great solvent, all linked together by thought as stars are by their rays. Ah, you get my idea. The great network?" He looked straight into his wife's eyes. They were opened very wide. Her mouth had opened a little too. She understood vaguely that he was using a kind of shorthand, really. These cryptic sentences expressed in emotional stenography mere odds and ends that later would drop into their proper places, translated into the sequence of acts that are the scaffolding of a definite story. This she firmly grasped, but no more. "It's grand, a wonderful job," she answered, sitting back upon the sofa with a sigh of relief, and again bouncing a little in the process, so that Rogers had a horrible temptation to giggle. The tension of listening had been considerable. "People, you mean, will realize how important thinking is, and that sympathy, and she hesitated, floundering. "Is the great way to grow," Rogers quickly helped her, "because by feeling with another person you add his mind to yours and so get bigger. And," turning to his cousin, "you're taking starlight as the symbol of sympathy? You told me that the other day, I remember." But the author did not hear or did not answer. His thought was far away in his dream again. The situation was saved. All the bridges had borne well. Daddy, having relieved his overcharged mind, seemed to have come to a full stop. The den was full of sunlight. A delightful feeling of intimacy wove the three humans together. Mother caught herself thinking of the far-off courtship days when their love ran strong and clear. She felt at one with her husband and remembered him as lover. She felt in touch with him all over. And Rogers was such a comfortable sort of person. Tact was indeed well named. Sympathy so delicately adjusted that it involved feeling with to the point of actual touch. Daddy came down from his perch upon the windowsill, stretched his arms, and drew a great happy sigh. "Mother," he added, rising to go out, "you shall help me, dearie. We'll write this great fairy tale of mine together, eh?" He stooped and kissed her, feeling love and tenderness and sympathy in his heart. "You brave old mother," he laughed. "We'll send Eddie to Oxford yet, see if we don't. A book like that might earn £100, or even £200. Another time she would have answered, though not bitterly, "Meanwhile I'll go on knitting stockings," or "Why not? We shall see what we shall see. Something, at any rate, corrective and rather sober, quenching. But this time she said nothing. She returned the kiss instead, without looking up from her needles, and a great big thing like an unborn child moved near her heart. He had not called her dearie for so long a time. It took her back to their earliest days together at a single disconcerting bound. She merely stroked his shoulder as he straightened up and left the room. Her eyes then followed him out, and he turned at the door and waved his hand. Rogers, to her relief, saw him to the end of the passage, and her handkerchief was out of sight again before he returned. As he came in, she realized even more clearly than before that he somehow was the cause of the changing relationship. He it was who brought this something that bridged the years, made old bridges safe to use again, and her love went out to him. He was a man she could open her heart to even. Patterns of starry beauty had found their way in and were working out in all of them. But Mother, of course, knew nothing of this. There was a tenderness in him that won her confidence. That was all she felt. Oh dear, she thought in her odd way, what a grand thing a man is, to be sure, when he's got that. It was like one of Jane Ann's remarks. As he came in, she had laid the stocking aside and was threading a needle for darning and buttons and the like. Threading the eye of a yellow star, eh? He laughed, and always at it. You've stirred old Daddy up this time. He's gone off to his story, simply crammed full. What a help and stimulus you must be to him. She said, quite flabbergasted, I only wish it were true, again. The last word slipped out by accident. She had not meant it. But Rogers ignored it, even if he noticed it. I never can help him in his work. I don't understand it enough. I don't understand it at all. She was ashamed to hedge with this man. She looked him straight in the eye. But he feels your sympathy, was his reply. It's not always necessary to understand. That might only muddle him. You help by wishing, feeling, sympathizing, believing. You really think so? She asked simply. What wonderful thoughts you have. One has read, of course, of wives who inspired their husbands' work, but it seemed to belong to books rather than to actual life. Rogers looked at her thoughtful, passionate face a moment before he answered. He realized that his words would count with her. They approached delicate ground. She had an absurd idea of his importance in their lives. She exaggerated his influence. If he said a wrong thing, its effect upon her would be difficult to correct. Well, he said, feeling mischief in him, I don't mind telling you that I should never have understood that confused idea of his story, but for one thing. What was that? She asked, relieved to feel more solid ground at last. That I saw the thing from his own point of view, he replied, because I have had similar thoughts all my life. I mean that he's bagged it all unconsciously out of my own mind, though, of course, he hastened to add, I could never, never have made use of it as he will. I could never give it shape and form. Mother began to laugh too. He caught the twinkle in her eyes. She bounced again a little on the springy sofa as she turned towards him, confession on her lips at last. And I do believe you felt it too, haven't you? He asked quickly, before she could change her mind. I've felt something, yes, she assented. Odd, unsettled, new things rushing everywhere about us. The children mysterious and up to all sorts of games and wickedness, and bright light over everything, like a scene in a theater somehow. It's exhilarating, but I can't quite make it out. It can't be right to feel so frivolous and jumpy about at my age, can it? You feel lighter, eh? She burst out laughing. Mother was a prosaic person. That is, she had strong common sense. Yet through her sober personality there ran like a streak of light some hint of fairy lightness, derived probably from her Celtic origin. Now, as Rogers watched her, he caught a flash of that raciness and swift mobility, that fluid protean elasticity of temperament which belonged to the fairy kingdom. The humor and pathos in her had been smothered by too much care. She accepted old age before her time. He saw her under other conditions, dancing, singing, full of aerial tricks and mischief, instead of eternally mending stockings and saving centimes for peat and oil and washerwomen. He even saw her feeding fantasy, poetry, to Daddy like a baby with a spoon. The contrast made him laugh out loud. "You've lived here 5 years," he went on, "but lived too heavily. Care has swamped imagination. I did the same, in the city for 20 years. It's all wrong. One has to learn to live carelessly as well as carefully. When I came here, I felt all astray at first, but now I see more clearly. The peace and beauty have soaked into me." He hesitated an instant, then continued. Even if she didn't grasp his meaning now with her brains, it would sink down into her and come through later. "The important things of life are very few, really. They stand out vividly here. You've both vegetated, fossilized, atrophied a bit. I discovered it in my own case when I went back to Crayfield, and—" He told her about his sentimental journey and how he found all the creations of his childhood's imagination still so alive and kicking in a forgotten backwater of his mind that they all hopped out and took objective form. The sprites, the Starlight Express, the boundless world of laughter, fun, and beauty. "And, without exactly knowing it, I suppose I've brought them all out here," he continued, seeing that she drank it in thirstily. "And, somehow or other, you have felt it and responded. It's not my doing, of course," he added. "It's simply that I'm the channel, as it were, and Daddy, with his somewhat starved artist's hunger of mind, was the first to fill it up. It's pouring through him now in a story, don't you see, but we're all in it." "In a way, yes, that's what I felt," Mother interrupted. "It's all a kind of dream here, and I've just waked up. The unchanging village, the forests, the pension with its queer people, the magic box. Like a play in a theater," he interrupted, "isn't it?" "Exactly," she laughed, yet half seriously. "Well, your husband is the dramatist that writes it down in acts and scenes. You see, his idea is, perhaps, that life as we know it is never a genuine story, complete and leading to a climax. It's all in disconnected fragments, apparently. It goes backwards and forwards, up and down, in and out in a wumbled muddle, just anyhow, as it were. The fragments seem out of their proper place, the first ones often last, and vice versa. It seems inconsequential because we only see the scraps that break through from below, from the true, inner, deeper life that flows on steadily and dramatically out of sight. That's what he means by out of the body and sleep and dreaming. The great pattern is too big and hidden for us to see it whole, just as when you knit I only see the stitches as you make them, although the entire pattern is in your mind complete. Our daily external acts are the stitches we show to others and that everybody sees. A spiritual person sees the whole." "Ah," Mother interrupted, "I understand now. To know the whole pattern in my mind, you'd have to get in sympathy with my thought below. Is that it?" "Sometimes we look over the fence of mystery, yes, and see inside, see the entire stage, as it were." "It is like a great play, isn't it?" she repeated, grasping again at the analogy with relief. We give one another cues, and so on. While each must know the whole play complete in order to act his part properly, be in sympathy, that is, with all the others. The tiniest details so important, too, he added, glancing significantly at the needles on her lap. To act your own part faithfully, you must carry all the others in your mind, or else get your own part out of proportion. It will be a wonderful story, won't it? She said, after a pause in which her eyes traveled across the sunshine towards the carpenter's house where her husband, seen now in a high new light, labored steadily. There was a clatter in the corridor before he could reply, and Jimbo and Monkey flew in with a rush of wings and voices from school. They were upon him in an instant, smelling of childhood, copybooks, ink, and rampageous with hunger. Their skins and hair were warm with sunlight. After tea we'll go out, they cried, and show you something in the forest. Oh, an enormous and wonderful thing that nobody knows of but me and Jimbo, and comes over every night from France, and hides inside a cave, and goes back just before sunrise with a sack full of thoughts, corrected Jimbo, that haven't reached the people they were meant for, and then— Go into the next room, wash yourselves, and tidy up, said Mother sternly, and then lay the table for tea. Jinny isn't in yet. Put the charcoal in the samovar. I'll come and light it in a moment. They disappeared obediently. Though once behind the door there were sounds that resembled a pillow fight rather than tidying up, and when Mother presently went after them to superintend, Rogers sat by the window and stared across the vineyards and blue expanse of lake at the distant Alps. It was curious. This vague, disconnected, rambling talk with Mother had helped to clear his own mind as well. In trying to explain to her something he hardly understood himself, his own thinking had clarified. All these trivial scenes were little bits of rehearsal. The company was still waiting for the arrival of the star player who should announce the beginning of the real performance. It was a woman's role, yet Mother certainly could not play it. To get the family really straight was equally beyond his powers. I really must have more common sense, he reflected uneasily. I am getting out of touch with reality somewhere. I'll write to Minx again. Minx, at the moment, was the only definite, positive object in the outer world he could recall. I'll write to him about— His thought went wumbling. He quite forgot what it was he had to say to him. Oh, about lots of things, he concluded. His wife and children, and his own future, and so on. The scheme had melted into air, it seemed. People lost in Fairyland, they say, always forget the outer world of unimportant happenings. They live too close to the source of things to recognize their clownish reflections in the distorted mirrors of the weekday level. Yes, it was curious, very curious. Did thought, then, issue primarily from some single source, and pass thence along the channels of men's minds, each receiving and interpreting according to his needs and powers? Was the message, the prophet's vision, merely the more receipt of it than most? Had, perhaps, this whole wonderful story his cousin wrote originated not in his, Rogers's mind, nor in that of Minx, but in another's altogether, the mind of her who was destined for the principal role? Thrills of absurd, electric anticipation rushed through him, very boyish, wildly impossible, yet utterly delicious. 2 doors opened suddenly, one from the kitchen, admitting Monkey with a tray of cups and saucers, steam from the hissing samovar wrapping her in a cloud, the other from the corridor, letting in Jane Ann, her arms full of packages. She had been shopping for the family in Neuchâtel, and was arrayed in garments from the latest magic box. She was eager and excited. "Cousin Henry," she cried, dropping half the parcels in her fluster, "I've had a letter." It was in her hand, whereas the parcels had merely been under her arms. "The postman gave it me himself as I came up the steps. I'm a great correspondencer, you know." And she darted through the steam to tell her mother. Jimbo passed her, carrying the teapot, the sugar basin dangerously balanced upon spoons and knives and butter dish. He said nothing, but glanced at his younger sister significantly. Rogers saw the entire picture through the cloud of steam, shot through with sunlight from the window. It was like a picture in the clouds, but he intercepted that glance and knew then the writer of the letter. "But did you get the mauve ribbon, child?" asked Mother. Instead of answer, the letter was torn noisily open. Jinny never had letters. It was far more important than ribbons. "And how much change have you left out of the 5 francs? Daddy will want to know." Jimbo and Monkey were listening carefully while pretending to lay the table. Mother's silence betrayed that she was reading the letter with interest and curiosity equal to those of its recipient. "Who wrote it? Who's it from? I must answer it at once," Jinny was saying with great importance. "What time does the post go, I wonder? I mustn't miss it." "The postmark," announced Mother, "is Bruxelles. It's very mysterious." She tapped the letter with one hand, like the villain in the theatre. Rogers heard her and easily imagined the accompanying stage gesture. "The handwriting on the envelope is like Tante Anna," he heard, "but the letter itself is different. It's all capitals and wrongly spelt." Mademoiselle Le Maire was certainly not the writer. Jimbo and Monkey were busy hanging the towel out of the window, signal to Daddy that tea was ready. But as Daddy was already coming down the street at a great pace, apparently excited too, they waved it instead. Rogers suddenly remembered that Jimbo that morning had asked him for a 2-centime stamp. He made no remark, however, merely wondering what was in the letter itself. "It's a joke, of course," Mother was heard to say in an odd voice. "Oh, no, Mother, for how could anybody know? It's what I've been dreaming about for nights and nights. It's so aromantic, isn't it?" The louder hissing of the samovar buried the next words, and at that moment Daddy came into the room. He was smiling and his eyes were bright. He glanced at the table and sat down by his cousin on the sofa. "I've done a lot of work since you saw me," he said happily, patting him on the knee, "although in so short a time, and I want my cup of tea. It came so easily and fluently for a wonder. I don't believe I shall have to change a word, though usually I distrust this sort of rapid composition." "Where are you at now?" asked Rogers. "We're all out," was the reply, "and the Starlight Express is just about to start, and— Mother, let me carry that for you," he exclaimed, turning round as his wife appeared in the doorway with more tea things. He got up quickly, but before he could reach her side, Jinny flew into his arms and kissed him. "Did you get my tobacco, Jinny?" he asked. She thrust the letter under his nose. What was tobacco, indeed, compared to an important letter? "You can keep the change for yourself." He read it slowly with a puzzled expression, while Mother and the children watched him. Riquette jumped down from her chair and rubbed herself against his leg, while he scratched himself with his boot, thinking it was the rough stocking that tickled him. "Eh? This is very queer," he muttered, slapping the open sheet just as his wife had done, and reading it again at arm's length. "Somebody," he looked suspiciously round the room, "has been reading my notes or picking out my thoughts while I'm asleep, eh?" "But it's a real letter," objected Jinny. "It's correspondence, isn't it, Daddy?" "It is certainly a correspondence," he comforted her, and then, reading it aloud, he proceeded to pin it on the wall above the mantelpiece. "The Starlight Express starts tonight. Be ready and punctual. Sleep tightly and get out." That was all, but everybody exchanged glances. Odd, thought Mother, again remembering her dreams. Jimbo upset the milk jug. Usually there would have been a rumpus over this. Today it seemed like something happening far away, something that had not really happened at all. "We must all be ready then," said Rogers, noticing vaguely that Mother's sleeve had smeared the butter as she mopped up the mess. Daddy was making a note on his shirt sleeve. "The sweep, the laugher, and the tramp, the running man who lights the lamp, the woman of the haystack, too, the gardener and man of dust, are passengers because they must follow the guard with eyes of blue, over the forests and into the cave. That is the way we must all behave." "Please, Daddy, will you move? It's dripping onto your boot." They all looked down. The milk had splashed from the cloth and fallen upon the toe of his big mountain boots. It made a pretty white star. Riquette was daintily lapping it up with her long pink tongue. Ray by ray, the star set in her mysterious interior. "Riquette must come too," said Rogers gravely. "She's full of white starlight now." And Jimbo left his chair and went seriously over to the bookshelf above Mother's sofa bed to arrange the signals. For between the tightly wedged books he had inserted all the available paper knives and bookmarkers he could find to represent railway signals. They stuck out at different angles. He altered several, putting some up, some down, and some at right angles. "The line's all clear for tonight," he announced to Daddy with a covert significance he hardly grasped himself, then coming back to homemade jam and crusty village bread. Jane Ann caught her father's answering glance, mysterious, full of unguessed meanings. "Oh, excuse me, Mother," she said, feeling the same thing in herself, and a little frightened. "But I do believe they're conspiring, aren't they?" And Mother gave a sudden start, whose cause she equally failed to analyze. "Hush, dear," she said. "Don't criticize your elders, and when you do, don't use long words you cannot possibly understand." And everybody understood something none of them understood, while tea went on as usual to the chatter of daily details of external life. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 24. All we have willed or hoped or dreamed of good shall exist, not its semblance but itself, no beauty nor good nor power, whose voice has gone forth, but each survives for the melodist, when eternity affirms the conception of an hour. The high that proved too high, the heroic for earth too hard, the passion that left the ground to lose itself in the sky, our music sent up to God by the lover and the bard, enough that he heard it once, we shall hear it by and by. Abt Vogler, R. Browning. Some hours later, as Rogers undressed for bed in his room beneath the roof, he realized abruptly that the time had come for him to leave. The weeks had flown. Minx and the scheme required him. Other matters needed attention, too. What brought him to the sudden decision was the fact that he had done, for the moment, all he could find to do, beginning with the pension mortgages and ending with little Edouard Tissot, the vigneron's boy, who had curvature of the spine and could not afford proper treatment. It was a long list. He was far from satisfied with results, yet he had done his best, in spite of many clumsy mistakes. In the autumn he might return and have a further try. Finances were getting muddled, too, and he realized how small his capital actually was when the needs of others made claims upon it. Neighbors were as plentiful as insects. He had made all manner of schemes for his cousin's family as well, yet seemed to have accomplished little. Their muddled life defied disentanglement. Their difficulties were inextricable. With one son at a costly tutor, another girl in a Geneva school, the younger children just outgrowing the local education, the family's mode of living so scattered, meals in one place, rooms in several others, it was all too unmethodical and dispersed to be covered by their small, uncertain income. Concentration was badly needed. The endless talks and confabulations, which have not been reported here because their confusion was interminable and unreportable, landed every one in a mass of complicated jumbles. The solution lay beyond his power, as equally beyond the powers of the obfuscated parents. He would return to England, settle his own affairs, concoct some practical scheme with the aid of Minx, and return later to discuss its working out. The time had come for him to leave. And oddly enough, what made him see it were things the children had said that very evening when he kissed them all good night. England had been mentioned. "You are here for always now," whispered Monkey, "because you love me and can't get away. I've tied you with my hair, you know." "You'll have no secretary in London," said Jimbo. "Who'll stick your stamps on?" "The place will seem quite empty if you go," Jane Ann contributed, not wishing to make her contribution too personal, lest she should appear immodest. "You've made a memorandum of agreement." This meant he had promised rashly once to stay forever. The phrase lent an official tone besides. He fell asleep, devising wonderful plans, as usual, for the entire world, not merely a tiny section of it. The Savior spirit was ever in his heart. It failed to realize itself because the mind was unequal to the strain of wise construction. But it was there, as the old vicar had divined. He had that indestructible pity to which no living thing is outcast. But tonight he fell asleep so slowly, gradually, that he almost watched the dissolving of consciousness in himself. He hovered a long time about the strange, soft frontiers. He saw the barriers lower themselves into the great dim plains. Inch by inch the outer world became remote, obscure, lit dubiously by some forgotten sun, and inch by inch the profound recesses of nightly adventure coaxed him down. He realized that he swung in space between the two. The room and house were a speck in the universe above him, his brain the mere outlet of a tunnel up which he climbed every morning to put his horns out like a snail and sniff the outer world. Here, in the depths, was the workroom where his life was fashioned. Here glowed the mighty, hidden furnaces that shaped his tools. Drifting, glimmering figures streamed up round him from the vast underworld of sleep, called unconscious. "I am a spirit," he heard, not said or thought, "and no spirit can be unconscious for 8 hours out of every 24. Slowly the sea of dreamless sleep, so-called, flowed in upon him, down, round, and over. It submerged the senses one by one, beginning with hearing and ending with sight. But as each physical sense was closed, its spiritual counterpart, the power that exists apart from its limited organ, opened into clear, divine activity, free as life itself. How ceaseless was this movement of dreams, never still, always changing and on the dance, incessantly renewing itself in kaleidoscopic patterns. There was perpetual metamorphosis and rich transformation. Many became one, one many. The universe was a single thing, charged with stimulating emotional shocks as each scrap of interpretation passed in and across the mind. He was falling into deeper and deeper sleep, into that eternal region where he no longer thought, but knew. Immense processions of shifting imagery absorbed him into themselves, spontaneous, unfamiliar, self-multiplying, and as exquisitely baffling as God and all his angels. The subsidence of the external world seemed suddenly complete. So deeply was he sunk that he reached that common pool of fluid essence upon which all minds draw according to their needs and powers. Relations were established, wires everywhere connected. The central switchboard clicked all round him, brains linked with brains, asleep or not asleep. He was so deep within himself that, as the children in the story phrased it, he was out. The air grew light and radiant. "Hooray, I'm out!" And he instantly thought of his cousin. "So am I!" That wumbled author shot immediately into connection with him. "And so is Mother, for the first time. Come on, we'll all go together." It was unnecessary to specify where. For that same second they found themselves in the room of Mademoiselle Lemaire. At this hour of the night it was usually dark, except for the glimmer of the low-turned lamp the sufferer never quite extinguished. From dusk till dawn her windows in La Citadelle shone faintly for all to see who chanced to pass along the village street. "There she lies, poor aching soul, as she has lain for 20 years, thinking good of someone, or maybe praying." For the glimmer was visible from very far, and familiar as a lighthouse to wandering ships at sea. But had they known her inner happiness, they would not have said, "Poor soul." They would have marveled. In a Catholic canton, perhaps, they would have crossed themselves and prayed. Just now they certainly would have known a singular, exalted joy. Caught in Fairyland, they would have wondered and felt happy. For the room was crowded to the doors. Walls, windows, ceiling had melted into transparency to let in the light of stars, and, caught like goldfish in the great network of the rays, shone familiar outlines everywhere. Jimbo, Monkey, Jinny, the Sweep, the Tramp, the Gypsy, the Laugher up against the cupboard, the gardener by the window where the flower pots stood, the woman of the haystack in the corridor, too extensive to slip across the threshold, and, in the middle of the room, motionless with pleasure, Mother. "Like gorgeous southern butterflies in a net, I do declare," gasped Daddy, as he swept in silently with his companion, their colors mingling harmoniously at once with the rest. And Mother turned. "You're out, old girl, at last," he cried. "God bless my soul, I am," she answered. Their sentences came both together, and their blues and yellows swam into each other and made a lovely green. "It's what I've been trying to do all these years without knowing it. What a glory! I understand now. Understand myself and you. I see life clearly as a whole. Hooray! Hooray!" She glided nearer to him. Her face was beaming. "Mother's going to explode," said Monkey in a whisper. But of course, everybody heard it, for the faintest whisper of thought sent a ripple through that sea of delicate color. The Laugher bent behind the cupboard to hide her face, and the gardener by the window stooped to examine his flower pots. The woman of the haystack drew back a little into the corridor again, preparatory to another effort to squeeze through. But Mother, regardless of them all, swam on towards her husband, wrapped in joy and light as in a garment. Hitherto, in her body, the nearest she had come to coruscating was once when she had taken a course of sulphur baths. This was a very different matter. She fairly glittered. "We'll never go apart again," Daddy was telling her. "This inner sympathy will last, you know. He did it. It's him we have to thank." And he pointed at his cousin. "It's starlight, of course, he has brought down into us." But Rogers missed the compliment. being busy in a corner with Monkey and Jimbo, playing at mixing colors with startling results. Mother swam across to her old friend, Mademoiselle Le Maire. For a quarter of a century, these two had understood one another, though never consciously been out together. She moved like a frigate still, gliding and stately, but a frigate that has snapped its hawsers and meant to sail the skies. "Oh, poor, stupid, sleeping old bodies," she smiled. But the radiant form of the other turned to her motionless cage upon the bed behind her. "Don't despise them," she replied, looking down upon the worn-out prison house, while a little dazzle of brilliance flashed through their atmosphere. "They are our means of spreading this starlight about the world and giving it to others. Our brains transmit it cunningly. It flashes from our eyes, and the touch of our fingers passes it on. We gather it here when we are out, but we can communicate it best to others when we are in." There was sound of confusion and uproar in the room behind, as someone came tumbling in with a rush, scattering the figures in all directions, as when a gust of wind descends upon a bed of flowers. "In at last!" cried a muffled voice that sounded as though a tarpaulin smothered it, and the woman of the haystack swept into the room with a kind of clumsy majesty. The tramp and gypsy, whose efforts had at length dislodged her awkward bulk, came rolling after. They had been pushing steadily from behind all this time, though no one had noticed them slip out. "We can do more than the smaller folk," she said proudly, sailing up to Mother. "We can't be overlooked, for one thing." And, arm in arm, like a pair of frigates then, they sailed about the room, magnificent as whales that swim in a phosphorescent sea. The laugher straightened up to watch them, the gardener turned his head, and Rogers and the children paused a moment in their artificial mixing to stare with wonder. "I'm in," said the woman. "I'm out," said Mother. And the children felt a trifle envious. Instantly, their brilliance dimmed a little. The entire room was aware of it. "Think always of the world in gold and silver," shot from Mademoiselle Le Maire. The dimness passed as she said it. "It was my doing," laughed Monkey, turning round to acknowledge her wickedness lest someone else should do it for her and thus increase her shame. "Sweep, sweep," cried Rogers. But this thought-created sprite was there before the message flashed. With his sack wide open, he stood by Monkey, full of importance. A moment he examined her. Then, his long black fingers startling like a shuttle, he discovered the false coloring that envy had caused, picked it neatly out, a thread of dirty gray, and, winding it into a tiny ball, tossed it with contempt into his sack. "Over the edge of the world you go, with the mud and the leaves and the dirty snow," he sang, skipping off towards the door. The child's star body glowed and shone again, pulsing all over with a shimmering, dancing light that was like moonshine upon running water. "Isn't it time to start now?" inquired Jinny, and as she said it all turned instinctively towards the corner of the room where they were assembled. They gathered round Mademoiselle Le Maire. It was quite clear who was leader now. The crystal brilliance of her whiteness shone like a little oval sun. So sparkling was her atmosphere that its purity scarcely knew a hint of color even. Her stream of thought seemed undiluted, emitting rays in all directions till it resembled a wheel of sheer white fire. The others fluttered round her as lustrous moss about an electric light. "Start where?" asked Mother, new to this great adventure. Her old friend looked at her, so that she caught a darting ray full in the face, and instantly understood. "First to the cave to load up," flashed the answer, "and then over the sleeping world to mix the light with everybody's dreams. then back again before the morning spiders are abroad with the interfering sun. She floated out into the corridor, and the others fell into line as she went. The draught of her going drew Mother into place immediately behind her. Daddy followed close, their respective colors making it inevitable, and Jinny swept in after him, bright and eager as a little angel. She tripped on the edge of something he held tightly in one hand, a woven maze of tiny, glittering lines, exquisitely interthreaded, a skeleton of beauty, waiting to be filled in and clothed, yet already alive with spontaneous fire of its own. It was the pattern of his story he had been busy with in the corner. "I won't step on it, Daddy," she said gravely. "It doesn't matter if you do. You're in it," he answered, yet lifted it higher so that it flew behind him, like a banner in the night. The procession was formed now. Rogers and the younger children came after their sister at a little distance, and then, flitting to and fro in darker shades, like a fringe of rich embroidery that framed the moving picture, came the figures of the sprites, born by imagination out of love in an old Kentish garden years and years ago. They rose from the tangle of the ancient building. Climbing the shoulder of a big blue wind, they were off and away. It was a jolly night, a windy night, a night without clouds, when all the lanes of the sky were smooth and swept, and the interstellar spaces seemed close down upon the earth. Kind thoughts, like fine weather, leaning sweetly together, God's stars. With the heart of a boy, sang Rogers, following swiftly with Jimbo and his sister. For all moved along as easily as light across the surfaces of polished glass, and the sound of Roger's voice seemed to bring singing from every side as the gay procession swept onwards. Everyone contributed lines of their own, it seemed, though there was a tiny little distant voice, soft and silvery, that intruded from time to time and made all wonder where it came from. No one could see the singer. At first, very far away, it came nearer and nearer. Daddy, the interfering sun has set. Gardener, now Sirius flings down the net. Lamplighter, see the meshes flash and quiver as the golden silent river. Sweep, clears the dark world's troubled dream. Dustman, takes its sleeping, gilds its weeping, with a star's mysterious beam. Tiny distant voice, oh thank beauty, it's your duty. In the cave you work for others, all the stars are little brothers. Rogers, think their splendor, strong and tender. Daddy, think their glory in the story. Mother, of each day your nights redeem. Voice, nearer, every loving gentle thought of this fairy brilliance wrought. Jane Ann, every wish that you surrender. Monkey, every little impulse tender. Jimbo, every service that you render. Taunt Anna, brings its tributary stream. Tramp and gypsy, in the fretwork of the network, hearts lie patterned and agleam. Woman of the haystack, think with passion that shall fashion life's entire design well planned. Voice, still near, while the busy Pleiades. Rogers, sisters to the Hyades. Voice, quite close, 7 by 7 across the heaven. Rogers, light desire, with their fire. Voice in his ear. Working cunningly together in a soft and tireless band, sweetly linking all our thinking in the net of sympathy that brings back Fairyland. Mother kept close to her husband. She felt a little bewildered and uncertain in her movements. It was her first conscious experience of being out. She wanted to go in every direction at once, for she knew everybody in the village, knew all their troubles and perplexities, and felt the call from every house. Steady, he told her. One thing at a time, you know. Her thoughts, he saw, had turned across the sea to Ireland, where her strongest ties were. Ireland seemed close, and quite as accessible as the village. Her friend of the haystack, on the other hand, seemed a long way off by comparison. That's because Henry never realized her personality very clearly, said Daddy, seeing by her color that she needed explanation. When creating all these garden sprites, he didn't think her sharply, vividly enough to make her effective. He just felt that a haystack suggested the elderly spread of a bulky and untidy old woman whose frame had settled beneath too many clothes, till she had collapsed into a field and stuck there. But he left her where he found her. He assigned no duties to her. She's only half alive. As a rule, she merely sits, just stays put, until someone moves her. Mother turned and saw her far in the rear, settling down comfortably upon a flat roof near the church. She rather envied her amiable disposition. It seemed so safe. Everyone else was alive with such dangerous activity. "Are we going much further?" she began, when Monkey rushed by, caught up the sentence, and discharged herself with impudence into Daddy. "Which is right, further or farther?" she asked with a flash of light. "Further, of course," said unsuspecting Mother. "But further sounds farther," she cried, with a burst of laughter that died away with her passage of meteoric brilliance into the body of the woods beyond. "But the other sprites, you see, are real and active," continued Daddy, ignoring the interruption as though accustomed to it, because he thought out clearly every detail. "They're alive enough to haunt a house or garden till sensitive people become aware of them and declare they've seen a ghost." "And we?" she asked. "Who thought us out so wonderfully?" "That's more than I can tell," he answered after a little pause. "God knows that, for he thought out the entire universe to which we belong. I only know that we're real, and all part of the same huge, single thing." He shone with increased brightness as he said it. "There's no question about our personalities and duties and the rest. Don't you feel it too?" He looked at her as he spoke. Her outline had grown more definite. As she began to understand, and her bewilderment lessened, he noted that her flashing lines burned more steadily, falling into a more regular, harmonious pattern. They combined, moreover, with his own, and with the starlight, too, in some exquisite fashion he could not describe. She put a hand out, catching at the flying banner of his story that he trailed behind him in the air. They formed a single design, all three. His happiness became enormous. "I feel joining on to everything," she replied, half singing it in her joy. "I feel tucked into the universe everywhere, and into you, dear. These rays of starlight have sewn us together." She began to tremble, but it was the trembling of pure joy and not of alarm. "Yes," he said, "I'm learning it too. The moment thought gets away from self, it lets in starlight and makes room for happiness. To think with sympathy of others is to grow." You take in their experience and add it to your own. Development. The heart gets soft and deep and wide till you feel the entire universe buttoning its jacket round you. To think of self means friction, and hence reduction. And your story, she added, glancing up proudly at the banner that they trailed. I have helped a little, haven't I? It's nearly finished, he flashed back. You've been its inspiration and its climax. All these years, when we thought ourselves apart, you've been helping really underground. That's true collaboration. Our little separation was but a reculé pour mieux sauter. See how we've rushed together again. A strange, soft singing, like the wind in firs, or like shallow water flowing over pebbles, interrupted them. The sweetness of it turned the night alive. Come on, old mother. Our leader is calling to us. We must work. They slid from the blue wind into a current of paler air that appeared to slip swiftly past them, and went towards the forest where Mademoiselle Le Maire waited for them. Mother waved her hand to her friend, settled comfortably upon the flat roof in the village in their rear. We'll come back to lean upon you when we're tired, she signaled. But she felt no envy now. In future, she would certainly never stay put. Work beckoned to her, and such endless, glorious work. The whole universe. What life! What a rush of splendor! She exclaimed, as they reached the great woods, and heard them shouting below in the winds. I see now why the forest always comforted me. There's strength here I can take back into my body with me when I go. The trees, yes, express visibly only a portion of their life, he told her. There is an overflow we can appropriate. Yet their conversation was never audibly uttered. It flashed instantaneously from one to the other. All they had exchanged since leaving La Citadelle had taken place at once, it seemed. They were awake in the region of naked thought and feeling. The dictum of the materialist that thought and feeling cannot exist apart from matter did not trouble them. Matter, they saw, was everywhere, though too tenuous for any measuring instrument man's brain had yet invented. Come on, he repeated. The Starlight Express is waiting. It will take you anywhere you please. Ireland, if you like. They found the others waiting on the smooth layer of soft purple air that spread just below the level of the treetops. The crests themselves tossed wildly in the wind, but at a depth of a few feet there was peace and stillness, and upon this platform the band was grouped. The stars are caught in the branches tonight, a sensitive walker on the ground might have exclaimed. The spires rose about them like little garden trees of a few years' growth, and between them ran lanes and intricate, winding thoroughfares. Mother saw long, dark things like thick bodies of snakes converging down these passageways, filling them, all running towards the center where the group had established itself. There were lines of dotted lights along them. They did not move with the waving of the treetops. They looked uncommonly familiar. The trains! Jimbo was crying. He darted to and fro, superintending the embarking of the passengers. All the sidings of the sky were full of Starlight Expresses. The loading up was so quickly accomplished that Mother hardly realized what was happening. Everybody carried sacks overflowing with dripping gold and bursting at the seams. As each train filled, it shot away across the starry heavens, for everyone had been to the cave and gathered their material even before she reached the scene of action. And with every train went a mécanicien and a conducteur created by Jimbo's vivid and believing thought. A sweep, a lamplighter, and a head gardener went too, for the children's thinking multiplied these too, according to their needs. They realized the meaning of these sprites so clearly now. Their duties, appearance, laws of behavior, and the rest, that their awakened imaginations thought them instantly into existence, as many as were necessary. Train after train, each with its full complement of passengers, flashed forth across that summer sky, till the people in the observatories must have thought they had miscalculated strangely, and the earth was passing amid the showering Leonids before her appointed time. "Where would you like to go first?" Mother heard her friend ask softly. "It's not possible to follow all the trains at once, you know." "So I see," she gasped. "I'll just sit still a moment and think." The size and freedom of existence, as she now saw it, suddenly overwhelmed her. Accustomed too long to narrow channels, she found space without railings, and notice boards bewildering. She had never dreamed before that thinking can open the gates to heaven and bring the Milky Way down into the heart. She had merely knitted stockings. She had been practical. At last the key to her husband's being was in her hand. That key at the same time opened a door through him into her own. Hitherto she had merely criticized. Oh dear, criticism, when she might have created. She turned to seek him, but only her old friend was there, floating beside her in a brilliant mist of gold and white that turned the treetops into rows of burning bushes. "Where is he?" she asked quickly. "Hush," was the instant reply. "Don't disturb him. Don't think, or you'll bring him back. He's filling his sack in the star cave. Men have to gather it. The little store they possess is soon crystallized into hardness by reason. But women have enough in themselves usually to last a lifetime. They are born with it. Mine crystallized long ago, I fear. Care and anxiety did that. You neglected it a little. But your husband's cousin has cleaned the channels out. He does it unconsciously, but he does it. He has belief and vision like a child, and therefore turns instinctively to children, because they keep it alive in him, though he hardly knows why he seeks them. The world, too, is a great big child that is crying for its fairyland." "But the practical," objected Mother, true to her type of mind, an echo rather than an effort, "is important, yes. Only it has been exaggerated out of all sane proportion in most people's lives. So little is needed, though that little of fine quality, and ever fed by starlight. Obeyed exclusively, it destroys life. It bricks you up alive. But now tell me," she added, "where would you like to go first? Whom will you help? There is time enough to cover the world if you want to, before the interfering sun gets up." "You!" cried Mother, impulsively, then realized instantly that her friend was already developed far beyond any help that she could give. It was the light streaming from the older, suffering woman that was stimulating her own sympathies so vehemently. For years the process had gone on. It was, at last, effective. "There are others, perhaps, who need it more than I," flashed forth the lovely ray. "But I would repay," Mother cried eagerly. "I would repay." Gratitude for life rushed through her, and her friend must share it. "Pass it on to others," was the shining answer. "That's the best repayment after all." The stars themselves turned brighter as the thought flashed from her. Then Ireland vanished utterly, for it had been mixed, Mother now perceived, with personal longings that were at bottom selfish. There were indeed many there, in the scenes of her home and childhood, whose lives she might ease and glorify by letting in the starlight while they slept. But her motive, she discerned, was not wholly pure. There was a trace in it, almost a little stain, of personal gratification. She could not analyze it quite, that dimmed the picture in her thought. The brilliance of her companion made it stand out clearly. Nearer home was a less heroic object, a more difficult case, someone less likely to reward her efforts with results. And she turned instead to this. "You're right," smiled the other, following her thought. And you couldn't begin with a better bit of work than that. Your old mother has caught herself off so long from giving sympathy to her kind that now she cannot accept it from others without feeling suspicion and distrust. Ease and soften her outlook if you can. Pour through her gloom the sympathy of stars. And remember, she added, as Mother rose softly out of the trees and hovered a moment overhead, that if you need the sweep or the lamplighter, or the gardener to burn away her dead leaves, you have only to summon them. Think hard, and they'll be instantly beside you. Upon an eddy of glowing wind, Mother drifted across the fields to the corner of the village where her mother occupied a large single room in solitude upon the top floor, a solitude self-imposed and rigorously enforced. Use the finest quality, she heard her friend thinking far behind her, for you have plenty of it. The dust man gave it to you when you were not looking, gathered from the entire zodiac, and from the careless meteor's track. The words died off into the forest. That he keeps only for the old and lonely, and is very strict about it, who sleep so little that they need the best. The words came floating behind her. She felt herself brimful, charged with loving sympathy of the sweetest and most understanding quality. She looked down a moment upon her mother's roof. Then she descended. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 25. And also there's a little star, so white, a virgin's it must be. Perhaps the lamp my love in heaven hangs out to light the way for me. Song, Théophile Martials. In this corner of Borcelle, the houses lie huddled together with an air of something shamefaced. They dare not look straight at the mountains or at the lake. They turn their eyes away even from the orchards at the back. They wear a mysterious and secret look, and their shoulders have a sly turn, as though they hid their heads in the daytime and stirred about their business only after dark. They lie grouped about a cobbled courtyard that has no fountain in it. The fair white road goes quickly by outside, afraid to look in frankly, and the entrance to the yard is narrow. Nor does a single tree grow in it. If Borcelle could have a slum, this would be it. Why the old lady had left her cosy quarters in Leglessine and settled down in this unpleasant corner of the village was a puzzle to everybody. With a shrug of the shoulders, the problem was generally left unsolved. Madame Jacquier discussed it volubly a year ago when the move took place, then dismissed it as one of those mysteries of old people no one can understand. To the son-in-law and the daughter, who got nearer the truth, it was a source of pain and sadness beyond their means of relief. Mrs. Plume, it was a play in French upon her real name, had been 4 years in the pension, induced to come from a lonely existence in Ireland by her daughter and throw in her lot with the family, and at first had settled down comfortably enough. She was over 70 and possessed £80 a year, a dainty, witty, amusing Irish lady with twinkling eyes and a pernickety strong will, and a brogue she transferred deliciously into her broken French. She loved the children, yet did not win their love in return, because they stood in awe of her sarcastic criticisms. Life had gone hardly with her. She had lost her fortune and her children, all but this daughter, with whose marriage she was keenly disappointed. An aristocrat to the fingertips, she could not accept the change of circumstances. Distress had soured her. The transplanting hastened her decline. There was no sweetness left in her. She turned her heart steadily against the world. The ostensible cause of this hiding herself away with her sorrow and disappointment was the presence of Miss Waghorn, with whom she disagreed and even quarrelled from morning till night. They formed a storm centre that moved from salon to dining room, and they squabbled acutely about everything: the weather, the heating, the opening or shutting of windows, the details of the food, the arrangement of the furniture, even the character of the cat Miss Waghorn loved. The bickerings were incessant. They only had to meet for hot disagreement to break out. Mrs. Plume, already bent with age, would strike the floor with the ebony stick she always carried and glare at the erect, defiant spinster. "That horrid, dirty cat! It's always in the room." Then Miss Waghorn. "It's a very nice cat, madam." She always called her madam. "And when I was a young girl, I was taught to be kind to animals." "The drawing-room is not the place for animals," came the prickling answer, and then the scuffle began in earnest. Miss Waghorn, owing to her want of memory, forgot the squabble 5 minutes afterwards, and even forgot that she knew her antagonist at all. She would ask to be introduced, or even come up sweetly and introduce herself within half an hour of the battle. But Madame Plume forgot nothing. Her memory was keen and accurate. She did not believe in the other's failing. "That common old woman!" she exclaimed with angry scorn to her daughter. "It's deliberate offensiveness, that's all it is at all." And she left the pension. But her attitude to the harmless old Quaker lady was really in small her attitude to humanity at large. She drew away in disgust from a world that had treated her so badly. Into herself she drew, growing smaller every day, more sour, more suspicious, and more averse to her own kind. Within the restricted orbit of her own bitter thoughts, she revolved towards the vanishing point of life, which is the total loss of sympathy. She felt with no one but herself. She belonged to that, alas, numerous type which, with large expectations unrealized, cannot accept disillusionment with the gentle laughter it deserves. She resented the universe. Sympathy was dead. And she had chosen this unsavory corner to dwell in because the poor of the village lived there, and she wished to count herself among them. It emphasized the spite, the grudge she felt against humanity. At first she came into déjeuner and souper, but afterwards her meals were sent over twice a day from the pension. She discovered so many reasons for not making the little journey of 100 yards. On Sunday, the common people were in the streets. On Saturday, it was cleaning day, and the pension smelt of turpentine. Monday was for letter writing, and other days were too hot or too cold, too windy or too wet. In the end, she accomplished her heart's desire. Madame Cornu, who kept the grocer's shop, and lived on the floor below with her husband, prepared the 2 principal meals and brought them up to her on a tray. She ate them alone. Her breakfast cup of tea she made herself, Madame Cornu putting the jug of milk outside the door. She nursed her bitter grievance against life in utter solitude. Acidity ate its ugly pattern into her heart. The children, as in duty bound, made dolorous pilgrimages to that upper floor from time to time, returning frightened, and mother went regularly twice a week, coming home saddened and distressed. Her husband rarely went at all now, since the time when she told him to his face he came to taunt her. She spent her time heaven only knows how, for she never left the building. According to mother, she was exceedingly busy doing nothing. She packed, unpacked, and then repacked all her few belongings. In summer, she chased bees in her room with a wet towel, but with venom, not with humour. The morning post came daily from London. "I read my paper, write a letter, and the morning's gone," she told her daughter, by way of complaint that time was so scanty. Madame Cornu often heard her walking up and down the floor, tapping her ebony stick and talking softly to herself. Yet she was as sane as any old body living in solitude with evil thinking well can be. She starved, because she never gave nor asked. As mother thought of her, thus finding the way in instantly, the church clock sounded midnight. She entered a room that was black as coal and unsweetened as an airless cellar. The fair rays that had been pouring out of her returned with a little shock upon themselves, repulsed. She felt herself reduced, and the sensation was so unpleasant at first that she almost gasped. It was like suffocation. She felt enclosed with death. That her own radiance dimmed a moment was undeniable, for it was for a moment only, for thinking instantly of her friend, she drew upon that woman's inexhaustible abundance and found her own stores replenished. Slowly, as a wintry sun pierces the mist in some damp hollow of the woods, her supply of starlight lit up little pathways all about her, and she saw the familiar figure standing by the window. The figure was also black. It stood like an ebony statue in an atmosphere that was thick with gloom, turgid, sinister, and wholly rayless. It was like a lantern in a London fog. A few dim lines of sombre grey issued heavily from it, but got no farther than its outer surface, then doubled back and plunged in again. They coiled and twisted into ugly knots. Her mother's atmosphere was opaque and as dismal as a November fog. There was a speck of light in the room, however, and it came, the visitor then perceived, from a single candle that stood beside the bed. The old lady had been reading. She rarely slept before 2 o'clock in the morning. And at first, so disheartening, so hopeless seemed the task, that Mother wavered in her mission. A choking, suffocating sensation blocked all her channels of delivery. The very flowers on the window-sill, she noted, drooped in a languishing decline. They had a lifeless air as of flowers that struggle for existence in deep shadow and have never known the kiss of sunshine. Through the inch of opened window stole a soft breath of the night air, but it turned black and sluggish the moment it came in. And just then, as Mother hovered there in hesitating doubt, the figure turned and moved across to the bed, supporting herself with the ebony cane she always used. Stiffly she sank upon her knees. The habit was as strong as putting her shoes outside the door at night to be cleaned, those shoes that never knew the stain of roadway dust and equally devoid of spiritual significance. Yet, for a moment, as the embittered mind gabbled through the string of words that long habit had crystallized into an empty formula, Mother noticed that the lines of grey grew slightly clearer. The coil and tangled ceased. They even made an effort to emerge and leave the muddy cloud that obscured their knotted, intricate disorder. The formula Mother recognized. It had hardly changed, indeed, since she herself had learned it at those very knees when days were brighter. It began with wholesale and audacious requests for self, then towards the end passed into vague generalities for the welfare of others. And just here it was that the lines of grey turned brighter and tried to struggle out of the murky atmosphere. The sight was pathetic, yet deeply significant. Mother understood its meaning. There was hope. Behind the prayer for others still shone at least an echo of past meaning. "I believe in you, old, broken, disappointed heart," flashed through her own bright atmosphere. "And believing, I can help you." Her skill, however, was slight, owing to lack of practice and experience. She moved over to the bed, trying first to force her own darting rays into the opaque, dull cloud surrounding the other, then seeking a better way, for this had no results. She slipped somehow inside the mist, getting behind it, down at the very source. From here she forced her own light through, mixing her beams of coloured radiance with the thick grey lines themselves. She tried to feel and think as her mother felt and thought, moving beside her mind's initial working, changing the gloom into something brighter as she moved along. This was the proper way, she felt, to clean the source itself rather than merely untie knots at the outer surface. It was a stifling business, but she persisted. Tiny channels cleared and opened. A little light shone through. She felt with her mother, instead of arguing, as it were. The old lady presently blew the candle out and composed herself to sleep. Mother laboured on. "Oh dear," she sighed. "Oh dear," as she emerged from the gloom a moment to survey her patient and note results. To her amazement, she saw that there was a change indeed, though a very curious one. The entire outer surface of the cloud seemed in commotion, with here and there a glimmering lustre, as if a tiny lamp was at last alight within. She felt herself swell with happiness. Instantly then the grey lines shot out, fastening with wee loops and curves among her own. Some links evidently had been established. She had imparted something. "She's dreaming. I do believe I've sown some dream of beauty in her," she beamed to herself. Some golden, unaccustomed sleep had fallen over the old lady. Stray shreds of darkness loosened from the general mass and floated off, yet did not melt entirely from sight. She was shedding some of her evil thoughts. "The sweep," thought Mother, and turning, found him beside her in the room. Her husband, to her astonishment, was also there. "But I didn't think of you," she exclaimed. "Not a definite thought," he answered, "but you needed me. I felt it. We're so close together now that we're practically one, you see." He trailed his pattern behind him, clothed now with all manner of rich new colouring. "I've collected such heaps of new ideas," he went on, "and now I want her too. She's in the story. I'll transfigure her as well." He was bright as paint and happy as a sandboy. "Well done, old Mother," he added. "You've done a lot already. See, she's dreaming small, soft, tender things of beauty that your efforts have let through." He glided across and poured from his own store of sympathy into that dry, atrophied soul upon the bed. "It's a question how much you'll be able to transmit, though," he said doubtfully. "The spiritual machinery is so stiff and out of gear from long disuse. In Miss Waghorn's case, it's only physical. I've just been there. But this is spiritual blackness." "We shall see tomorrow. Something will get through at any rate, and we must do this every night, you know." "Rather," echoed Mother. "Her actual self, you see, has dwindled so that one can hardly find it. It's smaller than a flea and as hard and black." They smiled a little sadly. The sweep, rushing out of the window with his heavy sack loaded to the brim, interrupted their low laughter. He was no talker, but a man of action. Busily all this time he had been gathering up the loose, stray fragments that floated off from the cloud and stuffing them into the sack. He now flew singing into the night, and they barely caught the last words of his eternal song. "A tremendously busy sweep, tossing the blacks in the rubbish heap over the edge of the world." "Come," whispered Daddy. "It's getting late. The interfering sun is on the way, and you've been hours here already. All the trains are back, and everyone is waiting for us." Yet it had seemed so short a time, really. Wrapped together in the beauty of his pattern, they left the old lady peacefully asleep and sped across the roofs towards the forest. But neither of them noticed, it seemed, the lovely little shining figure that hovered far in the air above and watched them go. It followed them all the way, catching even at the skirts of the flying pattern as they went. Was it the spirit of some unknown star they had attracted from beyond the Milky Way? Or was it perhaps a thought from some fair, exquisite heart that had been wakened by the rushing of the expresses and had flashed in to take a place in the wonderful story Daddy wove? It had little twinkling feet, and its eyes were of brown flame and amber. No, they did not notice the starry, fluttering figure. It overtook them none the less, and with a flying leap was into the pattern of his story, in the very centre too, as quickly as lightning passes through the foliage of the tree it strikes. Only the lightning stayed. The figure remained caught. The entire pattern shivered to its outer fringes, then began to glow and shine all over. As the high harmonic crowns the end of a long cadenza on a violin, fulfilling bars of difficult effort, this point of exquisite beauty flashed life into the pattern of the story, consummating the labour of construction with the true inevitable climax. There was something of fairy insolence, both cheeky and delicious, in the proprietary way it chose the principal place, yet the only place still unoccupied, and sang, "I'm here, I've come." It calmly fashioned itself a nest, as it were, curled up and made itself at home. It was at home. The audacity was justified. The pattern seemed at last complete. Beauty and truth shone at its centre, and the tiny voice continued singing, though no one seemed to know exactly whence the sound proceeded. While the busy Pleiades, sisters to the Hyades, 7 by 7, across the heaven, light desire with their fire, flung from huge Orion's hand, sweetly linking all our thinking in the net of sympathy that brings back Fairyland. No, neither mother nor daddy were aware of what had happened thus in the twinkling of an eye. Certainly neither guessed that another heart, far distant as the crow flies, had felt the stream of his vital creative thinking, and had thus delicately responded and sent out a sympathetic message of belief. But neither did Adams and Leverrier, measuring the heavens and calculating through years of labour the delicate interstellar forces, know that each had simultaneously caught Neptune in their net of stars 3,000 million miles away. Had they been out, these two big patient astronomers, they might have realized that they really worked in concert every night. But history does not relate that they slept well or ill. Their biographies make no mention of what their underneaths were up to while their brains lay resting on the pillow, and private confession, if such exists, has never seen the light of print as yet. In that region, however, where thinking runs and plays, thought dancing hand in hand with thought that is akin to it, the fact must surely have been known and recognized. They, too, travelled in the Starlight Express. Mother and Daddy realized it just then, as little as children are aware of the loving thoughts of the parents that hovers protectingly about them all day long. They merely acknowledged that a prodigious thrill of happiness pulsed through both of them at once, feeling proud as the group in the treetops praised their increased brightness and admired the marvellous shining of the completed pattern they trailed above their heads. But more than that they did not grasp, nor have they ever grasped it, perhaps. That the result came through later is proved, however, by the published story and by the strange, sweet beauty its readers felt all over the world. But this belongs to the private working of inspiration, which can never be explained, nor even by the artist it has set on fire. He indeed probably understands it least of all. "Where are the trains, the Starlight Expresses?" asked Mother. "Gone," answered Jimbo. "Gone to Australia where they're wanted. It's evening now down there." He pointed down, then up. "Don't you see? We must hurry." She looked across the lake where the monstrous wall of Alps was dimly visible. The sky was brightening behind them. Long strata of thin cloud glimmered with faintest pink. The stars were rapidly fading. "What ages you've been," he added. "And where's Tante Anna?" she inquired quickly, looking for her brilliant friend. "She's come and gone a dozen times while you've been scarliking somewhere else," explained Monkey with her usual exaggeration. "She's gone for good now. She sleeps so badly. She's always waking up, you know." Mother understood. Only too well she knew that her friend snatched sleep in briefest intervals, incessantly disturbed by racking pain. A stream of light flashed past her, dashing like a meteor towards the village and disappearing before she could see the figure. "There goes Jinny!" cried someone. "Always working to the very last. The interfering sun'll catch her if she doesn't look out." There was movement and hurry everywhere. Already the world ran loose and soft in colour. Birds just awake were singing in the trees below. Several passed swiftly overhead, raking the sky with a whirring rush of wings. Everybody was asking questions, urging return, yet lingering as long as possible, each according to his courage. To be caught out by the sun meant waking with a sudden start that made getting out of bed very difficult and might even cause a headache. Rogers alone seemed unperturbed, unhurried, for he was absorbed in a discovery that made him tremble. Noting the sudden perfection of his cousin's pattern, he had gone closer to examine it, and had seen the starry figure. Instantly he forgot everything else in the world. It seemed to him that he had suddenly found all he had ever sought. He gazed into those gentle eyes of amber and felt that he gazed into the eyes of the universe that had taken shape in front of him. Floating up as near as he could, he spoke. "Where do you come from? From what star?" he asked softly in an ecstasy of wonder. The tiny face looked straight at him and smiled. "From the Pleiades, of course, that little group of star babies as yet unborn." "I've been looking for you forever," he answered. "You've found me," sang the tiny voice. "This is our introduction. Now don't forget, there was a lost Pleiad, you know. Try to remember me when you wake." "Then why are you here?" He meant in the pattern. The star face rippled with laughter. "It's yours, your scheme. He's given it perfect shape for you, that's all. Don't you recognize it? But it's my story as well." A ray with crimson in it shot out just then across the shoulder of the bloomless elp, and falling full upon the tiny face, it faded out. The pattern faded with it. Daddy vanished too. On the little azure winds of dawn they flashed away. Jimbo, Monkey, and certain of the sprites alone held on, but the treetops to which they clung were growing more and more slippery every minute. Mother, loth to return, balanced bravely on the waving spires of a larch. Her sleep that night had been so deep and splendid, she struggled to prolong it. She hated waking up too early. "The morning spiders! Look out!" cried a sprite as a tiny spider on its thread of gossamer floated by. It was the dustman's voice. Catching the gypsy with one arm and the tramp with the other, all three instantly disappeared. "But where's my haystack friend?" called Mother faintly, almost losing her balance in the attempt to turn round quickly. "Oh, she's all right," the head gardener answered from a little distance where he was burning something. "She just stays put and flirts with every wind that comes near her. She loves the winds. They know her little ways." He went on busily burning up dead leaves he had been collecting all night long, dead useless thoughts he had found clogging 100 hearts and stopping outlets. "Look sharp!" cried a voice that fell from the sky above them. "Here come the morning spiders on their gossamer outriders." This time it was the lamplighter flashing to and fro as he put the stars out one by one. He was in a frantic hurry. He extinguished whole groups of them at once. The Pleiades were the last to fade. Rogers heard him and came back into himself, for his ecstasy had carried him even beyond the region of the freest thinking. He could give no account or explanation of it at all. Monkey, Jimbo, Mother, and he raced in a line together for home and safety. Above the fields they met the spiders everywhere, the spiders that bring the dawn and ride off into the star cave on lost rays and stray thoughts that careless minds have left scattered about the world. And the children, as they raced and told their mother to "please move a little more easily and slipperily," sang together in chorus, "We shall meet the morning spiders, the fairy cotton riders, each mounted on a star's rejected ray. With their tiny nets of feather, they collect our thoughts together, and on strips of windy weather bring the day." "That's stolen from you or Daddy," Mother began to say to Rogers, but was unable to complete the flash. The thought lay loose behind her in the air. A spider instantly mounted it and rode it off. Something brushed her cheek. Riquette stood over her, fingering her face with a soft extended paw. "But it surely can't be time yet to get up," she murmured. "I've only just fallen asleep, it seems." She glanced at her watch upon the chair beside the bed, saw that it was only 4 o'clock, and then turned over, making a space for the cat behind her shoulder. A tremendous host of dreams caught at her sliding mind. She tried to follow them. They vanished. "Oh dear," she sighed, and promptly fell asleep again. But this time she slept lightly. No more adventures came. She did not dream. And later, when Riquette woke her a second time because it was 6:30, she remembered as little of having been out as though such a thing had never taken place at all. She lit the fire and put the porridge saucepan on the stove. It was a glorious July morning. She felt glad to be alive and full of happy singing thoughts. "I wish I could always sleep like that," she said. "But what a pity one has to wake up in the end." And then, as she turned her mind toward the coming duties of the day, another thought came to her. It was a very ordinary, almost a daily thought, but there seemed more behind it than usual. Her whole heart was in it this time. "As soon as the children are off to school, I'll pop over to Mother and see if I can't cheer her up a bit and make her feel more happy. Oh dear," she added, "life is a bag of duties, whichever way one looks at it." But she felt a great power in her, that she could face them easily and turn each one into joy. She could take life more bigly, carelessly, more as a whole somehow. She was aware of some huge directing power in her underneath. Moreover, the underneath of a woman like Mother was not a trifle that could be easily ignored. That great under-self, resting in the abysses of being, rose and led. The pettier upper self withdrew ashamed, passing over the reins of conduct into those mighty, shadowy hands. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 26. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Book of Job. The feeling that something was going to happen, that odd sense of anticipation which all had experienced the evening before at tea-time, had entirely vanished, of course, next morning. It was a mood, and it had passed away. Everyone had slept it off. They little realized how it had justified itself. Jane Ann, tidying the den soon after 7 o'clock, noticed the slip of paper above the mantelpiece, read it over. "The Starlight Express will start tonight. Be ready," and tore it down. "How could that have amused us?" she said aloud as she tossed it into the waste-paper basket. Yet even while she did so, some stray sensation of delight clutched at her funny little heart, a touch of emotion she could not understand that was wild and very sweet. She went singing about her work. She felt important and grown up, extraordinarily light-hearted too. The things she sang made up their own words, such odd snatches that came she knew not whence. An insect clung to her duster, and she shook it out of the window with the crumbs and bits of cotton gathered from the tablecloth. "Get out, you morning spider, you fairy cotton rider," she sang, and at the same minute Mother opened the bedroom door and peeped in, astonished at the unaccustomed music. In her voluminous dressing gown, her hair caught untidily in a loose net, her face flushed from stooping over the porridge saucepan, she looked, thought Jinny, like a haystack somehow. Of course she did not say it. The draught flapping at her ample skirts added the idea of a covering tarpaulin to the child's mental picture. She went on dusting with a half-offended air, as though Mother had no right to interrupt her with a superintending glance like this. "You won't forget the sweeping too, Jinny," said Mother, retiring again majestically with that gliding motion her abundant proportions achieved so gracefully. "Of course I won't, Mother." And the instant the door was closed, she fell into another snatch of song, the words of which flowed unconsciously into her mind, it seemed. "For I'm a tremendously busy sweep, dusting the room while you're all asleep, and shoving you all in the rubbish heap over the edge of the tiles." A little wumbled, it is true, but its source unmistakable. And all day long with everyone it was similar, this curious intrusion of the night into the day, the subconscious into the conscious, a kind of subtle trespassing. The flower of forgotten dreams rose so softly to the surface of consciousness that they had an air of sneaking in, anxious to be regarded as an integral part of normal waking life. Like bubbles in water they rose, discharged their puff of fragrant air, and disappeared again. Jane Ann, in particular, was simply radiant all day long, and more than usually clear-headed. Once or twice she wumbled, but there was big sense in her even then. It was only the expression that evaded her. Her little brain was a poor transmitter somehow. "I feel all endowed today," she informed Rottger when he congratulated her later in the day on some cunning act of attention she bestowed upon him. It was in the courtyard where they all sat sunning themselves after déjeuner and before the younger children returned to afternoon school. "I feel emaciated, you know," she added, uncertain whether emancipated was the word she really thought. "You'll be quite grown up," he told her, "by the time I come back to Little Bourcelle in the autumn." Little Bourcelle. It sounded, the caressing way he said it, as if it lay in the palm of his big brown hand. "But you'll never come back because you'll never go," Monkey chimed in. "My hair, remember." "My trains won't take you," said Jimbo gravely. "Oh, a train may take you," continued Monkey, "but you can't leave. Going away by train isn't leaving." "It's only like going to sleep," explained her brother. "You'll come back every night in a Starlight Express, because a Starlight Express takes passengers whether they like it or not. You take an ordinary train, but a Starlight train takes you," added Monkey. Mother heard the words and looked up sharply from her knitting. Something, it seemed, had caught her attention vividly, though until now her thoughts had been busy with practical things of quite another order. She glanced keenly round at the faces where all sat grouped upon the stone steps of La Citadelle. Then she smiled curiously, half to herself. What she said was clearly not what she had first meant to say. "Children, you're not sitting on the cold stone, are you?" she inquired, but a little absent-mindedly. "We're quite warm. We've got our thick underneathies on," was the reply. They realized that only part of her mind was in the question, and that any ordinary answer would satisfy her. Mother resumed her knitting, apparently satisfied. But Jinny, meanwhile, had been following her own train of thought, started by her cousin's description of her as grown up. The picture grew big and gracious in her mind. "I wonder what I shall do when my hair goes up," she observed, apparently apropos de bottes. It was the day, of course, eagerly, almost feverishly looked forward to. "Hide your head in a bag, probably," laughed her sister. Jinny flushed. Her hair was not abundant, yet she seemed puzzled rather than offended. "Never mind," Rottger soothed her. "The day a girl puts up her hair, 1,000 young men are aware of it, and one among them trembles." The idea of romance seemed somehow in the air. "Oh, Cousin Henry!" She was delighted, comforted, impressed, but perplexity was uppermost. Something in his tone of voice prevented impudent comment from the others. "And all the stars grow a little brighter," he added. "The entire universe is glad." "I shall be a regular company promoter," she exclaimed, nearer to wit than she knew, yet with only the vaguest inkling of what he really meant. "And draw up a memorandum of agreement with the Milky Way," he added, gravely smiling. He had just been going to say, "with the Pleiades," when something checked him. A wave of strange emotion swept him. It rose from the depths within, then died away as mysteriously as it came. Like exquisite music heard from very far away, it left its thrill of beauty and of wonder, then hid behind the breath of wind that brought it. "The whole world, you see, will know," he added under his breath to the delighted child. He looked into her queer, flushed face. The blue eyes for a moment had, he thought, an amber tinge. It was a mere effect of light, of course. The sun had passed behind a cloud. Something that he ought to have known, ought to have remembered, flashed mockingly before him and was gone. "One among them trembles," he repeated in his mind. He himself was trembling. "The morning spiders," said someone quietly and softly, "are standing out their stable doors, making faces at the hidden sun." But he never knew who said it, or if it was not his own voice speaking below his breath. He glanced at Jimbo. The small grave face wore an air of manlike preoccupation, as was always the case when he felt a little out of his depth in general conversation. He assumed it in self-protection. He never exposed himself by asking questions. The music of that undervoice ran on. Sweet thoughts like fine weather bind closely together God's stars with the heart of a boy. But he said it aloud apparently this time, for the others looked up with surprise. Monkey inquired what in the world he was talking about, only, not quite knowing himself, he could not answer her. Jimbo, then, silent and preoccupied, found his thoughts still running on marriage. The talk about his sister's hair going up no doubt had caused it. He remembered the young schoolmistress who had her meals at the pension, and the Armenian student who had fallen in love with and eventually married her. It was the only courtship he had ever witnessed. Marriage and courtship seemed everywhere this morning. "I saw it all with Mademoiselle Perrette," he informed the party. "It began already by his pouring out water for her and passing the salt and things. It always begins like that. He got shawls even when she was hot." He looked so wise and grave that nobody laughed, and his sisters even seemed impressed rather. Jinny waited anxiously for more. If Mother did make an odd grimace, it was not noticed, and anyhow was cleverly converted into the swallowing of a yawn. There was a moment's silence. Jimbo, proudly conscious that more was expected of him, provided it in his solemn little voice. "But it must be horrid," he announced, "to be married. Always stick to the same woman like that." No sentence was complete without the inevitable already or like that translated from the language he was more at home in. He thought in French. "I shall never marry myself. Me marier," he decided, seeing his older sister's eyes upon him wonderingly. Then, uncertain whether he had said an awfully wise or an awfully foolish thing, he added no more. Anyhow, it was the way a man should talk, with decision. "It's bad enough to be a wife," put in Monkey, "but it must be worse still to have one." But Jane Ann seemed shocked. A man, Jimbo reflected, can never be sure how his wisdom may affect the other sex. Women are not meant to know everything. She rose with dignity and went upstairs towards the door, and Monkey, rippling with laughter, smacked her as she went. This only shocked her more. "That was a slight mistake behind," she said reprovingly, looking back. "You should have more reserve, I think." Then firmly shut the door. All of which meant, so far as Jane Ann was concerned, that an important standard of conduct, grown up, dignified, stately in a spiritual sense, was being transferred to her present behaviour, but transferred ineffectively. Elsewhere, Jane Ann lived it, was it. She knew it, but could not get at the part of her that knew it. The transmitting machinery was imperfect. Connecting links and switches were somehow missing. Yearning was strong in her, that yearning which is common to all the world, though so variously translated. Once out of the other sight, she made a curious face. She went into her room between the kitchen and the den, flung herself on the bed, and burst into tears. And the fears brought relief. They oiled the machinery, perhaps. At any rate, she soon felt better. "I felt so enormous and unsettled," she informed Mother later, when the redness of her eyes was noticed and she received breathlessly a great comforting hug. "I never get anything right." "But you are right, darling," Mother soothed her, little guessing that she told the perfect truth. "You are all right, only you don't know it. Everybody's wumbled somewhere." And she advised her, Mother was profoundly wise instinctively, not to think so much, but just go ahead as usual and do her work. For Mother herself felt a little queer that day, as though something very big and splendid lay hiding just beyond her reach. It surged up, vanished, then surged up again, and it came closest when she was not thinking of it. The least effort of the mind to capture it merely plunged her into an empty gulf where she could not touch bottom. The glorious thing ran instantly underground. She never ceased to be aware of it, but any attempt to focus resulted in confusion. Analysis was beyond her powers, yet the matter was very simple really. For only when thought is blank and when the mind has forgotten to think can inspiration come through into the heart. The intellect interprets afterwards, sets in order, regulates, examines the wonder and beauty the heart distills alchemically out of the eternal stream in which life everywhere dips its feet. If reason interferes too soon or during transmission, it only muddles and destroys. And Mother, hitherto, had always been so proud of being practical, prosaic, reasonable. She had deliberately suppressed the other. She could not change in a single day just because she had been out and made discoveries last night. Oh, how simple it all was really, and yet how utterly most folk convert the wonder of it into wumbling. Like Jane Ann, her miniature, she felt splendid all day long, but puzzled too. It was almost like those religious attacks she had experienced in early youth. She had no definite creed by which she could explain it. Though nominally Christian, like her husband, she could not ascribe her joy to a Holy Spirit or to a God working in her. But she was reminded of her early religious attacks because she now experienced that large sensation of glorious peace and certainty which usually accompanies the phenomenon in the heart called conversion. She saw life whole. She rested upon some unfailing central joy. Come what might, she felt secure and saved. Something everlasting lay within call, an ever-ready help in trouble, and all day she was vaguely conscious that her life lay hid with what? She never found the word exactly, for joy was but one aspect of it. She fell back upon the teachings of the big religions which are the police regulations of the world. Yet all creeds shared these, and her feeling was far deeper than mere moral teachings. And then she gave up thinking about it. Besides, she had much knitting to do. "It's come to stay anyhow. I feel in sympathy with everybody," she said, and so dismissed vain introspection, keeping the simple happiness and peace. That was her strength, as it was also Jinny's. A reformation had begun. Jimbo, too, felt something in his microcosmic way, only he said little and asked no single question. It betrayed itself, however, to his mother's widened vision. He was all stirred up. He came back again from school at 3 o'clock, for it was Thursday, and he did not take the singing lesson from 3 to 4, put down his books with a very business-like air, forgot to kiss his mother, and went out. "Where are you off to, Jimbo?" She scented mischief. He was so affaire. He turned obediently at once, the face grave and puckered. "Going over to the carpenter's house, Mummy." "What for, dear? Why don't you stay and play here?" She had the feeling that her husband was absorbed in his work and would not like to be disturbed. The boy's reply was evasive too. "I want to have a long discuss with Daddy," he said. "Can't you have your long discuss with me instead?" she asked. He shook his head. "You see," he answered solemnly, "it's about things." "But Daddy's working just now. He'll be over to tea at 4. Can't it wait till then?" She understood too well to inquire what things might be. The boy wished to speak with one of his own sex, as one man to another man. "When a man's at work," she added, "he doesn't like to be disturbed." "All right," was the reply. "We can wait a little." And he settled down to other things in a corner by himself. His mind, clearly, was occupied with grave considerations he could not discuss with anybody, least of all with women and children. But of course, busy men must not be interrupted. For a whole hour in his corner he made no sound and hardly any movement. But Daddy did not come at 4 o'clock. He was evidently deep in work, and Mother did not send for him. The carpenter's wife, she knew, would provide a cup of tea. He came late to supper too, at the pension, nodded to Mother with an expression which plainly said, "I finished the story at last," winked to his cousin, meaning, "It came out all right, I'm satisfied," and took his seat between Jinny and Mademoiselle Villemot, the governess who had earned her meal by giving a music lesson that afternoon to a pensionnaire. Jinny looked sideways at him in a spirit of examination and picked the inevitable crumb deftly from his beard. "Reminiscences," she observed slyly. "You did have some tea, then?" Her long word was well chosen for once, her mind unusually logical too. But Daddy made no reply. He went on eating whatever was set before him with an air of complete detachment. He devoured cold ham and salad automatically, and the children, accustomed to this absorption, ignored his presence. He was still in the atmosphere of his work, abstracted, lost to the outer world. They knew they would only get wumbled answers to their questions and remarks, and they did not dare to tease him. From time to time he lifted his eyes, very bright they were, and glanced round the table, dimly aware that he was in the midst of a stream of noisy chatter, but unable to enter it successfully at any point. Mother, watching him, thought, "He's sitting on air, he's wrapped in light, he's very happy," and ate an enormous supper as though an insatiable hunger was in her. The governess, Mademoiselle Villemot, who stood in awe of the author in him, seized her opportunity. She loved to exchange de mots with a real writer, reading all kinds of unintended subtlety into his brief replies in dreadful French. Tonight she asked him the meaning of a word, title of a Tauchnitz novel she'd been reading, Juggernaut, but being on his deaf side, he caught Huguenot instead and gave her a laboured explanation strangled by appalling grammar. The historical allusions dazed her. The explanation ended on a date. She was sorry she had ventured, for it made her feel so ignorant. Juggernaut, she repeated bravely. She had a vague idea he had not properly heard before. But this time he caught Argonaut, and swamped her then with classical exposition, during which she never took her eyes off him, and decided that he was far more wonderful than she had ever dreamed. He was, but not for the reasons she supposed. "Thank you," she said, with meek gratitude at the end. "I thank you." "Il n'y a pas de quoi," replied Daddy, bowing, and the adventure came to an end. The others luckily had not heard it in full swing. They only caught the final phrase with which he said adieu, but it served its unwitting purpose admirably. It brought him back to the world about him. The spell was broken. All turned upon him instantly. "Ce n'est pas un morceau de bon." Monkey copied his accent, using a sentence from a schoolboy's letter in Punch. "It's not a bit of good." Mother squelched her with a look, but Daddy, even if he noticed it, was not offended. Nothing could offend him tonight. Impertinence turned silvery owing to the way he took it. There was a marvellous light and sweetness about him. "He is on air," decided Mother finally. "He's written his great story, our story. It's finished." "I don't know," he said casually to the others as they stood talking a few minutes in the salon before going over to the den, "if you'd like to hear it, but I've got a new creature for the Wumble book. It came to me while I was thinking of something else." "Thinking of one thing while you were thinking of another," cried Monkey. It described accurately his state of mind sometimes. "And I jotted down the lines on my cuff, so it's not very perfect yet." Mother had him by the arm quickly. Mademoiselle Villemot was hovering in his neighbourhood for one thing. It seemed to her they floated over, almost flew. "It's a haystack woman," he explained, once they were safely in the den grouped about him. "A woman of the haystack who is loved by the wind. That is to say, the big wind loves her, but she prefers the younger, handsomer little winds, and—" He was not allowed to finish. The children laid his cuff back in a twinkling, drawing up the coat sleeve. "But surely I know that," Mother was saying. "I've heard of her before somewhere. I wonder where." Others were saying the same thing. "It's not new." "Impossible," said Daddy, "for the idea only came to me this morning while I was thinking of something else." Monkey again finished the sentence for him. Mother felt that things were rushing about her from another world. She was vaguely conscious, deliciously, bewilderingly, of having heard this all before. Imaginative folk have built the certainty of a previous existence upon evidence as slight, for actual scenery came with it, and she saw dim forest trees and figures hovering in the background, and bright atmosphere and fields of brilliant stars. She felt happy and shining, light as a feather too. It all was just beyond her reach, though. She could not recover it properly. It must have been a dream she told me, was her conclusion, referring to Mademoiselle Le Maire. Her old friend was in it somewhere or other. She felt sure of that. She hardly heard, indeed, the silly lines her husband read aloud to the children. She liked the sound of his voice, though. It suggested music she had known far away in her childhood. "It's high spirits, really," whispered Rottger, sitting beside her in the window. "It's a sort of overflow from his story. He can't do that kind of rhyme a bit, but it's an indication." "You think he's got a fine big story this time?" she asked under her breath, and Cousin Henry's eyes twinkled keenly as he gave a significant nod and answered, "Rather. Can't you feel the splendor all about him? The strength, the harmony?" She leaped at the word. Harmony exactly described this huge new thing that had come into the family, into the village, into the world. The feeling that they all were separate items, struggling for existence one against the other, had gone forever. Life seemed now a single whole, an enormous pattern. Everyone fitted in. There was effort, wholesome, jolly effort, but no longer the struggle or fighting that were ugly. To live carelessly was possible and right because the pattern was seen entire. It was to live in the whole. "Harmony," she repeated to herself with a great swelling happiness in her heart. "That's the nunculus of the matter." "The what?" he asked, overhearing her. "The nunculus," she repeated bravely, seeing the word in her mind, yet unable to get it quite. Rottger did not correct her. "Rather," was all he said. "Of course it is." What did the pronunciation of a word matter at such a time? Her version even sounded better than the original. Mother saw things bigger. Already she was becoming creative. "And you're the one who brought it," she continued, but this time so low that he did not catch the words. "It's you, your personality, your thinking, your atmosphere somehow that have brought this gigantic sense of peace and calm security, which are all for nothing but the consciousness of harmony and the power of seeing ugly details in their proper place, in a single coup d'oeil, and understanding them as parts of a perfect whole." It was her thought really running on. She never could have found the words like that. She thought in French too, for one thing, and in any case Rottger could not have heard her, for he was listening now to the uproar of the children as they criticized Daddy's ridiculous effusion. A haystack, courted in vain by zephyrs, but finally taken captive by an equinoctial gale, strained nonsense too finely for their sense of what was right and funny. It was the pictures he now drew in the book that woke their laughter. He gave the stack a physiognomy that they recognized. "But Mother, he's making it look like you," cried Monkey. Only Mother was too far away in her magnificent reverie to reply intelligently. "I know her. She's my friend," she answered vaguely. "So it's all right." Majestic haystack. It was the voice of the wind addressing her. "Majestic haystack, empress of my life, your ample waist just fits the gown I fancy for my wife, and suits my taste. Yet there you stand, flat-footed, square and deep, an unresponsive elephantine heap, coquetting with the stars while I'm asleep, oh cruel stack. Coy, silent monster, matron of the fields, I sing to you, and all the fondest love that summer yields I bring to you. Yet there you squat, immense in your disdain, heedless of all the tears of streaming rain. My eyes drip over you, your breathless swain, O stony stack. Stupendous maiden, sweetest when oblong, does inner flame now smoulder in thy soul to hear my song, repeat thy name? Or does thy huge and ponderous heart object the advances of my passion and reject my love because it's airy and elect? O wily stack! O crested goddess, thatched and top-knotted, O reckless stack! Of wives that to the wind have been allotted, there is no lack. You've spurned my love as though I were a worm, but next September, when I see thy form, I'll woo thee with an equinoctial storm, I have that knack. Far less wumbled than usual, thought Rogers, as the children danced about the room, making up new ridiculous rhymes, of which I'll give you a whack seemed the most popular. Only Jane Ann was quiet. A courtship, even so remote and improbable as between the wind and a haystack, sent her thoughts inevitably in the dominant direction. It must be nice when one is two, she whispered ambiguously to Mother with a very anxious face. But I'm sure that if a woman can't cook, love flies out of the window. It's a positive calamity, you know. But it was Cousin Henry's last night in Bourcelle, and the spirit of pandemonium was abroad. Neither parent could say no to anything, and mere conversation in corners was out of the question. The door was opened into the corridor, and while Mother played her only waltz, Jimbo and Monkey danced on the splintery boards as though it were a parquet floor, and Rogers pirouetted somewhat solemnly with Jane Ann. She enjoyed it immensely, yet rested her hand very gingerly upon his shoulder. "Please don't hold me quite so tight," she ventured. "I've never danced with a strange man before, you see." And he no more laughed at her than he had laughed at Mother's nunculus. Even Jane Ann, he knew, would settle down comfortably before long into the great big pattern where a particular nook awaited, needed, her bizarre odd brilliance. The most angular fragments would nest softly, neatly in. A little filing, a little polishing, and all would fit together. To force would only be to break. Hurry was of the devil. And later, while Daddy played an ancient tune that was written originally as a mazurka, yet did duty now for a two-step, he danced with Mother too, and the children paused to watch out of sheer admiration. "Fancy, Mother dancing!" they exclaimed with glee, except Jinny, who was just a little offended and went to stand by the piano till it was over. For Mother danced as lightly as a child for all her pride of measurement, and no frigate ever skimmed the waves more gracefully than Mother glided over those uneven boards. The wind and the haystack, of course, was Monkey's description. "You'll wind and haystack to bed now," was the reply, as Mother sat and fanned herself in the corner. The bed sentence, as the children called it, was always formed in this way. Whatever the child was saying when the moment came, Mother adopted as her verb. "Shall I put some peat on, Mother?" became, "Peat yourself off to bed, it's 9 o'clock," and the child was sorry it had spoken. Goodbyes had really been said at intervals all day long, and so tonight was slight enough. The children, besides, were so XXIII tired, as Monkey put it, that they possessed no more emotion of any kind. There were various disagreeable things in the immediate future of tomorrow, getting up early, school, and so forth, and Cousin Henry's departure they lumped in generally with the mass, accepted but unrealized. Jimbo could hardly keep his eyes alight, and Monkey's hair was like a baby haystack the wind had treated to an equinoctial storm. Jinny, stiff, perplexed, and solemn with exhaustion, yet dared not betray it because she was older, immeasurable distance of her hair going up. "Why don't you play with the others, child?" asked Mother, finding her upright on a sofa while the romp went on. "Oh, tonight," Jinny explained. "I sit indifferent and look on. I don't always feel like skidivvying about." To skidivvy was to chivvy and skedaddle, its authority not difficult to guess. "Goodbye, Cousin Henry," each gasped as his big arms went round them and squeezed out the exclamation. "Oh, thank you most awfully," came next, with another kiss, produced by his pressing something hard and round and yellow into each dirty little hand. "It's only a bit of crystallized starlight," he explained, "that escaped long ago from the cave, and starlight, remember, shines for everybody as well as for yourselves. You can buy a stamp with it occasionally too," he added, "and write to me." "We will, of course." Jimbo straightened up a moment before the final collapse of sleep. "Your train leaves at 6:23, he said with the authority of exclusive information. "You must be at the station at 6 to get the bagage enregistré. It's a slow train to Pontarlier, but you'll find a wagon direct for Paris in front, next to the engine. I shall be at the station to see you off." "I shan't," said Monkey. Rogers realized with delight the true meaning of these brief and unemotional goodbyes. They know I'm coming back. They feel that the important part of me is not going away at all. My thinking stays here with them. Jinny lingered another 10 minutes for appearance's sake. It was long past her bedtime too, but dignity forbade her retiring with the others. Standing by the window, she made conversation a moment, feeling it was the proper grown-up thing to do. It was even expected of her. "Look, it's full moon," she observed gravely, as though suggesting that she could, if she liked, go out and enjoy the air. "Isn't it lovely?" "No, yesterday was full moon," Rogers corrected her, joining her and looking out. "2 nights ago, to be exact, I think." "Oh," she replied, as solemnly as though politics or finance were under discussion. "Then it's bigger than full moon now. It goes on, does it, getting fuller and fuller till—" "Now, Jinny dear, it's very late, and you'd better full moon off to bed," Mother interrupted gently. "Yes, Mother, I'm just saying good night." She held her hand out, as though she was afraid he might kiss her, yet feared he would not. "Goodbye, Mr. Cousin Henry, and I hope you'll have an exceedingly happy time in the train, and soon come back and visit us again." "Thank you," he said. "I'm sure I shall." He gave her a bit of solid starlight as he said it, then suddenly leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek. Making a violent movement like an experienced boxer who dodges an uppercut, Jinny turned and fled precipitately from the room, forgetting her parents altogether. That kiss, she felt, consumed her childhood in a flash of fiery flame. In bed, she decided that she must lengthen her skirts the very next day and put her hair up too. She must do something that should give her protection and yet freedom. For a long time, she did not sleep. She lay thinking it over. She felt supremely happy, wild, excited, naughty. A man has kissed me. It was a man. It was Mr. Rogers, Daddy's cousin. He's not my cousin exactly, but just a man. And she fell asleep, wondering how she ought to begin her letter to him when she wrote, but more perplexing still, how she ought to end it. That little backward brain sought the solution of the problem all night long in dreams. She felt a criminal, a daredevil caught in the act awaiting execution. Light had been flashed cruelly upon her dark, careful secret, the greatest and finest secret in the world. The child lay under sentence indeed, only it was a sentence of life and not of death. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 27. Asia. I feel. I see those eyes which burn through smiles that fade in tears, like stars half quenched in mists of silver dew. Prometheus Unbound by Shelley. It was only 10 o'clock, really, and the curfew was ringing from every village on the mountainside. The sound of the bells, half musical, half ominous, was borne by La Bise across the vineyards, for the easterly wind that brings fine weather was blowing over lake and forest, and seemed to drive before it thin sheets of moonlight that turned the whole world soft. The village lay cosily dreaming beneath the sky. Once the curfew died away, there was only the rustling of the plane trees in the old courtyard. The great citadel loomed above the smaller houses, half in shadow, half in silver, nodding heavily to the spire of the church, and well within sight of the sentinel poplar that guarded the village from the forest and the mountains. Far away, these mountains now lowered their enormous shoulders to let night flow down upon the sleeping world. The scaffolding that brought it had long since sailed over France towards the sea. Mother, still panting from the ritual of fastening the younger children into bed, had gone a moment down the passage to say good night to Mademoiselle La Mère, and when she returned, the three of them, herself, her husband, and Cousin Henry, dropped into chairs beside the window and watched the silvery world in silence for a time. None felt inclined to speak. There was drama somehow in that interval of silence, that drama which lurks everywhere and always behind life's commonest, most ordinary moments. Actions reveal it, sometimes, but it mostly lies concealed, and especially in deep silences like this, when the ticking of a cuckoo clock upon the wall may be the sole hint of its presence. It was not the good-byes that made all three realize it so near, though good-byes are always solemn and momentous things. It was something that stirred and rose upon them from a far deeper strata of emotion than that caused by apparent separation, for no pain lay in it, but a power much more difficult to express in the sounds and syllables of speech. Joy, a great joy, creative and of big significance, had known accomplishment. Each felt it, knew it, realized it. The moonlit night was aware of it. The entire universe knew it too. The drama lay in that. There had been creation of more light. The world was richer than it had been. Someone had caught beauty in a net, and to catch beauty is to transform and recreate all common things. It is a revelation. Through the mind of each of these three flowed the stream of casual thinking, images, reflections, and the shadowy scaffoldings of many new emotions, sweeping along between the banks of speech and silence. And this stream, though in flood, did not overflow into words for a long time. With eyes turned inwards, each watched the current pass. Clear and deep, it quietly reflected stars. Each watched the same stream, the same calm depths, the same delicate reflections. They were in harmony with themselves, and therefore with the universe. Then suddenly one of the reflections, it was the Pleiades, rose to the surface to clasp its lovely original. It was the woman who netted the golden thought and drew it forth for all to see. "Couldn't you read it to us, Daddy?" she whispered softly across the silence. "If it's not too long for you." He was so eager, so willing to comply. "We will listen till the morning spiders take us home," his cousin said. "It's only the shorter version," Daddy agreed shiningly. "A sketch for that book, which, of course, will take a year to write. I might read that, perhaps." "Do," urged Mother. "We're all in it, aren't we? It's our story as well as yours." He rose to get the portfolio from the shelf where he had laid it, and while Rogers lit the lamp, Riquette stole in at the window, picking her way daintily across the wet tiles. She stood a moment, silhouetted against the sky. Then, shaking her feet rapidly, each in turn, like bits of quivering wire, she stepped precisely into the room. "I am in it too," she plainly said, curling herself up on the chair Daddy had just vacated, but resigning herself placidly enough to his scanty lap when he came back again, and began to read. Her deep purring, while he stroked her absent-mindedly, became an undercurrent to the sound of his voice, then presently ceased altogether. On and on he read, while the moon sailed over La Citadelle, bidding the stars hush to listen too. She put her silvery soft hands across their eyes, that they might hear the better. The blue wind of the night gathered up the meaning and spread it everywhere. The forest caught the tale from the low laughter in the crest of the poplar, and passed it on to the leagues of the forest that bore it in turn across the frontiers into France. Thence snowy Altels and the giant bloomless Alp flashed it south along the crowding peaks and down among the Italian chestnut woods, who next sent it coursing over the rustling waves of the Adriatic and mixed it everywhere with the Mediterranean foam. In the morning the shadows upon bare Grecian hills would whisper it among the ancient islands, and the east catch echoes of it in the winds of dawn. The forests of the north would open their great gloomy eyes with wonder, as though strange new wildflowers had come among them in the night. All across the world, indeed, wherever there were garden minds tender enough to grow fairy seed, these flakes of thought would settle down in sleep and blossom, in due season, into a crop of magic beauty. He read on and on. The village listened too. The little shadowy street, the familiar pine woods, the troubled pension, each, as its image was evoked in the story, knew its soul discovered, and stirred in its sleep towards the little room to hear. And the desolate ridges of La Tourne and Boudry, the clefts where the wild lily of the valley grew unknown, high nooks and corners where the buzzards nested, these also knew, and answered the trumpet summons of the thought that made them live. A fire of creation ran pulsing from this center. All were in the pattern of the story. To the two human listeners, it seemed as familiar as a tale read in childhood long ago, and only half forgotten. They always knew a little of what was coming next. Yet it spread so much further than mere childhood memories, for its golden atmosphere included all countries and all times. It rose and sang and sparkled, lighting up strange, deep recesses of their unconscious and half-realized life, and almost revealing the tiny silver links that joined them on to the universe at large. The golden ladders from the Milky Way were all let down. They climbed up silvery ropes into the moon. "It's not my own idea," he said. "I'm convinced of that. It's all flocked into me from some other mind that thought it long ago, but could not write it, perhaps. No thought is lost, you see, never can be lost. Like this, somehow, I feel it. Now sinks to sleep the clamor of the day, and million-footed from the Milky Way falls shyly on my heart the world's lost thought, shower of primrose dust the stars have taught to haunt each sleeping mind, till it may find a garden in some eager, passionate brain, that, rich in loving kindness as in pain, shall harvest it, then scatter forth again its garnered loveliness from heaven caught. Oh, every yearning thought that holds a tear, yet finds no mission, and lies untold, waits, guarded in that labyrinth of gold, to reappear upon some perfect night, deathless, not old, but sweet with time and distance, and clothed, as in a vision of starry brilliance, for the world's delight. In the pauses, from time to time, they heard the distant thunder of the Aruz, as it churned and tumbled over the Val de Travers boulders. The Columbet bells, as the hours passed, strung the sentences together. Moonlight wove in and out of every adventure as they listened. Stars threaded the little chapters, each to each, with their eternal golden fastenings. The words seemed written down in dew, but the dew crystallized into fairy patterns that instantly flew about the world upon their mission of deliverance. In this ancient network of the stars, the universe lay fluttering, and they lay with it, all prisoners in Fairyland. For the key of it all was sympathy, and the delicate soul of it was tender human love. Borcelle, in this magic tale, was the starting point whence the starlight expresses flashed into all the world, even unto the unvisited, forgotten corners that had known no service hitherto. It was so adaptable and searching, and knew such tiny, secret ways of entrance. The thought was so penetrating, true, and simple. Even old Mother Plume would wake to the recovery of some hitherto forgotten fragrance in her daily life, just as those northern forests would wake to find new wildflowers. For all fairy tales issue first from the primeval forest, thence undergoing their protean transformation, and in similar fashion this story, so slight but so tremendous, issued from the forest of one man's underthinking, one deep, pure mind, wumbled badly as far as external things were concerned, yet realizing that Borcelle contained the universe, and that he, in turn, contained Borcelle. Another, it is true, had shown it to him, though all unwittingly, and had cleaned in his atmosphere the channels for the entrance of the glorious pattern. But the result was the same. In his brain, perhaps by chance, perhaps by God, lay the machinery which enabled him to give it out to others, the power and ability to transmit. It was a fairy tale of the world, only the world had forgotten it. He brought it back to its fairyland again. And this fairyland, what and where was it? And how could this tale of its recovery bring into his listeners' hearts such a sense of peace and joy that they felt suddenly secure in the world and safe mid all the confusion of their muddled lives? That there were tears in Mother's eyes seems beyond question, because the moonlight, reflected faintly from a wet cobble in the yard below, glistened like a tiny silver lantern there. They betrayed the fact that something in her had melted and flowed free. Yet there was no sadness in the fairy tale to cause it. They were tears of joy. Surely it was that this tale of starlight, starlight expresses and star caves, told as simply as running water, revealed the entire universe as one, and that in this mighty, splendid thing, each of them nestled safe and comfortable. The world was really thinking, and all lay fluttering in the great, magnificent old net of stars. What people think, they are. All can think beauty, and sympathy, to feel with everything, was the clue. For sympathy is love, and to love a star was to love a neighbor. To be without sympathy was to feel apart, and to think apart was to cut oneself off from life, from the whole, from God and joy. It was death. To work at commonplace duties because they were duties to the universe at large, this was the way to find courage, peace, and happiness, because this was genuine and successful work, no effort lost, and the most distant star aware of it. Thinking was living, whether material results were visible or not. Yearning was action, even though no accomplishment was apparent. Thought and sympathy, though felt but for a passing moment, sweetened the Pleiades, and flashed along the Milky Way, and so-called tangible results that could prove it to the senses provided no adequate test of accomplishment or success. In the knowledge of belonging to this vast underlying unity was the liberation that brings courage, carelessness, and joy. To admit failure in anything by thinking it was to weaken the entire structure which binds together the planets and the heart of a boy. Thoughts were the fairies that the world believed in when it was younger, simpler, less involved in separation, and the golden fairyland recovered in this story was the fairyland of lovely thinking. In this little lamplit room of the citadel, the two listeners were conscious of this giant, delicate network that captured every flying thought and carried it streaming through the world. God became a simple thing. He fashioned Rottger's scheme, even though it never materialized in bricks and mortar. God was behind Mother, even when she knitted or lit the fire in the den. All were prisoners in his eternal fairyland. And the symbolism of the story, the so-called fantasy, they also easily understood, because they felt it true. To be out of the body was merely to think and feel away from the self. As they listened, they realized themselves in touch with every nation and with every time, with all possible beliefs and disbeliefs, with every conceivable kind of thinking, that is, which ever has existed or ever shall exist. The heat and radiance given out by the clear delivery of this inspirational fairy tale must have been very strong. Far-reaching it certainly was. Ah, sighed Rogers to himself, if only I could be like that, not realizing that he was so. Oh dear, felt the woman, that's what I've felt sometimes. I only wish it were true of me, unaware that it could be, and even by the fact of her yearning, was so. If only I could get up and help the world, past like a flame, across the heart of the sufferer who lay on her sleepless bed next door, listening to the sound of the droning voice that reached her through the wall, yet curiously ignorant that this very longing was already majestically effective in the world of definite action. And even Mother Plume, pacing her airless room at the further end of the village and tapping her ebony stick upon the floor, turned suspiciously, as at a passing flash of light that warmed her for a sudden instant as it went. Perhaps, after all, they don't mean all these unkind things they do to me, she thought. I live so much alone. Possibly I see things less clearly than I used to do. The spell was certainly very potent, though Daddy himself, reading out the little shining chapters, guessed as little as the rest of them how strong. So small a part of what he meant to say, it seemed, had been transferred to the paper. More than he realized, far, far more, lay between the lines, of course. There was conviction in it, because there was vision and belief. Not much was said when he put his roll of paper down and leaned back in his chair. Riquette opened her eyes and blinked narrowly, then closed them again and began to purr. The ticking of the cuckoo clock seemed suddenly very loud and noticeable. "Thank you," said Mother, quietly, in an uncertain kind of voice. "The world seems very wonderful now. Quite different." She moved in her chair, the first movement she had made for over 2 hours. Daddy rubbed his eyes, stroked his beard, and lit a cigarette. It went out almost immediately, but he puffed on it just the same, till his cousin struck a match and stood over him to see it properly alight. "You have caught beauty naked in your net of stars," he murmured, "but you have left her as you found her, shining, silvery, unclothed. Others will see her too. You have taken us all back into Fairyland, and I, for one, shall never get out again." "Nor I," breathed someone in the shadows by the window. The clock struck 2. "Odd," said Mother softly, "but I never heard it strike once while you were reading." "We've all been out," Rogers laughed significantly, "just as you made them get out in the story." And then, while Riquette yawned and turned a moment from the window-sill to say thank you for her long warm sleep, Mother lit the spirit lamp and brewed the cups of chocolate. She tiptoed in next door, and as she entered the sick room, she saw through the steam rising from the cup she carried a curious thing, an impression of brilliance about the bed, as though shafts of light issued from it. Rays pulsed and trembled in the air. There was a perfume of flowers. It seemed she stepped back into the atmosphere of the story for an instant. "Ah, you're not asleep," she whispered. "We brewed some chocolate, and I thought you might like a cup." "No, I'm not asleep," answered the other woman from the bed she never would leave until she was carried from it. "But I have been dreaming. It seemed the stars came down into my room and sang to me. This bed became a throne, and some power was in me by which I could send my thoughts out to help the world. I sent them out as a king sends messengers, to people everywhere, even to people I've never heard of. Isn't it wonderful? You've had no pain?" For Mother knew that these sleepless hours at night brought unusually intense suffering. She stared at her, noting how the eyes shone and glistened with unshed moisture. "None," was the answer, "but only the greatest joy and peace I've ever known." The little glass of calmant was untouched. It was not a drug that had soothed the exhausted nerves. In this room, at any rate, the spell was working still. I was carried up through the air by stars, as though my ceaseless yearning to get up and work in the world for once was realized. "You can do everything from your bed," her friend murmured, sitting down beside her. "You do. Your thoughts go out so strongly, I've often felt them myself. Perhaps that's why God put you here in a bed like this," she added, surprised at the power in herself that made her say such things. "Just to think and pray for the world. I do pray sometimes for others, the tortured woman answered modestly. But this time I was not conscious of praying at all. It all swept out of me of its own accord. The force in me seemed so free and inexhaustible that it overflowed. It was irresistible. I felt able to save the world. You were out, said Mother softly. Out of yourself, I mean, she corrected it. And your lovely thoughts go everywhere. You do save the world. There fell a long silence between them. You've been reading aloud, said Mademoiselle Le Maire presently. I heard the drone of the voice through the wall. Daddy was reading his new story to us, the other said. It didn't disturb you? On the contrary, I think it was the voice, somehow, that brought the vision. I listened vaguely at first, trying to sleep. Then, opening my eyes suddenly, the room, as I told you, was full of stars. Their rays caught hold of me and drew these forces out of my very heart. I yielded, giving and giving and giving. Such life flowed from me, and they carried it away in streams. Oh, it really was like a divine sensation. It was divine, said Mother, but whether she meant the story or her friend's experience, she hardly knew herself. And the story, was it not about our little Borcelles? Asked the other. Mother held her hands up as though words failed her. She opened her arms wide. She was not quite sure of her voice. It was, she said at length, but Borcelles had grown into the universe. It's a fairy tale, but it's like a great golden fire. It warmed my heart till my whole body seemed all heart, and I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It makes you see that the whole world is one, and that the sun and moon and stars lie in so small and unimportant a thing as, say, Jimbo's mischief, or Monkey's impudence, or Jinny's backwardness and absurdity. All are in sympathy together, as in a network, and to feel sympathy with anything, even the most insignificant, connects you instantly with the whole. Thought and sympathy are the universe. They are life. While Mother paused for breath, her old friend smiled a curious, meaning smile, as though she heard a thing that she had always known. And all of us are in the story. And all the things we think are alive and active, too, because we have created them. Our thoughts populate the world, flying everywhere to help or hinder others. You see? The sound of a door opening was heard. Mother got up to go. Shafts of light again seemed to follow her from the figure in the bed. "Good night," she whispered with a full heart, while her thought ran suddenly. "You possess the secret of life and of creation, for suffering has taught it to you, and you have really known it always. But Daddy has put it into words for everybody." She felt proud as a queen. There were whispered good nights then in the corridor, for Rogers and her husband were on their way home to bed. "Your chocolate is getting cold," said Daddy kindly. "We thought you would probably stay in there. We're going over now. It's very late," Rogers added. They said good night again. She closed and locked the great door of the citadel behind them, hearing their steps on the cobbles in the yard, and for some time afterwards upon the road. But their going away seemed the same as coming nearer. She felt so close to everything that lived. Everything did live. Her heart included all that existed, all that ever had existed, that ever could exist. Mother was alive all over. "I have just been created," she laughed, and went back to the den to drink her cup of tepid chocolate. End of chapter 27, read by Deborah Beach Giordano. Chapter 28 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 28. See the busy Pleiades, sisters to the Hyades, 7 by 7 across the heaven. Light desire with their fire, working cunningly together in a soft and tireless band, sweetly linking all our thinking in a net of sympathy that brings back Fairyland, a voice. The prophecy of the children that Borsel's was a difficult place to get away from found its justification next morning, for Roger slept so heavily that he nearly missed his train. It was 6 o'clock when he tumbled downstairs, too late for a real breakfast, and only just in time to get his luggage upon the little char that did duty for all transport in this unsophisticated village. The carpenter pulled it for him to the station. "If I've forgotten anything, my cousin will send it after me," he told Madame Michaud, as he gulped down hot coffee on the steps. "Or we can keep it for you," was the answer. "You'll be coming back soon." She knew, like all the others, that one always comes back to Borsel's. She shook hands with him as if he were going away for a night or two. "Your room will always be ready," she added. "Avec les bons seulement de m'envoyer une petite ligne d'avance." "There's only 15 minutes," interrupted her husband, "and it's uphill all the way." They trundled off along the dusty road, already hot in the early July sun. There was no breath of wind. Swallows darted in the blue air. The perfume of the forests was everywhere. The mountains rose soft and clear into the cloudless sky. They passed the citadel, where the awning was already being lowered over the balcony for Mademoiselle Le Maire's bed to be wheeled out a little later. Rogers waved his handkerchief and saw the answering flutter inside the window. Riquette, on her way in, watched him from the tiles. The orchards then hid the lower floors. He passed the tinkling fountain. To the left he saw the church and the old pension, the wisteria blossoms falling down its walls in a cascade of beauty. The postmaster put his head out and waved his trilby hat with a solemn smile. "Le beaumetre est très haut," floated down the village street, instead of the sentence of goodbye. Even the postmaster took it for granted that he was not leaving. Gigi, standing in the door of his barn, raised his peaked hat and smiled. "C'est beau ce matin," he said. "Plus tard il fera rudement chaud." He spoke as if Rogers were off for a walk or a climb. It was the same everywhere. The entire village saw him go, yet behaved as if he was not really leaving. How fresh and sweet the morning air was, keen mountain fragrance in it, and all the delicious, delicate sharpness of wet moss and dewy fields. As he passed the courtyard near the Wallomtel and glanced up at the closed windows of Mother Plume's apartment, a pattering step startled him behind, and Jimbo came scurrying up. Rogers kissed him and lifted him bodily upon the top of his portmanteau, then helped the carpenter to drag it up the hill. The barriers at the level crossing are down. The warning gongs are ringing. It signaled from Avenir. They were only just in time. The luggage was registered, and the train panting up the steep incline, when Monkey, sleep still thick in her eyes, appeared, rolling along the white road. She was too breathless to speak. She stood and stared like a stuffed creature in a museum. Jimbo was beside the engine, having a word with the mechanicienne. "Send a telegram, you know, like that," he shouted, as the carriage slid past him, "and we'll bring the char." He knew his leader would come back. He took his cap off politely, as a man does to a lady, the Borsel's custom. He did not wave his handkerchief or make undignified signs. He stood there watching his cousin to the last, and trying to see the working of the engine at the same time. He had already told him the times and stopping places, and where he had to change. There was nothing more for a man to say. Monkey, her breath recovered now, shouted something impudent from the road. "The train will break down with you in it before it gets to Pontarlier, and you'll be back for tea. Worse luck?" He heard it faintly, above the grinding of the wheels. She blew him a kiss. Her hair flew out in a cloud of brown, the sunshine turned half golden. He almost saw the shining of her eyes. And then the belt of the forest hid her from view, hid Jimbo and the village too. The last thing he saw of Borsel's was the top of the church spire, and the red roof of the towering citadel. The crest of the sentinel poplar topped them both for a minute longer, waved a slight and stately farewell, then lowered itself into the forest and vanished in its turn. And Rogers came back with a start and a bump to what is called real life. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his corner, feeling he had suddenly left his childhood behind him for the second time. Not gradually as it ought to happen, but all in one dreadful moment. A great ache lay in his heart. The perfect book of fairy tales he had been reading was closed and finished. Weeks had passed in the delicious reading, but now the last page was turned. He came back to duty. Duty in London. Great, noisy, overwhelming London, with its disturbing bustle, its feverish activities, its complex, artificial, unsatisfying amusements, and its hosts of frantic people. He grew older in a moment. He was 40 again now. An instant ago, just on the further side of those blue woods, he had been 15. Life shrank and dwindled in him to a little, ugly, unattractive thing. He was returning to a flat in the dolorous edifice of civilization, a great practical scheme, rising in somber brick and mortar through the disfiguring fog, blocked all the avenues of the future. The picture seemed sordid somewhere. The contrast was so striking. In a great city was no softness. Hard, sharp angles everywhere, or at best an artificial smoothness that veiled ugliness and squalor very thinly. Human relationship worked like parts of a machine, cramped into definite orbits, each wheel, each pulley, the smallest deviation deemed erratic. In Borcelle, the mountain village, there was more latitude, room for expansion, space. The heart leaped up spontaneously like a spring released. In the city, this spring was held down rigidly in place, pressed under as by a weight. And the weight, surely, was that one forever felt compelled to think of self in a rather petty, shameful way, personal safety. In the streets, in the houses, in public buildings, shops, and railway stations, even where people met to eat and drink in order to keep alive, were notice boards of caution and warning against their fellow kind. Instead of the kindly and unnecessary, even ridiculous little Gigi, there were big, grave policemen by the score, a whole army of them, and everywhere grinned the notice boards, like automatic dummy policemen, mocking joy with their insulting warnings. The heart was oppressed with this constant reminder that safety could only be secured by great care and trouble. Safety for the little personal self, protection from all kinds of robbery, depredation, and attack. Beware of pickpockets. The proprietor is not responsible for overcoats and umbrellas even, and burglar alarms and doors of steel and iron everywhere. An organized defense from morning till night, against one's own kind. He had lived among these terrible conditions all his life, proud of the personal security that civilization provided. But he had never before viewed it from the outside as he suddenly did. A spiritual being, a man, lives in a city as in a state of siege among his own kind. It was deplorable. It was incredible. In little Borcelles, a mountain village most would describe pityingly as half civilized and out of the world, there was safety and joy and freedom as of the universe. His heart contracted as he thus abruptly realized the distressing contrast. Although a city is a unit, all classes neatly linked together by laws and bylaws, by county councils, parliaments, and the like, the spirit of brotherhood was a mockery and a sham. There is organized charity, but there is not charity. In a London square, he could not ring the bell and ask for a glass of milk. In Borcelles, he would walk into any house, since there were no bells, and sit down to an entire meal. He laughed as the absurd comparison darted across his mind, for he recognized the foolish exaggeration in it. But behind the laughter flamed the astonishing truth. In Borcelles, in a few weeks, he had found a bigger, richer life than all London had supplied to him in 20 years. He had found wings, inspiration, love, and happiness. He had found the universe. The truth of his cousin's story blazed upon him like an inner sun. In this new perspective, he saw that it was a grander fairy tale than he had guessed, even when close to it. What was a scheme for disabled thingamabobs compared to the endless, far-reaching schemes that life in Borcelles suggested to him? There was the true center of life. Cities were accretions of disease upon the surface merely. He was leaving Fairyland behind him. In sudden moments like these, with their synthetic bird's-eye view, the mind sometimes sees more clearly than in hours of careful reflection and analysis. And the first thing he saw now was Minx, his friendly, ridiculous little confidential secretary. From all the crowds of men and women he knew, respected, and enjoyed in London, as from the vast deluge of human mediocrity, which for him now was London, he picked out suddenly little Minx, Herbert Montmorency Minx. His mind, that is, darting forward in swift comprehensive survey, and searching automatically for some means whereby it might continue the happiness and sweetness recently enjoyed, selected Minx. Minx was a clue. Minx possessed, no matter how absurd the proportions of their mixing, 3 things just left behind: vision, belief, simplicity, all products of a spiritual imagination. And at first, this was the single thought sent forward into the future. Roger saw the fact flash, like and true, then let it go, yielding to the greater pull that drew reflection back into the past. And he found it rather dislocating, this abrupt stepping out of his delightful forest fairyland. Equilibrium was not recovered for a long time, as the train went thundering over the Jura Mountains into France. Only on the other side of Pontarlier, when the country grew unfamiliar and different, did harmony return. Among the deep blue forests, he was still in Fairyland, but at Mouchard the scenery was already changing, and by the time Dole was reached, it had completely changed. The train ran on among the plains and vineyards of the Burgundy country towards La Roche and Dijon. The abrupt alteration, however, was pain. His thoughts streamed all backwards now to counteract it. He roamed again among the star fields above the Borcelles woods. It was true. He had not really left Borcelles. His body was bumping into Dijon, but the important part of him, thought, emotion, love, lingered with the children, hovered above the citadel, floated through the dusky, scented forests. And the haunting picture was ever set in its framework of old burning stars. He could not get the Pleiades, in particular, out of his mind. The pictures swarmed past him, as upon a boy returning to school after the holidays, and each one had a background of sky with stars behind it. The faces that he knew so well had starry eyes. Jimbo flung handfuls of stars loose across the air, and Monkey caught them, fastening them like golden pins into her hair. Glancing down, he saw a long brown hair upon his sleeve. He picked it off and held his finger and thumb outside the window till the wind took it away. Some morning spider would ride it home, perhaps past his cousin's window, while he copied out that wonderful, great tale. But instead, how in the world could it happen in clear daylight? A little hand shot down from above and gathered it in towards the Pleiades. The Pleiades, the 7 sisters, that most exquisite cluster of the eastern sky, soft, tender, lovely, clinging close together always like a group of timid children, who hide a little dimly for fear of being surprised by bolder stars upon their enormous journey. They now shone down upon all he thought and remembered. They seemed always above the horizon of his mind. They never set. In them lay souls of unborn children, children waiting to be born. He could not imagine why this particular constellation clung with such a haunting touch of beauty about his mind, or why some passion of yearning, unconfessed and throbbing, hid behind the musical name. Stars and unborn children had got strangely mixed. He tried to recall the origin of the name. He had learned it once in the old vicar's study. The Pleiades were attendants upon Artemis, the huntress moon, he recalled vaguely, and, being pursued by Orion, were set for safety among the stars. He even remembered the names of some of them. There was Maia, Tagate, Alcyone, but the other four lay in his mental lumber room, whence they could not be evoked, though Meriope, he felt sure, was one of them. Of Maia, however, he felt positive. How beautiful the names were! Then, midway, in thinking about them, he found himself, as Monkey said, thinking of something else. Of his weeks at Porcel's again, and what a long holiday it had been, and whether it was wasted time or well-used time. A kind of general stock-taking, as it were, but chiefly of how little he had accomplished after all, set down in black and white. He had enjoyed himself and let himself go, rather foolishly, perhaps, but how much, after all, had he actually accomplished? He remembered pleasant conversations with Mother that possibly cheered and helped her, or possibly were forgotten as soon as ended. He remembered his cousin's passing words of gratitude, that he had helped him somehow with his great new story. And he remembered, this least of all, that his money had done something to relieve a case or two of suffering. And this was all, the net result so insignificant. He felt dissatisfied, eager already to make new plans, something definite and thorough that should retrieve the wasted opportunities. With a little thought and trouble, how easily he might have straightened out the tangle of his cousin's family, helped with the education of the growing children, set them all upon a more substantial footing generally. It was possible still, of course, but such things are done best on the spot. The personal touch and presence of value. Arranged by correspondence, it becomes another thing at once and loses spontaneity. The accent lies on the wrong details. Sympathy is watered by the post. Importance lodges in angles not intended for it. Master of his time, with certain means at his disposal, a modicum of ability as well, he was free to work hard on the side of the angels wherever opportunity might offer. Yet he had wasted all these weeks upon an unnecessary holiday, frittering the time away in enjoyment with the children. He felt ashamed and mortified as the meager record stared him in the face. Yet, curiously enough, when reason had set down the figures accurately, as he fancied, and totted up the trifling totals, there flitted before him something more that refused to be set down upon the paper. The ledger had no lines for it. What was it? Why was it pleasant, even flattering? Why did it mitigate his discontent and lessen the dissatisfied feeling? It passed hovering in and about his thoughts, though uncaught by actual words, and as his mind played with it, he felt more hopeful. He searched in vain for a definition, but, though fruitless, the search brought comfort somehow. Something had been accomplished, and it was due to himself, because without his presence it would never have been done. This hint slipped into desire, yearning, hope, that after all, a result had perhaps been achieved. A result he himself was not properly aware of. A result of that incalculable spiritual kind that escapes the chains of definite description. For he recalled, yet mortified a little the memory should flatter, that his cousin had netted beauty in his story, and that Mother had spoken of living with greater carelessness and peace, and that each had thanked him, as though he were the cause. And these memories, half thought, half feeling, were comforting and delicious, so that he reveled in them lingeringly, and wished that they were really true. For if true, they were immensely significant. Anyone with a purse could build a hospital or pay an education fee, but to be helpful because of being oneself was a vast, incalculable power, something direct from God. And his thoughts, wandering on thus between fact and fantasy, led him back with a deep, inexplicable thrill again to the Pleiades, whose beauty, without their being aware of it, shines nightly for all who can accept it. Here was the old truth once more, that the left hand must not know what the right is doing, and that to be is of greater importance than to do. Here was Fairyland once more, the Fairyland he had just left. To think beauty and love is to become them, to shed them forth without realizing it. A fairy blesses because she is a fairy, not because she turns a pumpkin into a coach and four. The Pleiades do not realize how their loveliness may. Rottger started, for the thought had borrowed a tune from the rhythm of the wheels and sleepers, and he had uttered the words aloud in his corner. Luckily he had the carriage to himself. He flushed. Again a tender and very exquisite thing had touched him somewhere. It was in that involuntary connection his dreaming had found between a fairy and the Pleiades. Wings of gauzy gold shone fluttering a moment before his inner sight, then vanished. He was aware of someone very dear and wild and tender, with amber eyes and little twinkling feet, someone whom the great tale brought almost within his reach. He literally had seen stars for an instant. A star. Its beauty brimmed him up. This thing, whatever it was, had been coming nearer for some time. These hints of sudden joy that breathe upon a sensitive nature, how mysterious, how wildly beautiful, how stimulating they are. But whence, in the name of all the stars, do they come? A great happiness passed flaming through his heart, an extraordinary sense of anticipation in it, as though he were going to meet someone who, well, what? Who was a necessity and a delight to him, the complement needed to make his life effective, someone he loved abundantly, who would love him abundantly in return. He recalled those foolish lines he had written on a sudden impulse once, then thrown away. Thought fluttered and went out. He could not seize the elusive cause of this delicious joy. It was connected with the Pleiades, but how? Where? Why? Above the horizon of his life, a new star was swimming into glory. It was rising. The inexplicable emotion thrilled tumultuously, then dived back again whence it came. It had to do with children, and with a woman, it seemed, for the next thing he knew was that he was thinking of children. Children of his own, and of the deep yearning Borsel's had stirred again in him to find their mother. And next, of his cousin's story, and that wonderful detail in it that the principal role was filled at last, the role in the great children's play he himself had felt was vacant. It was to be filled by that childless mother the writer's imagination had discovered, or created. And again the Pleiades lit up his inner world, and beckoned him with their little fingers of spun gold. Their eyes of clouded amber smiled into his own. It was most extraordinary and delightful. There was something, come much closer this time, almost within reach of discovery. Something he ought to remember about them. Something he had promised to remember, then stupidly forgotten. The lost hidden joy was a torture. Yet, try as he would, no revelation came to clear the matter up. Had he read it somewhere, perhaps? Or was it part of the story his cousin had wumbled into his ear when he only partly listened? "I believe I dreamed it," he smiled to himself at last in despair. "I do believe it was a dream. A fragment of some jolly dream I had in my fairyland of little Borcelles. Children, stars, fairyland, dreams, these brought it somehow. His cousin's story also had to do with it, chiefly, perhaps, after all, this great story. I shall have to go back there to get hold of it completely," he added with conviction. He almost felt as if someone were thinking hard about him. One of the characters in the story, it seemed, the mind of someone far away, as yet unknown, was searching for him in thought, sending forth strong, definite yearnings, which came to rest of their own accord in his own being. A garden naturally suited to their growth. The creations of his boyhood's imagination had survived. The sweep, the dustman, and the lamplighter, then why not the far more powerful creations in the story? Thought was never lost. "But no man in his senses can believe such a thing," he exclaimed, as the train ran booming through the tunnel. "That's the point," whispered a voice beside him. "You are out of your senses. Otherwise you could not feel it." He turned sharply. The carriage was empty. There was no one there. It was, of course, another part of himself that supplied the answer. Yet it startled him. The blurred reflection of the lamp, he noticed, cast a picture against the black tunnel wall that was like a constellation. The Pleiades again. It almost seemed as if the voice had issued from that false reflection in the shaking window pane. The train emerged from the tunnel. He rushed out into the blaze of the interfering sun. The lovely cluster vanished like a dream, and with it the hint of explanation melted down in dew. Fields sped past, with a group of haystacks whose tarpaulin skirts spread and lifted in the gust of wind the train made. He thought abruptly of Mother. Perhaps, after all, he had taught her something, shown her existence as a big, streaming, endless thing, in which months and years, possibly even life itself, were merely little sections, each unintelligible unless viewed as portions of the whole, and not as separate, difficult, puzzling items set apart. Possibly he had drawn her map to bigger scale, increased her faith, given her more sense of repose and peace, more courage, therefore. She thought formerly of a day, but not of its relation to all days before and behind. She stuck her husband's reviews in the big book, afflicted by the poor financial results they represented, but was unable to think of his work as a stage in a long series of development and progress. No effort lost, no single hope mislaid. And that was something, if he had accomplished it. Only he feared he had not. There was the trouble. There lay the secret of a certain ineffectiveness in his character. For he did not realize that fear is simply suppressed desire, vivid signs of life, and that desire is the ultimate causative agent everywhere and always. Behind will stands desire, and desire is action. And if he had accomplished this, how was it done? Not by preaching, certainly. Was it, then, simply by being, thinking, feeling it? A glorious thought, if true, for assuredly he had this faculty of seeing life whole, and even in boyhood he had looked ahead over its entire map. He had, indeed, this way of relating all its people and all its parts together, instead of seeing them separate, unintelligible because the context was left out. He lived intensely in the present, yet looked backwards and forwards too at the same time. This large sympathy, this big, comforting vision, was his gift. Consequently, he believed in life. Had he also, then, the gift of making others feel and believe it, too? There he was again, thinking in a circle, as Laroche flew past with its empty platforms, and warned him that Paris was getting close. He bumped out of Fairyland, yet tumbled back once more for a final reverie, before the long, ugly arms of the city snatched him finally out. To see life whole, he reflected, is to see it glorious. To think oneself a part of humanity at large is to bring the universe down into the heart. But to see life whole, a whole heart is necessary. He's done it in that splendid story, and he bagged the raw idea somehow from me. That's something, at any rate. So few think beauty. But will others see it? That's the point. No, it isn't, answered the voice beside him. The point is that he has thought it, and the universe is richer. Even if others do not read or understand, what he has thought is there now, forever and ever. True, he reflected, for that beauty may float down and settle in other minds when they are least looking for it, and ignoring utterly whence comes the very touch. Divine, delicious, heavenly. The beauty he has written came through you, yet it was not yours. The voice continued very faintly. A far more beautiful mind first projected it into that network which binds all minds together. 'Twas thence you caught it, flying, and knowing not how to give it shape, transferred it to another, who could use it for others. Thought is life, and sympathy is living. The voice died away. He could not hear the remainder clearly. The passing scenery caught his attention again. During his reverie it had been unnoticed utterly. Thought is life, but sympathy is living. It rolled and poured through him as he repeated it. Snatches of another sentence then came rising into him from an immense distance, falling upon him from immeasurable heights, barely audible. From a mind that so loved the Pleiades, she made their loveliness and joy her own. Alcyone, Merope, Maya. It dipped away into the silence like a flower closing for the night, and the train, he realized, was slackening speed as it drew into the hideous Gare de Lyon. I'll talk to Minx about it, perhaps, he thought, as he stood telling the customs official that he had no brandy, cigarettes, or lace. He knows about things like that. At any rate, he'll sympathize. He went across Paris to the Gare du Nord and caught the afternoon boat train to London. The sunshine glared up from the baking streets, but he never forgot that overhead, though invisible, the stars were shining all the time. Starlight, the most tender and least suspected light in all the world, shining bravely even when obscured by the interfering sun. And the Pleiades, softest, sweetest little group among them all. And when, at 11 o'clock, he entered his St. James's flat, he took a store of it shining in his heart, and therefore in his eyes. Only that was no difficult matter, for all the lamps far up the heights were lit and gleaming, and caught old mighty London in their gorgeous net. End of chapter 28. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Chapter 29 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 29. Think with passion, that shall fashion life's entire design, well planned. Woman of the Haystack. You are looking so wonderfully well, Mr. Rogers, Minx observed at Charing Cross Station. The passage across the channel, I trust, was calm. And yourself and Mrs. Minx? Asked Rogers, looking into the equally sunburned face of his secretary, remembering suddenly that he had been to the sea with his family. Frank, too, and the other children? All well, I hope. All in excellent health, Mr. Rogers, thanks to your generous thought. My wife— These are the small bags, the other interrupted, and here are the keys for my portmanteau. There's nothing dutiable. You might bring them on to the flat while I run over to the club for a bit of supper, Minx. Certainly, with pleasure, Mr. Rogers, was the beaming reply, and Mrs. Minx begged me to tell you. Only Rogers was already in his taxicab and out of earshot. How well he looks, reflected Minx, dangling the keys, accustomed to these abrupt interruptions, and knowing that his message had been understood and therefore duly delivered. These cut-off sentences were like a secret code between them. And 10 years younger, almost like a boy again. I wonder if— He did not permit himself to finish the thought. He tried to remember if he himself had looked like that, perhaps in the days of long ago, when he courted Albinia Lucy, an air of joy and secrecy and an absent-minded manner that might any moment flame into vehement, concentrated action. For this was the impression his employer had made upon him. Only he could not quite remember those far-off, happy days. There was ecstasy in them, that he knew, and there was ecstasy in Henry Rogers now, that he divined. He oughtn't to, he reflected, as he hurried in another taxi with the luggage. All his yearnings would be satisfied if he did, his life flow into a single channel instead of into many. He did not think about his own position and his salary. He won't, he decided, as the cab stopped at the door. He's not that kind of man. Minx had insight. He knew men. No artist ever ought to. We are so few, and the world has need of us. His own case was an exception that had justified itself, for he was but a man of talent, and talent did not need an exclusive asceticism, whereas his employer was a man of genius, and no one woman had the right to monopolize what was intended to sweeten the entire universe. By the time the luggage had been taken up, he had missed the last tram home, and his sleep that night must in any case be short. Yet he took no note of that. One must live largely. A small sacrifice for such a master was nothing at all. He lingered, glancing now and again at the heap of correspondence that would occupy them next morning, and sorting once more the little pile that would need immediate personal attention. He was picking a bit of disfiguring fluff from his coat sleeve when the door opened and Henry Rogers came upon him. "Ah, I waited a moment, Mr. Rogers. I thought you might have something to say before I went, perhaps." "I hoped you would, Minx. I have a great deal to say. It can wait till tomorrow, really. Only I wanted— But there now, I forgot. You have to get down to Sydenham, haven't you? And it's late already." "That's nothing, Mr. Rogers. I can easily sleep in town." I came prepared, indeed, to do so, as though he, too, had his club and would take a bedroom in it. "Clever and thoughtful of you, Minx." "Only you must be tired after your journey," suggested the secretary. "Tired!" exclaimed the other vigorously. "Not a bit. I'm as fresh as a daisy, I mean. Come, draw your chair up. We'll have a smoke and a little chat. I'm delighted to see you again. How are you? And how's everything?" Goodness, how bright his eyes were, how alert his manner. He looked so young, almost springy, thought Minx, as he obeyed decorously, feeling flattered and pleased, yet at the same time uneasy a little. Such spirits could only proceed, he feared, from one cause. He was a close observer, as all poets had need to be. He would discover some clue before he went to bed, something that should betray the true state of affairs. In any case, sleep would be impossible unless he did. "You stayed away somewhat longer than you originally intended," he ventured at length, having briefly satisfied his employer's question. "You found genuine recreation. You needed it, I'm sure." He glanced with one eye at the letters. "Recreation, yes, the very word. It was difficult to leave. The place was so delightful," said Rogers simply, filling his pipe and lighting it. "A wonderful mountain village, Minx," he added, between puffs of smoke, while the secretary, who had been waiting for the sign, then lit his own Virginian and smoked it diffidently, and with just the degree of respect he felt was becoming. He never presumed upon his master's genial way of treating him. He made little puffs and was very careful with the ashes. "Ah, yes," he said. "I am sure it must have been both delightful and, difficult to leave." He recalled the Margate sands, bathing with Albinia, and digging trenches with the children. He had written many lyrics during those happy weeks of holiday. Gave one, in fact, quite a new view of life and work. There was such space and beauty everywhere, and my cousin's children simply would not let me go. There was a hint of apology and excuse in the tone and words, the merest hint, but Minx noticed it and liked the enthusiasm. "He's been up to some mischief. He feels a little ashamed. His work, his scheme, has been so long neglected. Conscience pricks him. Ha ha!" The secretary felt his first suspicion confirmed. Cousin's children, perhaps, but who else? He made a tactful reference, very slight and tentative, to the data he had collected for the scheme, but the other either did not hear it or did not wish to hear it. He brushed it aside, speaking through clouds of tobacco smoke. Minx enjoyed a bigger, braver puff at his own. Excitement grew in him. "Just the kind of place you would have loved, Minx," Rogers went on with zeal. "I think you really must go there some day. Cart your family over, teach the children French, you know, and cultivate a bit of vineyard. Such fine big forests, too, full of wild flowers and things. Oh, such lovely handmade things. Why, you could almost see the hand that made 'em." The phrase had slipped suddenly into his mind. Really, Mr. Rogers, but how very delightful it sounds." He thought of the stubble fields and treeless sea-coast where he had been. The language, however, astonished him. Enthusiasm like this could only spring from a big emotion. His heart sank a little. "And the people all so friendly and hospitable and simple that you could go climbing with your bootmaker or ask your baker in to dine and sleep. No snobbery, sympathy everywhere, and a big free life flowing in your veins. This settled it. Only a lover finds the whole world lovable." "One must know the language, though," said Minx, "in order to enjoy the people and understand them, I suppose." Not a bit. One feels it all, you see. Somehow, one feels it and understands. A few words useful here and there, but one gets along without even these. I never knew such a place. Everyone seemed to be in sympathy together. They think it, as it were. It was regular fairyland, I tell you. "Which means that you felt and thought it," said Minx to himself. Aloud, he merely remarked, though with conviction, for he was getting interested, "Thinking is important, I know." Rogers laid his pipe aside and suddenly turned upon him, so abruptly that Minx started. Was this the confession coming? Would he hear now that his chief was going to be married? His wandering eyes almost drew level in the excitement that he felt. He knocked a tiny ash from his cigarette and waited. But the expected bomb did not explode. He heard instead this curious question. "And that's something. It reminds me now, something I particularly wanted to ask you about, my dear fellow. You are familiar, I know, with such things and theories, speculations, as it were. You read that sort of stuff. You are in touch with the latest ideas, I mean, and up to date. You can tell me, if anyone can." He paused, hesitating a moment, as Minx, listening in some bewilderment, gazed into his eager face. He said nothing. He only committed himself to a deprecating gesture with his hands, letting his cigarette slip from his fingers onto the carpet. "About thought," continued Rogers, keeping his eyes fixed upon him while he rose with flushed face from the search to find the stump. "What do you know about thought? Tell me what you hear about that. What theories are held? What people believe about it. I mean thought transference, telepathy, or whatever it is called. Is it proved? Is it a fact?" His voice had lowered. There was mystery in his manner. He sat back in his chair, picked up his pipe, replaced it in his mouth unlighted, and waited. Minx pulled himself together. His admirable qualities as a private secretary now came in. Putting excitement and private speculations of his own aside, he concentrated his orderly mind upon replies that should be models of succinct statement. He had practiced thought control and prided himself upon the fact. He could switch attention instantly from one subject to another without confusion. The replies, however, were, of course, drawn from his own reading. He neither argued nor explained. He merely stated. Those who have taken the trouble to study the evidence believe, he began, that it is established, though its laws are as yet unknown. Personally, if I may quote myself, I do believe it. Quite so, quite so. Do quote yourself. That's what I want. Facts. But you refer to deliberate experiments, don't you? In my own case, yes, Mr. Rogers, although the most successful thought transference is probably unconscious and not deliberate. Such as, for instance, public opinion, replied Minx after a moment's search, which is the result of waves of thought sent out by everybody, by a community, or by the joint thinking of a nation, again, which modifies every mind born into that nation, the result of centuries of common thinking along definite familiar channels. Thought currents rush everywhere about the world, affecting everyone more or less, and, particularly lodging in minds receptive to them. Thought is dynamic, then, they hold. An actual force, yes, as actual as electricity, and as little understood, returned the secretary, proud that he had read these theories and remembered them. With every real thought, a definite force goes forth from you that modifies every single person, and probably every single object as well, in the entire world. Thought is creative according to its intensity. It links everybody in the world with everybody else. Objects too, you say? Rogers questioned. Minx glanced up to make sure there was no levity in the question, but only desire for knowledge. Objects too, he replied, apparently satisfied, for science tells us that the movement of a body here affects the farthest star. A continuous medium, ether, transmits the vibrations without friction, and thought force is doubtless similarly transmitted. So that if I think of a flower or a star, my thought leaps into them and affects them, the other interrupted again. More, Mr. Rogers, was the reply, for your thought, being creative, enriches the world with images of beauty which may float into another mind across the sea, distance no obstacle at all. You make a mental image when you think. There's imagination in all real thinking, if I make myself clear. Our most elaborate thoughts, to quote for a moment, are often, as I think, not really ours, but have on a sudden come up, as it were, out of hell or down out of heaven. So what one thinks affects everybody in the world. The noble thinkers lift humanity, though they may never tell their thoughts in speech or writing. His employer stared at him in silence through the cloud of smoke. The clock on the mantelpiece struck 12:30. That is where the inspiration of the artist comes in, continued the secretary, after a moment's hesitation whether he should say it or not, for his sensitive soul collects them and gives them form. They lodge in him and grow, and every passionate longing for spiritual growth sets the whole world growing too. Your scheme for disabled, even if it never materializes, Rogers brusquely interposed, sweetens the world, yes, according to this theory, continued Minx, wondering what in the world had come over his chief, yet so pleased to state his own views that he forgot to analyze. A man in a dungeon earnestly praying would accomplish more than an active man outside who merely lived thoughtlessly, even though beneficently, if I make myself clear. Yes, you make yourself admirably clear, Minx, as I knew you would. Rogers lit his pipe again and puffed hard through a minute's silence. The secretary held his peace, realizing from the tone of the last sentence that he had said enough. Mr. Rogers was leading up to other questions. Hitherto he had been clearing the ground. It came then, through the clouds of smoke, though Minx failed to realize exactly why it was so important. So that if I thought vividly of anything, I should actually create a mental picture which in turn might slip into another's mind, while that other would naturally suppose it was his own. Exactly, Mr. Rogers, exactly so. Minx contrived to make the impatience in his voice sound like appreciation of his master's quickness. Distance no obstacle either, he repeated, as though fond of the phrase. And similarly, the thought I deemed my own might have come in its turn from the mind of someone else? Precisely, for thought binds us all together like a network, and to think of others is to spread oneself about the universe. When we think thus, we get out, as it were, into that medium common to all of us where spirit meets spirit. Out! Exclaimed Rogers, putting down his pipe and staring keenly, first into one eye, then into the other. Out? Out? Yes, Minx echoed faintly, wondering why that particular word was chosen. He felt a little startled. This earnest talk, moreover, stirred the subconsciousness in him, so that he remembered that unfinished sonnet he had begun weeks ago at Charing Cross. If he were alone now, he could complete it. Lines rose and offered themselves by the dozen. His master's emotion had communicated itself to him. A breath of that ecstasy he had already divined passed through the air between them. It's what the contemplative orders attempt, he continued, yet half to himself, as though a little bemused. Out, by George, out, Rogers said again. So emphatic was the tone that Minx half rose from his chair to go. No, no, laughed his chief. I don't mean that you're to get out. Forgive my abruptness. The fact is, I was thinking aloud a moment. I mean that you've explained a lot to me I didn't understand before. Had never thought about, rather. And it's rather wonderful, you see. In fact, it's very wonderful. Minx, he added with the grave enthusiasm of one who has made a big discovery, this world is a very wonderful place. It is simply astonishing, Mr. Rogers, Minx answered with conviction. Astonishingly beautiful. That's what I mean, he went on. If I think beauty, that beauty may materialize. Must, will, does materialize, Mr. Rogers, just as your improvements in machinery did. You first thought them out, then put them into words, yes, and afterwards into metal. Strong thought is bound to realize itself sooner or later, eh? Isn't it all grand and splendid? They stared at one another across the smoky atmosphere of the London flat at the hour of 1 a.m. in the 20th century. And when I think of a scaffolding of dust that builds the night, Rogers went on in a lower tone to himself, yet not so low that Minx, listening in amazement, did not catch every syllable, or of a dustman, sweep and lamplighter, of a starlight express, or a vast star net that binds the world in sympathy together, and when I weave all these into a story whose center somehow is the Pleiades, all this is real and actual and may have been projected by another mind before it floated into your own, Minx suddenly interposed, almost in a whisper, charmed wholly into the poet's region by these suggestive phrases, yet wondering a little why he said it, and particularly how he dared to say it. His chief turned sharply upon him. My own thought exactly, he exclaimed. But how the devil did you guess it? Minx returned the stare with triumph. Unconscious transference, he said. You really think that? His master asked, yet not mockingly. Minx turned a shade pinker. I do indeed, sir, he replied warmly. I think it probable that the thoughts of people you have never seen or heard of drop into your mind and color it. They lodge there, or are rejected, according to your mood and the texture of your longings. What you want to be, that is. What you want, if I may say so, is emptiness, and that emptiness invites. The flying thought flits in and makes itself at home. Some people overflow with thoughts of kindness and beauty that radiate from them, of love and tenderness and desire to help. These thoughts, it may be, find no immediate object, but they are not lost. They pour loose about the world of men and women, and sooner or later find the empty heart that needs them. I believe, sir, that to sit in a chair and think such things strongly brings comfort to thousands who have little idea whence comes the sudden peace and happiness. And anyone who happens to be praying for these things at the moment attracts them instantly. The comfort, the joy, the relief come. What a good idea, Minx, said Rogers gently, and how helpful if we all believed it. No one's life need be a failure then. Those who want love, for instance, need it, crave it, just think what an army they are. He stared thoughtfully a moment at his little secretary. You might write a book about it, you know. Try and make people believe it. Convince them, eh? Only you'd have to give your proofs, you know. People want proofs. Minx, pinker than before, hesitated a moment. He was not sure how far he ought to indulge his private theories in words. The expression in his chief's blue eyes apparently encouraged him. But indeed, Mr. Rogers, the proofs are there. Those moments of sudden strength and joy that visit a man, catching him unawares and unexplained, every solitary man and woman knows them. For every solitary man and woman in the world craves, first of all, to be loved. To love another, others, an impersonal cause, is not enough. It is only half of life. To be loved is the other half. If every single person, I trust, sir, I do not tire you, was loved by someone, the happiness of life would be enormously greater than it is, for each one loved would automatically then give out from his own store, and to receive love makes one overflow with love for everyone else. It is so, is it not, sir? Rogers, an odd thrill catching him unawares, nodded. It is, Minx, it is, he agreed. To love one person makes one half prepared to love all, and to be loved in turn may have a similar effect. It is nice to think so, anyhow. It is true, sir, and Minx sat up, ready with another deluge. But you were saying something just now, interrupted the other, about these sudden glimpses of joy and beauty that, come to one, inexplicably. What do you mean by that precisely? Minx glowed. He was being listened to, and understood by his honored chief, too. Simply that someone, perhaps far away, some sweet woman probably, has been thinking love, he replied with enthusiasm, yet in a low and measured voice, and that the burning thoughts have rushed into the emptiness of a heart that needs them. Like water, thought finds its level. The sudden gush, all feel it more or less at times surely, may rise first from her mind as she walks lonely upon the shore, pacing the decks at sea, or in her hillside rambles, thinking, dreaming, hoping, yearning, to pour out and find the heart that needs these very things, perhaps far across the world. Who knows? Heart thrills in response to heart secretly in every corner of the globe, and when these tides flood unexplained into your soul— "Into my soul," exclaimed his chief. "I beg your pardon, sir," Minx hurried to explain. "I mean to any lonely soul that happens to crave such comfort with real longing. It implies, to my mind at least, that these two are destined to give and take from one another, and that, should they happen to meet in actual life, they will rush together instantly like a pair of flames." "And if they never meet?" asked Rogers slowly, turning to the mantelpiece for the matches. "They will continue to feed each other in this delicious spiritual way from a distance, sir. Only the chances are that they will meet, for their thought already connects them vitally, though as yet unrealized." There was a considerable pause. Rogers lit his pipe. Minx, feeling he ought to stand while his master did so, also rose from his chair. The older man turned. They faced each other for a moment, Rogers putting smoke violently into the air between them. "Minx, my dear fellow," he observed, "you are, as I have always thought, a poet. You have ideas, and, whether true or not, they are rather lovely. Write them out for others to read. Use your spare time writing them out. I'll see to it that you have more leisure." With a laugh, the big man moved abruptly past his chair and knocked his pipe on the edge of the ash bowl. His eye, as he did so, fell upon the pile of letters and papers arranged so neatly on the table. He remembered the lateness of the hour, and other things besides. "Well, well," he said vaguely with a sigh, "so here we are again, back at work in London." Minx had turned too, realizing that the surprising conversation was over. A great excitement was in him. He did not feel in the least tired. An unusual sense of anticipation was in the air. He could not make it out at all. Reviewing a dozen possibilities at once, he finally rejected the romantic one he had first suspected, and decided that the right moment had at last come to say something of the scheme. He had worked so hard to collect data. All was in perfect order. His chief could not feel otherwise than pleased. "Then I'll be saying good night, Mr. Rogers," he began, "for you must be very tired, and I trust you will enjoy a long night's rest. Perhaps you would like me to come a little later in the morning than usual." He stood looking affectionately at the formidable pile of correspondence, and, as his chief made no immediate reply, he went on, with more decision in his voice. "Here," he said, touching the papers he had carefully set on one side, are all the facts you wanted referring to your great scheme." He jumped. His master's fist had come down with a bang upon the table. He stepped back a pace. They stared at one another. "Damn the scheme," cried Rogers. "Have done and finished with it. Tear up the papers. Cancel any arrangements already made. And never mention the thing again in my hearing. It's all unreal and wrong and unnecessary." Minx gasped. The man was so in earnest. What could it mean? "Wrong, unnecessary, done with," he faltered. Then, noticing the flashing eyes that yet betrayed a hint of merriment in their fire, he added quickly, "Quite so, Mr. Rogers. I understand. You've got an improvement, you mean?" It was not his place to ask questions, but he could not contain himself. Curiosity and disappointment rushed over him. "A bigger and a better one altogether, Minx," was the vehement reply. He pushed the heap of papers towards the secretary. Minx took them gingerly, reluctantly. "Burn 'em up," Rogers went on, "and never speak to me again about the blessed thing. I've got a far bigger scheme than that." Minx slowly gathered the papers together and put them in his biggest pocket. He knew not what to think. The suddenness of the affair dazed him. Thought transference failed this time. He was too perturbed, indeed, to be in a receptive state at all. It seemed a catastrophe, a most undesirable and unexpected climax. The romantic solution revived in him, but only for a passing moment. He rejected it. Some big discovery was in the air. He felt that extraordinary sense of anticipation once again. "Look here, my dear fellow Minx," said Rogers, who had been watching his discomfiture with amusement. "You may be surprised, but you need not be alarmed. The fact is, this has been coming for a long time. It's not an impulsive decision. You must have felt it, from my letters. That scheme was all right enough, only I am not the right man for it. See, and our work," he added laughingly, "won't go for nothing either, because our thought will drop into another mind somewhere that will accomplish the thing far better than I could have accomplished it." Minx made an odd gesture, as who should say this might not be true. He did not venture upon speech, however. This new plan must be very wonderful, was all he thought just then. His faith in his employer's genius was complete. "And in due time you shall hear all about it. Have a little patience. Perhaps you'll get it out of my thoughts before I tell it to you," he smiled, "but perhaps you won't. I can only tell you just now that it has beauty in it, a beauty of the stars." Yet what his bigger scheme was, he really had no clear idea. He felt it coming, that was all. And with that, Minx had to be content. This was dismissal. Good nights were said, and the secretary went out into the street. "Go to a comfortable hotel," was the last thing he heard, "and put it down to me, of course. Sleep well, sleep well. Tomorrow at 2:00 will do." Minx strolled home, walking upon air. The sky was brilliant with its gorgeous constellations, the beauty of the stars. Poems blazed upon him, but he was too excited to compose. Even first lines evaded capture. Stars, besides, was a dreadful word to rhyme with, for all its charm and loveliness. He knew of old that the only word was wars, most difficult to bring in naturally and spontaneously, and with the wrong sound in any case. He must have been writing poetry out there, he reflected finally, or else living it probably. He's a grand fellow anyhow, grand as a king. Stars, wars, kings, thrones, the words flew in and out among a maze of unaccomplished lines. But the last thing in his mind as he curled up to sleep in the strange bed was that he had delivered his wife's message, but that he could not tell her about this sudden collapse of the great, long-talked-of scheme. Albinia would hardly understand. She might think less of his chief. He would wait until the new one dawned upon the horizon with its beauty of the stars. Then he would simply overwhelm her with it, as his temperament loved to do. End of chapter 29. Read by Marissa D. Six, Clearwater, Florida, March 16th, 2025. Chapter 30 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 30. Lo, every yearning thought that holds a tear, yet finds no mission, and lies untold, waits, guarded in that labyrinth of gold, to reappear upon some perfect night, deathless, not old, but sweet with time and distance, and clothed as in a vision of starry brilliance for the world's delight. John Henry Campden. Then, as the days passed, practical life again caught Henry Rogers in its wholesome grip. Fairyland did not fade exactly, but it dipped a little below the horizon. Like hell and heaven, it was a state of mind, open potentially to all, but not to be enjoyed merely for the asking. Like other desirable things, it was to be attained. Its remoteness and difficulty of access lent to it a haunting charm, for though its glory dimmed a little, there was a soft afterglow that shed its radiance even down Piccadilly and St. James's Street. He was always conscious of this land beyond the sunset. The stars shone brightly, though clouds or sunlight interfered to blur their message. London life, however, by the sheer weight of its grinding daily machinery, worked its slow effect upon him. He became less sensitive to impressions. These duller periods were interrupted sometimes by states of brilliant receptiveness, as at Borsel's, but there was a fence between the two, a rather prickly frontier, and the secret of combining them lay just beyond his reach. For his London mind, guided by reason, acted in a logical plane of two dimensions, while imagination, captained by childhood's fairy longings, cantered loose in all directions at once, impossibly. The first was the world, the second was the universe. As yet, he was unable to coordinate them. Minx, he was certain, could, and did, sailing therefore upon an even keel. There was this big harmony in little Minx that he envied. Minx had an outlet. Sydenham, and even the city, for him were fairyland. A motor bus fed his inspiration as surely as a starlit sky. Moon always rhymed with June, and forget with regret. But the inner world of Henry Rogers was not yet properly connected with the outer. Passage from one to the other was due to chance, it seemed, not to be effected at will. Moods determined the sudden journey. He rocked. But for his talks with little Minx, he might have wrecked. And the talks with Minx were about, well, he hardly knew what, but they all played round this map of fairyland he sought to reduce to the scale of everyday life. They discussed thought, dreams, the possibility of leaving the body in sleep, the artist's temperament, the source of inspiration, as well as the process of the imaginative faculty that created. They talked even of astronomy. Minx held that the life of practical daily work was the bedrock of all sane production. Yet, while preaching this, he bubbled over with all the wild, entrancing theories that were in the air today. They were comical, but never dangerous, did not upset him. They were almost a form of play. And his master, listening, found these conversations an outlet somehow for emotions in himself he could not manage, a scaffolding that provided outlines for his awakening dreams to build upon. He found relief. For Minx, with his delightful tact, asked no awkward questions. He referred neither to the defunct scheme, nor mentioned the new one that held a beauty of the stars. He waited. Rogers also waited. And, while he waited, he grew conscious more and more of an enormous thing that passed, driving behind, below, his daily external life. He could never quite get at it. In there, down, out of sight somewhere, he knew everything. His waking existence was fed invisibly from below. In the daytime, he now frequently caught himself attempting to recover the memory of things that went on elsewhere, things he was personally involved in, vital things. This daylight effort to recover them was as irksome as the attempt to draw a loose hair that is wound about the tongue. He spoke at length to Minx about it. "Some part of you," replied the imperturbable secretary, after listening carefully to his master's vague description of the symptoms, "is being engaged elsewhere, very actively engaged." "Eh?" asked Rogers, puzzled. "Probably at night, sir, while your brain and body sleep," Minx elaborated. "Your energetic spirit is out, on the plane of causes." The other gasped slightly. "While my body lies unconscious? Your spirit may be busy at all kinds of things. That can never be unconscious," was the respectful answer. "They say—" "Yes, what do they say?" He recognized a fairy theory, and jumped at it. "That in sleep," continued the other, encouraged, "the spirit knows a far more concentrated life, dips down into the deep sea of being, our waking life merely the froth upon the shore." Rogers stared at him. "Yes, yes," he answered slowly. "That's very pretty, very charming. It's quite delightful. What ideas you have, my dear Minx. What jolly, helpful ideas." Minx beamed with pleasure. "Not my own, Mr. Rogers, not my own," he said, with as much pride as if they were his own, "but some of the oldest in the world, just coming into fashion again with the turn of the tide, it seems. Our daily life, even the most ordinary, is immensely haunted, girdled about with a wonder of incredible things. There are hints everywhere today, though few can read the enormous script complete. Here and there one reads a letter or a word, that's all. Yet the best minds refuse to know the language, not even the ABC of it. They read another language altogether." "The best minds," repeated Rogers. "What do you mean by that?" It sounded, as Minx said it, so absurdly like best families. "The scientific and philosophical minds, sir. They think it's not worth learning, this language. That's the pity of it. Ah, the great pity of it." And he looked both eager and resentful, his expression almost pathetic. He turned half beseechingly to his employer, as though he might alter this sad state of things. "As with an iceberg, Mr. Rogers," he added, "the greater part of everything, of ourselves especially, is invisible. We merely know the detail, banked against an important grand unseen." The long sentence had been suffered to its close because the audience was busy with thoughts of his own, instead of listening carefully. Behind the wild language stirred some hint of meaning that, he felt, held truth. For a moment, it seemed, his daylight searching was explained. Almost. "Well and good, my dear fellow, and very picturesque," he said presently, gazing with admiration at his secretary's neat blue tie and immaculate linen. "But thinking, you know, is not possible without matter." This in a tone of "do talk a little sense." "Even if the spirit does go out, it couldn't think apart from the brain, could it now, eh?" Minx took a deep breath and relieved himself of the following. "Ah, Mr. Rogers," as much as to say, fancy you believing that, but it can experience and know direct, since it passes into the region whence the material that feeds thought issues in the first instance. Causes, Mr. Rogers, causes." "Oh ho," said his master, "oh ho." "There is no true memory afterwards," continued the little dreamer, "because memory depends upon how much the spirit can bring back into the brain, you see. We have vague feelings, rather than actual recollection. Feelings such as you were kind enough to confess to me you had been haunted by yourself." "All overish feelings," Rogers helped him, seeing that he was losing confidence a little, "vague sensations of joy and wonder, and, well, in a word, strength." "Faith," said Minx, with a decision of renewed conviction, "which is really nothing but unconscious knowledge, knowledge unremembered. And it's the half memory of what you do at night that causes this sense of anticipation you now experience. For what is anticipation, after all, but memory thrown forward?" There was a pause then, during which Rogers lit a cigarette, while Minx straightened his tie several times in succession. "You are a greater reader than I, of course," resumed his employer presently, Still, I have come across one or two stories which deal with this kind of thing. Only in the books, the people always remember what they've done at night, out of the body, in the spirit, or whatever you like to call it. Now, I remember nothing whatever. How do you account for that, pray?" Minx smiled a little sadly. "The books," he answered very softly, "are wrong there. Mere inventions, not written from personal experience. There can be no detailed memory unless the brain has been out too, which it hasn't. That's where inaccuracy and looseness of thought come in. If only the best minds would take the matter up, you see, we might—" Rogers interrupted him. "We shall miss the post, Minx, if we go on dreaming and talking like this," he exclaimed, looking at his watch and then at the pile of letters waiting to be finished. "It is very delightful indeed, very, but we mustn't forget to be practical too." And the secretary, not sorry perhaps to be rescued in time from the depths he had floundered in, switched his mind in concentration upon the work in hand again. The conversation had arisen from a chance coincidence in this very correspondence, two letters that had crossed after weeks of silence. Work was instantly resumed. It went on as though it had never been interrupted. Pride and admiration stirred the heart of Minx as he noticed how keenly and accurately his master's brain took up the lost threads again. "A grand fellow," he thought to himself, "a splendid man. He lives in both worlds at once, yet never gets confused, nor lets one usurp his powers to the detriment of the other. If only I were equally balanced and effective. Oh dear!" and he sighed. And there were many similar conversations of this kind. London seemed different, almost transfigured sometimes. Was this the beginning of that glory which should prove it a suburb of Worcelles? Rogers found his thoughts were much in that cozy mountain village. The children capered by his side all day. He smelt the woods and flowers. He heard the leaves rustle on the poplar's crest, and had merely to think of a certain room in the tumble-down old citadel for a wave of courage and high anticipation to sweep over him like a sea. A new feeling of harmony was taking him in hand. It was very delightful, and though he felt explanation beyond his reach still, his talks with Minx provided peepholes through which he peered at the enormous thing that brushed him day and night. A great settling was taking place inside him. Thoughts certainly began to settle. He realized, for one thing, that he had left the theater where the marvelous play had been enacted. He stood outside now, able to review and form a judgment. His mind loved order. Undue introspection he disliked, as a form of undesirable familiarity. A balanced man must not be too familiar with himself. It endangered self-respect. He had been floundering rather. After years of methodical labor, the freedom of too long a holiday was disorganizing. He tried to steady himself, and the plan of life, answering to control, grew smaller instantly, reduced to proportions he could examine reasonably. This was the beginning of success. The bewildering light of Fairyland still glimmered, but no longer so diffused. It focused into little definite kernels he could hold steady while he scrutinized them. And these kernels he examined carefully, as might be, in the quiet, starry evenings usually, while walking alone in St. James's Park after his day of board meetings, practical work with Minx, and the like. Gradually then, out of the close survey, emerged certain things that seemed linked together in an intelligible sequence of cause and effect. There was still mystery, for subconscious investigation ever involves this background of shadow. Question and wonder watched him, but the facts emerged. He jotted them down on paper as best he could. The result looked like a report drawn up by Minx, only less concise and, he was bound to admit it, less intelligible. He smiled as he read them over. "My thoughts and longings, awakened that night in the little Crayfield garden," he summed it up to himself, having read the report so far, went forth upon their journey of realization. I projected them, according to Minx, vividly enough for that. I thought beauty, and this glorious result materialized. More, my deepest, oldest craving of all has come to life again, the cry of loneliness that yearns to, that seeks, At this point, however, his analysis grew wumbled. The transference of thought and emotion seemed comprehensible enough. Though magical, it was not more so than wireless telegraphy, or that a jet of steam should drive an express for 100 miles. It was conceivable that Daddy had drawn thence the inspiration for his wonderful story. What baffled him was the curious feeling that another was mixed up in the whole delightful business, and that neither he nor his cousin were the true sponsors of the fairy fabric. He never forgot the description his cousin read aloud that night in the den, how the pattern of his story reached its climax and completeness when a little starry figure with twinkling feet and amber eyes had leaped into the center and made itself at home there. From the Pleiades it came. The lost Pleiad was found. The network of thought and sympathy that contained the universe had trembled to its uttermost fastenings. The principal role was filled at last. It was here came in the perplexing thing that baffled him. His mind sat down and stared at an enormous, shadowy possibility that he was unable to grasp. It brushed past him, overhead, beneath, on all sides. He peered up at it and marveled, unconvinced, yet knowing himself a prisoner. Something he could not understand was coming, was already close, was watching him, waiting the moment to pounce out, like an invisible cat upon a bewildered mouse. The question he flung out brought no response, and he recalled with a smile the verse that described his absurd position. Like a mouse who, lost in wonder, flicks its whiskers at the thunder. For, while sprites and yearning were decidedly his own, the interpretation of them, if not their actual origin, seemed another's. This other, like some dear ideal on the way to realization, had taken him prisoner. The queer sense of anticipation Borsel's had fostered was now actual expectation, as though some morning spider had borne his master longing, exquisitely fashioned by the story, across the universe, and the summons had been answered from the Pleiades. The indestructible threads of thought and feeling tightened. The more he thought about his cousin's interpretation, the more he found in it a loveliness and purity, a crystal spiritual quality that he could credit neither to the author's mind nor to his own. This soft and starry brilliance was another's. Up to a point the interpretation came through Daddy's brain, just as the raw material came through his own. But thereafter this other had appropriated both, as their original creator and proprietor. Some shining delicate hand reached down from its starry home and gathered in this exquisite form built up from the medley of fairy thought and beauty that were first its own. The owner of that little hand would presently appear to claim it. We were but channels after all then, both of us, was the idea that lay so insistently in him. The sea of thought sends waves in all directions. They roll into different harbors. I caught the feeling, he supplied the form, but this other lit the original fire, and further than this wumbled conclusion he could not get. He went about his daily work, however, with a secret happiness tugging at his mind all day, and a sense of expectant wonder glancing brightly over everything he thought or did. He was a prisoner in Fairyland, and what he called his outer and his inner world were, after all, but different ways of looking at one and the same thing. Life, everywhere, was one. End of chapter 30. Read by Marissa D. Six, Clearwater, Florida, February 1st, 2025.
Chapter 31 of A Prisoner in Fairyland, the book that Uncle Paul wrote, by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leanne Cvetan. A Prisoner in Fairyland, Chapter 31. Es stehen unbeweglich die Sterne in der Höhe, viel tausend Jahr, und schauen sich an mit Liebesweh. Sie sprechen eine Sprache, die ist so reich, so schön. Doch keiner der Philologen kann diese Sprache verstehen. Ich aber hab sie gelernet, und ich vergesse sie nicht. Mir diente als Grammatik der herzallerliebsten Gesicht. Heine. One evening in particular, the sense of expectation in him felt very close upon delivery. All day he had been aware of it, and a letter received that morning from his cousin seemed the cause. The story, in its shorter version, had been accepted. Its reality, therefore, had already spread. One other mind, at least, had judged it with understanding. 2 months from now, when it appeared in print, hundreds more would read it. Its beauty would run loose in many hearts. And Rogers went about his work that day as though the pleasure was his own. The world felt very sweet. He saw the good in everyone with whom he came in contact, and the inner excitement due to something going to happen was continuous and cumulative. Yet London just then, it was August, was dull and empty, dusty and badly frayed at the edges. It needed a great cleaning. He would have liked to pour seawater all over its streets and houses, bathed its panting parks in the crystal fountains of Bourcelle. All day long his thoughts, indeed, left London for holidays in little Bourcelle. He was profoundly conscious that the anticipation he first recognized in that forest village was close upon accomplishment now. On the journey back to England, he recalled how urgent it had been. In London, ever since, it had never really left him. But today, it now suddenly became more than expectation. He felt it in him as a certainty that approached fulfillment. It was strange. It was bewildering. It seemed to him as though something from that under-self he could never properly reach within him pushed upwards with a kind of aggressive violence towards the surface. It was both sweet and vital. Behind the something was the someone who led it into action. At 6:30, he strolled down a deserted St. James's Street, past the front door of his club with no temptation to go in, and climbed the stairs slowly to his room. His body was languid, though his mind alert. He sank into an armchair beside the open window. I must do something tonight, he thought eagerly. Mere reading at the club is out of the question. I'll go to a theatre, or... He considered various alternatives, deciding finally upon Richmond Park. He loved long walks at night when his mind was restless thus. The air in Richmond Park was particularly fresh and scented after dark. He knew the little gate that was never closed. He would dine lightly and go for a 10-mile stretch among the oaks, surprise the deer asleep, listen to the hum of distant London, and watch the fairy battle between the lurid reflection of its million lights and the little stars. There were places in the bracken where the rumbling clatter of a railway van disturbed the picture. His mind followed the noise instead. Thought flashed across the street to a station. He saw trains. "Come at once! You are wanted here. Someone calls you," sounded a breathless, merry voice beside him. "Come quickly! Assez schnell wie möglich!" There was a great gulp of happiness in him. His spirit plunged in joy. He turned and looked about him swiftly. That singing voice, with its impudent mingling of languages, was unmistakable. "From the Pleiades! Look sharp! You've been further off than ever lately, and further is further than farther, much! Over the forests and into the cave. That is the way we must all behave." He opened an eye. Between him and the great gold sunset ran the wind. It was a slender violet wind. The sunset, however, was in the act of disappearing, for the scaffolding of dusk was passing through the air. He saw the slung trellis work about him, the tracery of a million lines, the guy ropes, uprights, and the feathery threads of ebony that trailed the night behind them like a mighty cloth. There was a fluttering of innumerable wings. "You needn't tug like that," he gasped. "I'm coming out all right. I'm out." "But you're so slow and sticky," she insisted. "You've been sticky like this for weeks now." He saw the bright brown eyes and felt the hair all over his face like a bath of perfume. They rushed together. His heart beat faster. "Who wants me in such a hurry?" he cried, the moment he was disentangled. Laughter ran past him on every side from the world of trees. "As if you didn't know! What is the good of pretending any longer? You're both together in the network, and you know it just as well as she does." "Pretending? Just as well as she does?" As though he had eyes all over his body, he saw the net of stars above him. Below were forests, vineyards, meadows, and the tiny lights of houses. In the distance shimmered the waters of a familiar lake. Great purple mountains rolled against the skyline, but immediately over his head, close yet also distant, filling the entire heavens, there hung a glittering pattern that he knew, grown now so vast that at first he scarcely recognized its dazzling loveliness. From the painted western horizon it stretched to the other fastenings that dipped below the world, where the east laid its gulf of darkness to surprise the sun. It swung proudly down as though hung from the pole star towards the north, and while the great bare pointers tossed its embroidery across Cassiopeia, the Pleiades, just rising, flung its further fringes down to Orion, waiting in wonder to receive them far below the horizon. Old Sirius wore one breadth of it across his stupendous shoulder, and Aldebaran, with fingers of bronze and fire, drew it delicately, as with golden leashes, over the sleeping world. When first he saw it, there was this gentle fluttering as of wings through all its intricate parts. But the same moment 4 shooting stars pierced its outlying edges with flying nails of gold. It steadied and grew taut. "There she is!" cried Monkey, flashing away like a comet towards the cave. "You'll catch it now, and you deserve to." She turned a brilliant somersault and vanished. Then somehow the vast pattern settled into a smaller scale, so that he saw it closer, clearer, and without confusion. Beauty and wonder focused for his sight. The perfected design of Daddy's fairy story floated down into his heart without a hint of wumbling. Never had he seen it so luminous and simple. For others, of course, meanwhile, had known and understood it. Others believed. Its reality was more intense thus than before. He rose from the maze of treetops where he floated, and he stretched his arms out, no fear or hesitation in him anywhere. Perched in the very center of the pattern, seated like a newborn star upon its throne, he saw that tiny figure who had thrilled him months ago when he caught it in a passing instant, fluttering in the web of Daddy's story, both its climax and its inspiration. The twinkling feet were folded now. He saw the soft little eyes that shone like starlight through clear amber. The hands, palms upwards, were stretched to meet his own. "You, of course, must come up to me," he heard. And climbing the lace-like tracery of the golden web, he knelt before her. But almost before both knees were bent, her hands had caught him. The touch ran like a sheath of fire through every nerve, and he was seated beside her in that shining center. But why did it suddenly grow so small? He asked at once. He felt absolutely at home. It was like speaking to a child who loved him utterly, and whom he, in his turn, knew intimately inside out. "Because you suddenly understood," was the silvery, tiny answer. "When you understand, you bring everything into yourself, small as a toy. It is size that bewilders. Men make size. Fairy things like stars and tenderness are always small." "Of course," he said, as if I didn't know it already. "Besides," she laughed, half closing her brilliant eyes and peering at him mischievously, "I like everything so tiny that you can find it inside a shell. That makes it possible to do big things." "Am I too big?" he exclaimed, aware of clumsiness before this exquisite daintiness. "A little confused, that's all." Her laughter rippled. You want smoothing down. I'll see to that." He had the feeling, as she said it, that his being included the entire pattern, even to its most distant edges, where it fastened onto the rim of the universe. From this huge sensation he came back swiftly to its tiny correspondence again. His eyes turned to study her, but she seemed transparent somehow, so that he saw the sky behind her, and in it, strangely enough, just behind her face, the distant Pleiades, shining faintly with their tender luster. They reached down into her little being. It seemed as though she emanated from them. Big Aldebaran guided strongly from behind. For an instant he lost sight of the actual figure, seeing in its place a radiant efflorescence, purified as by some spiritual fire, the spirit of a star. "I'm here, quite close beside you," whispered the tiny voice. "Don't let your sight get troublesome like your sighs. Inside sight, remember, is the thing." He turned, or rather he focused sight again to find her. He was startled a little. For a moment it seemed like his own voice speaking deep down within himself. "Make yourself at home," it continued. "You belong here almost as much as I do." And at the sound of her voice all the perplexities of his life lay down. It brushed him smooth, like a wind that sets rough feathers all one way. He remembered again where he was and what was going on. "I do," he answered, happy as a boy. "I am at home. It is perfect." "Do you, indeed? You speak as though this story were your own," and her laugh was like the tinkle of harebells in the wind. "It is," he said. "At least I have, a considerable hand in the making of it." "Possibly," she answered, "but the story belongs to the person who first started it, and that person is myself. The story is mine, really." "Yours!" he gasped. "Because I am the story." He stared hard to find the face that said this thing. Thought stopped dead a moment, blocked by a marvel that was impossible, yet true. "You mean?" he stammered. "You heard perfectly what I said. You understood it too. There's no good pretending." Impatience as well as laughter in the little voice. "I am the story that you love." A sudden joy burst over him in a flood. Struggle and search folded their wings and slept. An immense happiness wrapped him into the very woof of the pattern wherein they sat. 1,000 loose and ineffective moods of his life found coherence, and 1,000 rambling strands were gathered home and fastened into place. And the pattern quivered and grew brighter. "I am the story because I thought of it first. You, as a version of its beauty, a channel for its delivery, belong utterly to me. You can no more resist me than a puddle can resist the star's reflection. You increase me. We increase each other." "You say you thought it first," he cried, feeling the light he radiated flow in and mingle with her own. "But who are you? Where do you come from?" "Over there somewhere, I think," she laughed, while a ray like fire flashed out in the direction of the Pleiades that climbed the sky towards the east. "You ought to know. You've been hunting for me long enough." "But who are you?" he insisted again. "For I feel it's you that have been looking for me. I've so often heard you calling." She laughed again till the whole web quivered. Through her eyes the softness of all the 7 Pleiades poured deliciously into him. "It's absurd that such a big thing as you could hide so easily," she said. "But you'll never hide again. I've got you fast now, and you've got me. It's like being reflected together in the same puddle, you see?" The dazzling radiance passed, as she said it, into a clearer glow, and across the fire of it he caught her eyes steadily a moment, though he could not see the face complete. 2 brilliant points of amber shone up at him as stars that peep from the mirror of a forest pool. That mental daylight searching seemed all explained, only he could not remember now that there was any such thing at all as either searching or daylight. When out, like this, waking was the dream, the sunlight world forgotten. "This pattern has always been my own," she continued with infinite softness, yet so clearly that his whole body seemed a single ear against her lips. "For I've thought it ever since I can remember. I've lived it. This network of stars I made ages ago in a garden among far bigger mountains than these hills, a garden I knew vividly, yet could not always find, almost as though I dreamed it. The net included included everything there is, and I fastened it to 4 big pines that grew on the further side of the torrent in that mountain garden of my dream, fastened it with nails of falling stars, and I made the Pleiades its center because I loved them best of all. Oh, Orion, Orion, how big and comforting your arms are! Please hold me tight forever and ever." "But I know it too, that lovely dream," he cried. "It all comes back to me. I too have dreamed it with you. Then somewhere, his voice choked. He had never known that life could hold such sweetness, wonder, joy. The universe lay within his arms. "All the people I wanted to help I used to catch in my net of stars," she went on. "There was a train that brought them to its edges, and once I got the passengers into the web and hung them loose in it till they were soaked with starlight, I could send them back happier and braver than they came. It's been my story ever since I can remember anything, my adventure, my dream, my life. And when the great net faded a little and wanted brightening, we knew an enormous cavern in the mountains where lost starlight collected, and we used to gather this in thousands of sacks and wash and paint the entire web afresh. That made it sticky, so that the passengers hung in it longer. Don't you remember? They came back with starlight in their hair and eyes and voices and in their hearts. And the way we got them in the net," he interrupted excitedly, "was by understanding them, by feeling with them." "Sympathy," she laughed. "Of course. Only there were so many I could not reach and could not understand, and so could never get in. In particular, there was someone who ought to have been there to help me. If I could find that someone, I could do twice as much. I searched and searched. I hunted through every corner of the garden, through forest, cavern, sky, but never with success. Orion never overtook me. My longing cried everywhere, but in vain. Oh, Orion, my lost Orion, I've found you now at last." The net flashed messages in all directions, but without response. This someone who could make my work complete existed. That I knew. Only he was hidden somewhere out of sight, concealed in some corner or other, veiled by a darkness that he wove about himself, as though by some funny kind of wrong thinking that obscured the light I searched for and made it too dim to reach me properly. His life, or mind, his thought and feeling, that is, were wumbled. "Wumbled!" he cried, as the certainty burst upon him with the password. He stood close to her, opening his arms. Instantly she placed her golden palm upon his mouth with fingers that were like soft star rays. Her words, as she continued, were sweeter than the footfalls of the Pleiades when they rise above the sea. "Yet there were times when we were so close that we could feel each other, and each wondered why the other did not actually appear. I have been trying," she whispered, oh so dearly, "to find you always. And you knew it too, for I felt you searching too." The outlying skirts of the pattern closed in a little, till the edges gathered over them like a tent of stars. Alone in the heart of the universe, they told their secret very softly. "There are twin stars, you know," she whispered when he released her. that circle so close about each other that they look like one. I wonder, do they ever touch? They are apart in order to see one another better, he murmured. They watch one another more sweetly so. They play at separation for the joy of coming together again. And once more the golden pattern hid them for a moment from the other stars. The shafts of night fire played round and above their secret tent in space. Most marvelously, their beings found each other in the great whispering galleries of the world, where thought and yearning know that first fulfillment which is the source of action later. So, now that I have found you, her voice presently went on, our network shall catch everybody everywhere, for the pattern of my story, woven so long ago, has passed through you as through a channel, to another who can give it forth. It will spread across every sky. All will see it and climb up. My scheme! He cried with eager delight, yet not quite certain what he meant, nor whence the phrase proceeded. Was my thought first, she laughed, when you were a little boy and I was a little girl. Somewhere in a garden very long ago, a ray from its pattern touched you into beauty, though I could do nothing with it myself. One little ray shot into the mirror of your mind and instantly increased itself. But then you hid yourself. The channel closed. It never died, though, he interrupted. The ray, I mean. It waited, she went on, until you found children somewhere, and the channel cleared instantly. Through you, opened up and cleaned by them, my pattern rushed headlong into another who can use it. It could never die, of course, and the long repression, I never ceased to live it, made its power irresistible. Your story, he cried. It is indeed your story. The eyes were so close against his own that he made a movement that was like diving into a deep and shining sea to reach them. The Pleiades rushed instantly past his face. Soft filaments of golden texture stroked his very cheeks. That slender violet wind rose into his hair. He saw other larger winds behind it, deeply colored. Something made him tremble all over like a leaf in a storm. He saw then the crest of the sentinel poplar tossing between him and the earth far, far below. A mist of confusion caught him, so that he knew not where he was. He made an effort to remember, a violent effort. Some strange sense of heaviness oppressed him. He was leaving her. Quick! He tried to cry. Be quick! I am changing. I am drowsy with your voice and beauty. Your eyes have touched me, and I am falling asleep. His voice grew weaker as he said it. Her answer sounded faint and far above him. Give me your hand. Touch me. Come away with me to my garden in the mountains. We may wake together. You are waking now. He made an effort to find her little palm, but the wind swept coldly between his open fingers. Waking? What is it? He cried thinly. He thought swiftly of something vague and muddy, something dull, disordered, incomplete. Here it was all glass clear. Where are you? I can't find you. I can't see. A dreadful, searching pain shot through him. He was losing her, just when he had found her. He struggled, clung, fought frantically to hold her, but his fingers seized the air. Oh, I shall find you, even when you wake, he heard far away among the stars. Try and remember me when I come. Try and remember. It dipped into the distance. He had lost her. He caught a glimpse of the Pleiades as he fell at a fearful speed. Someone behind them picked up stars and tossed them after him. They dimmed as they shot by, from gold to white, from white to something very pale. Behind them rose a wave of light that hurt his eyes. Look out! The interfering sun!" came a disappearing voice that was followed by a peal of laughter. "I hope you found her, and I hope you caught it well. You deserve to—" There was a scent of hair that he loved, a vision of mischievous brown eyes, an idea that somebody was turning a somersault beside him, and then he landed upon the solid earth with a noise like thunder. The room was dark. At first he did not recognize it. Through the open window came the clatter of lumbering traffic that passed heavily down St. James's Street. He rose stiffly from his chair, vexed with himself for having dozed. It was more than a doze, though. He had slept some 30 minutes by his watch. No memory of any dreams was in him. Nothing but a feeling of great refreshing lightness and peace. It was wonderful, he reflected, as he changed into country clothes for his walk in Richmond Park. How even the shortest nap revives the brain and body. There was a sense that an immense interval had elapsed, and that something very big had happened, or was going to happen to him very soon. And an hour later, he passed through the Richmond gate and found the open spaces of the park deserted, as they always were. The oaks and bracken rustled in a gentle breeze. The swishing of his boots through the wet grass was the only sound he heard, for the boom and purr of distant London reached him more as a touch than as something audible. Seated on a falling tree, he watched the stars and listened to the wind. That hum and boom of the city seemed underground. The flare it tossed into the sky rose from vast furnaces below the world. The stars danced lightly far beyond its reach, secure and unafraid. He thought of children dancing with twinkling feet upon the mountains. And in himself there was hum and light as well. Too deep, too far below the horizon for full discovery, he caught the echo, the faint, dim flashings of reflection that are called by men a mood. These, rising to the surface, swept over him with the queer joy of intoxicating wonder that only children know. Some great secret he had to tell himself, only he had kept it so long and so well that he could not find it quite. He felt the thrill, yet had forgotten what it was. Something was going to happen. A new footfall was coming across the world towards him. He could almost hear its delicate, swift tread. Life was about to offer him this delicious, thrilling secret very soon. Looking up, he saw the Pleiades, and the single footfall became many. He remembered that former curious obsession of the Pleiades, and as thought and yearning went roaming into space, they met anticipation, who took them by the hand. It seemed then that children came flocking down upon him from the sky, led by a little figure with starry eyes of clearest amber, a pair of tiny, twinkling feet, and a voice quite absurdly soft and tender. "Your time is coming," he heard behind the rustling of the oak leaves overhead, "for the children are calling to you, children of your own. And this is the bravest scheme in all the world. There is no bigger. How can there be? For all the world is a child that goes past your windows, crying for its lost fairyland." It was after midnight when, at length, he slipped through the Robin Hood gate, passed up Priory Lane, and walked rapidly by the shuttered houses of Roehampton, and, looking a moment over Putney Bridge, he saw the reflection of the stars in the muddy, dawdling Thames. Nothing anywhere was thick enough to hide them. The net of stars, being in his heart, was everywhere. No prisoner could be more securely caught than he was. End of chapter 31.